Sometimes you just need to fight. Don't you just love it?
See you, chump.
Oh, I cut that shit early. Whoopsie. Alright. Hello, everyone. Whoever's there right now, you're all dorks. I'm doing a collab stream, but I'm also eating. I'm eating right now. Did you see the Sia Chump? Have you ever seen that? Is that the Hitsu? Oh, nope, not me, not Hitsu, not me, Desu. Well, you actually redeemed first. I want to add you to the thirsty dorks. Let me do that real quick as well. How's my mic, by the way? I restarted everything. I think alerts and everything are working. I'm not too sure right now. If you're there, Minnie, if you just can let me know real quick. Nom? Hell yeah, I'm nomming. I'm nomming. All right. Mini mental monkey, you have officially acquired one whole ass point. Bonk. Oh, that's not what I copy pasted and not did it correctly. But yeah, I'm doing a collab stream. Collab. Collab. I'm doing a collab stream, not a collab stream. Sophie was on my ass about it the other day. Monk, monkey. Hi, Band-Aids. How are you? Is my voice a little funky? Yesterday, my voice kind of died, so I think it's recovering a little bit. Uh, cool. Okay. Make sure the camera is adjusted decently. How are you guys doing? I'm gonna launch the game because we start at 6 and it's 5:58. I was gonna start 5 or 10 minutes earlier, but honestly, I'm a scuffed streamer, so that's my life. Is my game and title correct? Can someone tell me real quick if it is or not? I missed it to speedrun Mickey Dean, but other than that, I'm okay. Speedrun. What class? What are you gonna do? Come lab stream. I got a bowl of rice, eggs, and some meat and veggies. How lovely. We're playing from where we left off last time, which I think was like chapter 4 or something. That's when we're in the catacombs. We did not finish the catacombs, so I have to do that again. But I remember getting our asses kicked. We were getting killed left and right in the catacombs area. You just fucking reminded me. Let me see. Try being a fighter. Ask about being a non-magic variant. A fighter. That sounds kind of cool. Sorry, I'm trying to mess with my title. Recently, I saw this thing you can do where you can like tag people's names, and it does the job for you. Does it actually do it? No, it does. That's so cool.
What is that melody?
I forgot that was a thing. You just reminded me. I want to add another sound. Yikes forever. I want to add that sound. That's a sound I love. Sure. I accept the privacy. You just reminded me. But let me do it for you. Do I have that? Do I not have that?
Yikes forever. Hello, motherfucker.
No, that's not yikes forever, dude. Come on.
Yikes forever. Yikes forever. Yikes.
Yeah, let me switch the desktop real quick. while we find this.
Yikes forever. Yikes forever.
Okay. I want to add this one. Oh no, I don't want to make it 100 bits. I'll change that later. Let me do it for you.
Let me do it for you. Da-da-da. For me.
All right. This is a bit longer, so I'll make it like 5 bits. But the other one, the yikes forever, I want to make that free. How do I do that? My alerts. This should be 0. Yikes forever, because that's just fun to hear. No, maybe I might change. Okay, I right now it has bits, but I might make this like a point redeemable channel point thing. I just have to change it up and do some changes. All right, let's see. Donko is talking to chat. Everyone's talking to chat right now. I'm just chilling. How are you doing? Ag. What's up? And Band-Aids. I actually never have played D&D. The first time I really watched D&D when I was with okay, so you guys don't know this. I used to be friends with the Sprouse twins. They had a very small or not YouTube channel, a Twitch channel, very very small, called Pug Crawl, and they're playing with Doug Brochu. And they did D&D. And one of my mods, Soy, was also a mod for them as well. And we it used to be like 5 to 6 viewers consistently. And they would just be playing D&D, and it was really fun. And I used to hang out with the Sprouse twins, and that was like my first proper D&D experience, just watching them play their little campaign with friends and stuff. It was a solid thing going on for a while. So that was my first proper D&D experience. And then Stranger Things came out, and then like I looked into it more, but I've never actually done a D&D session myself. Hello, Kamekosu. How are you dorks doing? I actually miss those days, the pub crawl days. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I just saw Donko's message. He's gonna talk to chat for a little bit, and then we'll hop in the lobby together. Meaning I have time to eat my meal. I love my fiance so much. But yeah, I'm doing a collab stream. Can someone check the title for me? Make sure the title works. Yeah, I know. Sophia's so precious. Eventually, I'm gonna make. So you know, I've been doing like the TikTok edits and Twitter uploads daily. Eventually, I'm gonna try to find some great clips of her being an absolute dork, and post that too. But I have to ask her if I can first before I just do it. Like, I know it's my stream, but you know, very scuffed. I'm eating the start of my stream instead of eating before my stream because I'm an idiot. Very scuffed. I'm always scuffed. The name is Hitsuga. Really. Oh yeah, that's scuffed. But yeah, I think Donko's doing some chatting. I'm while I'm here actually, King, could you tell me if the title works with the like usernames and stuff? I've never done it before, and I know Twitch implemented that. So that's all I need. I just need the. That's really fucking cool, actually. I was very surprised. It's so cool. I had no idea you could do that. How that has to be recent. That has to be like very recent. Um, Chotomate. But yes, Kame, I agree with you. My Sophia is the poggers. Sorry, I am replying to my sister who told me to take photos of her passport, but I did that. She just didn't see the messages I sent. Okay. Oh, I guess while we wait though, want to see the thing I just uploaded today. While we wait and chill. Uh, uh, uh. It's an older clip. Sometimes you just need to fight back when the monsters are coming. What the fuck is that sound? Ah! I have hands too! No sweat. That was what I worked on today. So I've been having a lot of fun, honestly, editing clips and stuff to add onto Twitter or TikTok and all that fun jazz. Wait, let me check my audio. What's my push to talk? Okay, V. I have V to push to talk. I can do that. I think it uses default mic. Oh no, it uses this mic, which is good. I want that mic. All right. When we go in game, I might have to lower the quality a little bit. I'm not too sure, but we'll see how it plays out. Okay. He's gonna invite here soon. That sounds good. But I'm trying to remember what happened last time we played. We were inside the fucking, what is it called? Hedge mazes, which was that was some Harry Potter shit. I was freaking out. But I think the catacombs was really fucking, because in the catacombs I was literally lost constantly, and that shit scared me. Hold on, what is? Well, since we started a little bit earlier, I want to see what everyone's doing right now. Kidanko's just straight up chatting. I forgot I can do this now. I want to try it. And this is uploaded. Perfect. Stop popping up per stream. I don't fully get it. Yeah, I'm not used to it. Bro, what is Saji doing? Hold up.
I'm editing the collab command now.
We're gonna watch his stream. That's what we do on this stream. We watch other people's stream.
Nanny, are you doing? Is it called Ghost Dog? Is that Dan's game? Is it called Ghost Dog? Is that it?
What?
Is that it, Hitsu?
もしもーし。
Hi, Snake. What?
I don't know. I don't enjoy. I don't want to hop in with some rando.
That's Red Honey. And that's Donko.
Hey man. Are you looking at me on your stream?
I am
You
also
looking at me
ready.
On your stream right
now? Is that what you're doing? Huh?
No,
You dweeb?
I'm not.
You dork? Just chillin', just chillin',
Oh wait, no.
and like
I'm actually not. Actually,
very likely
I'm not a streamer. Hi. Are you ever doing Snake? Are you?
streaming. Not a streamer? Oh yeah.
Isn't it like bedtime for you normally? Oh no, but it's the weekend, isn't it?
Right.
Today's Friday.
A likely story from this dweeb.
Delicious.
Dreamception. Okay, let me switch over.
Oh right, no Snake. Didn't you also find a Vietnamese place?
It's part of my superpowers, right?
For
You know,
food?
I'm a snowman, so you know, me having glowing eyes in the dark is part of my power. Okay. All right, it's part of the canon. Don't worry about it.
All right, he's a dork. I'm gonna lurk for him. I also need to close tabs. It's gonna get laggy otherwise. I uploaded that already. Don't need Twitter. Did I make mini? Did I add mini? I did. Fantastic. Fantastical. I want to go to streamer mode. There's the invite. Let me see here. How do I go to streamer mode again? You know what? I don't actually fucking remember. I'm so ass.
What's up, dweebs?
Oh my god!
Oh god.
Let's fucking go!
Is this my push to talk? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, Pog, it works.
Oh my god. I'm not ready for this. Wait, can we change our fucking people now that we played for like a second?
I've always been different.
You might be able to. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Let's see.
Motherfucker, I don't have any options. I'm still just Jerry.
How the hell do you have that, Hitsu?
I just changed it. There's a way to change it. I don't remember how.
Damn.
I'm gonna be the lady.
Wow. Danko's kawaii.
This is silent. I'm gonna be a lady.
I'm gonna be a lady.
I'll be
You know what?
How did I do it?
Lady. You
Hold
be
up.
a lady.
Let me try to see if I can remember. There's like a proper way to do it. How'd you do it, Dan?
My chat was getting mad at you. They were like, damn, these boys. Just chatting. I'm like, I know.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry.
Always with the talking and the chatting. Oh, my
Oh, that's
God.
how you do it.
I just
Oh,
like
that's
talking.
not-
What can I say?
Yeah.
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 Dan is a talker.
You are a talker. I'm gonna say
Uh,
nothing else about that.
A smooth
Where the
talker.
fuck is my... Oh, whoa.
Hello, my neighbors.
Hello.
Get it? 'Cause
Alright.
my PFP.
You guys wanna introduce yourself?
No.
Go ahead, Saji.
Well, let's play.
That
You know what? We don't get you.
that was a spray bottle.
Saji, go ahead.
Fucking just
Damn. Oh,
bad.
okay.
Bad Hitsu.
I am Saji. Alright, I'm a snowy boy living in the snowy mountains all by my lonesome, okay? Okay? That's a short form of it.
Let's go.
Nice beard, honey. Thank you. Oh my God, Saji.
Yeah.
Pog. I'm clapping.
I just wanted to say your name. I'm sorry.
All right.
Dork. All right, Rue, go crazy.
Hello everybody. My name is Rue. I live in the mountains as well, but I'm a little witch in the woods. And I'll put a curse on your stupid little asses if you're mean. Be nice.
Damn.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh my God.
I fucking Saji with the soundboards, dude. I always forget.
The shrill ass cut off street, the cut off street scream last stream. What the fuck am I on about?
All right, Dan, introduce yourself.
What? No, it's your turn. What do you mean?
No, it's your turn. I see you next.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Host?
Me?
Who are you? Yeah, who are you? All up in my ear, god damn.
Got his ass.
My God.
All right. Well, my
He's
name
got
is...
his dog breath in our ear. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's nasty.
This is my excuse to go a little bit later.
You guys hear it? Hitsu.
What? An
What?
asshole.
Hello?
What an asshole.
I can't-
My name is Hitsu. I am not a streamer. And yeah, that's about it.
Hitsu at
Let's
Hitsuga/Twitch.tv. He's really cool. He does really nice content, and I really appreciate every.
That is not
Nice.
true.
He's a funny little dude. Anyway, if on my channel, and I think a bunch of the other guys' channels, if you exclamation point collab, oh, there he is, there he be. You can watch him right now, right fucking now. Let's go, baby, let's go, Hitsu, let's go,
Let's go.
Hitsuga.
Yeah, baby!
Y'all are all dorks. Dorks. Dorks.
What's up?
Why am I leaning into my mic? I don't know.
All right, guys. Well,
I'm sorry,
We have-
it's just a
we-
big pause.
It's like, yeah.
we have two maps left. The one that we didn't finish last time because for reasons. And then one more. And from there, for the last map, I've never done. So it'll be a something we have to feel out for sure.
Well,
Is
hopefully we'll finish this one because God, it was a bitch.
I feel like we're almost done.
Yes.
We were. We just couldn't find it.
I also have a
Yeah,
collab command,
We're just like, oh my gosh, with them, and I'm scared.
just in case.
Can I please go?
I legit forgot this was a horror game too. I forgot.
Nah, this isn't a horror game. This isn't a horror game.
This is scary. What do you?
I'm prepared.
It's not scary.
He's a liar.
But if you don't,
Look at the liar.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Hold
well,
on. How
you-
do I look at his face? I can't look at his
If Twitch fails me,
face.
I will not fail you guys.
I can't believe. Anyway.
Sorry,
you guys ready?
Dankina. My apologies.
I'm ready.
And I finished my meal.
Were you ready?
I'm game.
Hitsu, you
I'm
ready?
game.
I was born to be ready specifically just right now.
Hitsu is eating. I can hear him eating from
What?
here.
No,
Oh my
I
God.
just finished my meal. I was born ready right now. That's it.
Alright.
Born ready right now. He came out of the like little surprise room
I
going.
was
I'm
just
ready.
spawned.
I was just spawned.
Hitsu
Alright.
DLC just dropped now.
Dude,
Alright,
download it, download it, download it.
I'm starting the game.
Oh, I'm already scared.
This is
Oh,
the
I'm
wrong
already
map.
scared.
I'm
Yeah,
so
this is
sorry.
the wrong map.
This
Guys, you guys won't believe this. I just had a vivid dream where we were all inside these like hedge mazes.
Dude,
Never
not gonna lie. I think I have that dream every night.
I'm sorry.
Ooh.
I'm actually very sorry. That sounds awful.
Yeah, I'm sorry for myself.
At least you remember that shit every time too. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
You guys all haunt me. Seriously.
So there's actually there's actually more content after the last two chapters. So
Did they add another level? Is there 3 levels?
there's like these things called cases, because right now we're apparently doing the story, which is there's only 5 chapters of. We're currently on chapter 4. But we'll see. We'll do chapter 4.
Bet.
See if we can milk more labyrinthine content.
Now we're starting. Who farted in my ear?
What? Who farted in my ear? Final last words of Dan the mailman. Or I guess the mail doggo man.
Fuck, it's too dark. I can't look at his ass.
Oh, what's the flashlight again?
Where's the flashlight?
Oh yeah, that's
Where
right.
does
There's a
the-
fucking
E?
lantern and shit.
E?
One.
Where- how do I-
One. Uno.
Oh my god, I'm ass.
All right, and the glow sticks too. I
God
forgot about that. How
damn.
do you do that?
Oh, I already have my flashlight. This flashlight doesn't even work.
You go, big girl. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You know what? It's so glow
Damn,
sticks.
damn, damn.
Yeah,
Get it, get
yeah,
it, get
yeah,
it. Oh my
boy.
god. Yes, Saji. Yeah. Oh my
God,
god.
what's in the lights?
Yo, oh my god.
Nani?
I don't know.
I don't know. I just spaced out for a second. I'm like, what's going on?
What's up? Hey, Saji, can I flash you real quick?
This reminds me of Dark and Darker. It has the vibe of it.
Oh my god.
Let's leave these nerds here.
Y'all-
All right, bet.
Oh, wait, no, don't leave us. But y'all don't.
Oh, I'm a Jedi this time.
How do you run? Oh, you use shit.
Born to be a Jedi.
There's the glow stick.
How do you drop them again?
Do you guys
How
get
do
the
I-
rune over here?
How do I glow your sticks? I mean,
you get the rune?
Okay, I called dibs on blue.
I'll be.
Oh, I stared at it intensely.
We got it. Now the doors are open.
Looks like a skeleton's coming to take you out. What? What do you mean a skeleton's coming to take me out?
All right. Well,
Nani?
we gotta get all the runes and open the last door, and then jump in through the last door, and that's it. That's all we gotta do. Easy map.
Sounds easy. I played Dark and Darker. Anything this game has to offer me is not hard enough now.
Right.
Hey,
Absolutely
Good.
right.
Have you played the DLC Dork and Dorker?
Nope, that doesn't seem like a game I would play. So
You already play it. You're a master.
no, I'm a master Jedi. Oh no, I'm a master Jedi. I was heading to the night bus, which leaves in 6 minutes. I'm okay.
I'm not gonna repeat that thought.
Nanny. I'm okay. Won $28.43 playing poker. Back is still in pain, but I should be fine in 9 days' time. Oh god.
No.
And my future should have happened by then. I'm cashing in some poker cash tomorrow into my main account, so I'll check to determine whether it's the best of my Airbnb for Auckland, New Zealand first, or book the flight first.
Shit. Oh my god.
That's a lot of details. I hope that
The lady in charge.
that goes well.
That's me.
And no, Kame, you're the dork. Also, Sunny, you're the dork.
You look so scary. Your eyes are open so wide.
Nani?
You have the bluest peepers I've ever fucking seen.
It's so I can stare adamantly into my friend's demise.
You're right. Oh, I'm following your ass. Where'd they even go?
Oh, they went in.
Oh, I lost him. No.
I'm running. Goodbye, Roo.
No, please. I need guidance.
I also need guidance.
You know.
Oh my god, I actually don't know where I am. Oh look,
There's like goblins. There's like goblins around here.
yeah, there's some scary shit around. That's always a
Yeah,
thing.
there's some ooky spooky stuff. Oh my god. We're already lost. Look.
Oh, I hear paint.
Uh.
I'm low key just following their sticks.
I heard the boar.
Oh, I see him. I'm running. Bye, Roo. Well, your boy needs a holiday 2 weeks away. That should be fun. I hope the holiday goes well. I also need a holiday.
Fuck you. Bye.
Nani?
Go down.
Fuck you.
I can't believe Blank got fired from the Apprentice last night. Oh no! If I run fast enough.
Get away from me! I can say goodbye, you little crazy ass! Oh my god!
What are you talking about?
Homies stick together.
This is why I stuck with Donko last time. He's nice. He doesn't do anything.
Me? Nice? That's not me. I'm sorry.
You kept leaving my ass too. Don't act like
That
you're
was never on
innocent.
purpose.
Don't act like you're innocent.
That was never-
How do you throw it? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Did someone get their ass clapped? Ugh.
Oh.
Where are you?
Turn up.
No, I'm not.
I thought it was a guy. I thought it was one of the guys.
Blair just died.
All right, see you soon, Dan. See you soon.
Yeah. I'm staying in this hole.
All right, we have lives. Forgot about that. Oh,
Don't worry. What? Stop moving. Stop moving. Stop moving.
I'm not.
What? I can't revive you. Nani?
Let's get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, let's run away. I was trying to revive Sanji, but that's so fucking loud. Yeah, we're fucked. Good luck, Roo. Bro, Jack and I have to watch it at some point. How are you doing, Band-Aids? I did not die yet, but 2 of my friends already died, and I think the 3rd one's about to die soon. Ay. That's awkward. But how are you? How are you guys doing? Hi. Oh, you're back. So I was picking up Saji, but it kept canceling on me.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why I did that. Where's Rue?
The gate's closed on us, so
Oh,
I'm just looking for another route now.
I'm gonna go here.
All right, bet.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Oh my god.
Okay, now listen, you not healing son of a bitch.
Okay, listen. I don't know where you are. Wait, who's this?
Alright, see ya.
What the fuck? You're here? I got you this time. You won't die this time. How'd you die already?
I don't know, like, there was something in the door that got me.
Something in the dork.
That's why she got me.
Of course, I always get you. I would never let you just bleed out in front of me.
Yeah. I believe those words.
Yep, I would never. But how are you doing, Sunny? Hope you're doing well. All right, we're back. I saw Dan earlier. Nani? All right.
Okay.
Well.
Jumped on my seat.
We're in danger.
I forgot so much shit, dude.
I forgot how to play this game. Oh, we're fucked.
Not that way.
Saji? Saji's gone. And Among Us slash Goose Goose Duck. I've never played Goose Goose Duck, but I've seen a little bit of it. It looks like a better Among Us. It looks fun. Pretty good, thanks. I watched some Twin Peaks with Jack earlier. I've actually never seen Twin Peaks. I think I've seen like random bits and pieces, but never fully watched it or anything. That's a dead end. But I'm doing pretty good. I got a lot of shorts done today. I obviously doing the collab stream right now with the dorks, the VTubing dorks. And then I'm going, if we finish early, I'm not sure how long we're going. I'm down to play for a while. You guys know me. But if we keep going, I'll probably switch to Life is Strange maybe. But unfortunately, everyone here is lost. And I forgot how hard it is to see shit in this game. Can't see anything in this game. It's so dark. I'm also leaving a trail because, you know, it's important to leave trails. Oh, I see blue. That's another Jedi. A Jedi would never lead me to failure. I forgot what we're supposed to do in this game, honestly. Twin Peaks is so good. I think you would like it. It's so bizarre, though. I probably would. I mean, I like Twilight Zone, but I've never seen Twin Peak. Oh, that's not good. Wait, is Twin Peaks the cartoon? Or is it like the live action show? Isn't there like a cartoon that's kind of called Twin Peaks as well? I would think it's something else. I'm confusing things right now. Yeah, Twin Peaks is live action. Okay. What is that? Walking around, following glow sticks. Twin Peaks, best anime. The bestest of animes. So I'm following the Sith Lords. Wait, is that someone in front of me? It is.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I saw, dude.
God. Oh, dude. Dab me the fuck up.
None of us died. Dab me up real quick. Dab me up.
Dab me up, dab me up.
Dab, dab, dab. Dab, dab, dab. Hey, the homies are here. Oh, no. Are following the Sith Lord, Darth Donko.
We're just gonna let Donko solve all these. He's got it.
Yeah, he only died. He's only the reason why we lost one of our lives. That's all. He led us to a doom. Well, well, well.
Oh god.
How does the game look, by the way? Is it laggy? Nani?
Maybe this one?
Mayhaps.
Yeah, let's all split up. I'll go right, you guys go left, and
I don't think we should split up. Okay.
Just split up, silly. Just split up.
No, this is.
It's a circle.
Guys. Okay.
Oh wait, you didn't want to split up?
No.
Probably not. I forgot you to drop these things.
I am someone that.
Huh, you can't see that down there?
I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. I'm with the boys.
Oh my god.
You too?
What's up?
He's over there. Okay.
I got lost in the sauce.
What are you guys doing? Time of my life.
We're dancing. Where's Donko? There he is.
I'm right here.
Where is Dinky? Oh my god.
I'm right
Hi,
here.
Dinky.
Dank. Donko is dank.
Behind us the whole time, not saying shit.
Yeah, he was.
No,
he was
no,
looking
I was
at our
not.
fat asses. He was like sniffing it like a dog.
Excuse me.
Hey, I'm not sure if you know this, Dan, but you've already been here.
I have.
Give it 3 episodes. If you hate it, then it's cool.
There's
I'm 6 episodes in. I haven't found any tropes.
He's a little.
Nani?
Okay, then we go over there.
What is that about, Snake?
And then we can
In a nutshell.
go past him.
Well, I guess I can look it up in a bit here.
Red bearded wolf warrior. Yes. Don't people ignore me.
Huh? Wait, where do you go?
No,
I'm sprinting. Fuck everyone.
no, stop it. I don't want to get separated again.
You made it out okay last time.
It's a straight line route.
over here.
You don't know what it's like being. Oh, are we leaving? Where's Dinky? He's in the front?
Dinky's somewhere.
Dinky.
Check this out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Great skip. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hardcore parkour.
Oh
I'm
my god.
I'm running.
I think they're getting chased.
I think they are.
No,
It's alright.
no.
The force never lies to me.
You're the ones being chased.
No spoilers for me. It has to be surprised. Well, I mean, like, what kind of show is it a bit? Kakuryo bed and breakfast for spirits is like taking care and attending to spirits at a hotel.
Speaking of being down here, do you guys remember any bones being like anything weird being down here?
A giant place where we find and rotate things.
And the bones?
I don't know if it's in the bones or not though. Couldn't be me. There's something in front of us. There's something in front of us, bro.
Oh shit! I didn't even see him. This is kind of fucked. Are we kind of locked in here?
I think you just have to wait for him to go.
Dan.
Oh my god, hi, hot stuff.
Hi.
Anyway,
Oh my, oh my god. Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Romantic comedy supernatural. Okay, I'll give it a look.
I got nervous.
So here's the fun fact. On this side, right when we turn and left, there is a creature waiting for us, just standing there.
You guys have a creature behind
You guys also have a creature.
I can pick him up. That's really
I
funny.
got so scared I couldn't even scream.
I can't pick them up.
I can't pick you up, I'm so sorry.
The light.
Huh?
The light. It's. I'm so cold.
Well, they're all murdered. Here, I'll throw light sticks at you.
It said Eden revived just now, but I don't know how.
Well, they're dead.
Well, Hitsuga.
You ready to die as well? Before we get cornered in somehow? That's so fucking unlucky. I'm looking to see.
I don't see anybody. Maybe the guy that was here, attacked them.
Good. We're free. Oh, it's on our left. It's on our left. The creature's on our left.
I see him.
All right, that's fine.
That was kind of comedic.
That was funny. Just watching them get mauled from behind.
Where we go? Yeah,
I don't know where I want to go. I'm gonna go. I haven't been here yet. Oh. Let me come back to you. There we go. I haven't been here yet, so I don't know. Wait, but Saji has been here? Question mark? Oh, what'd you find?
I just found a key.
I've never actually haven't been in this room. I don't think. Ooh.
I've been through here, but I don't think I've been anywhere else.
It's just so damn dark. The catacombs are so fucking dark.
I know. I hate them. I hate them. They suck.
Everything looks the same.
Okay, that's the main road over there.
Yeah.
There's a guy over here. I think we've been through here. Yeah.
Maybe there's an alternate winding path or something.
I don't think so. I think we have to
Oh.
find our way. We're back into the bones. Yeah, we've already been through here.
Damn. Oh, that scared me. I had a notification, a pop-up.
He's not blocking anything.
And
He's over here somewhere.
hear screams in the distance, or is that me?
No, sometimes the audio like goes to like world chat or something.
Huh. That's not really useful. I'm gonna go far right, I think. I'm gonna see if that does anything.
Okay.
It leads us to the main road, JK.
Okay, I've been through this part as well. There's all these, but I feel like here's where I needed to find something.
Okay.
He's in the right path.
Lark, pizza time?
The right
Enjoy your pizza time.
again.
The right path does what? Sorry.
The right path went up and goes up again. So this is just
Okay.
the place where I got stuck. I need to find out where to go.
Is there a right here? There's a right here. You haven't explored this spot yet. No, you have, JK. Was that just a winding path? That was just a winding path.
I think yeah, it was. It was.
Walking around and
We're back here. Dang it. We're back here.
at the speed of darkness. All right, I'm gonna try. Your wait, what's the dark side of the force? All that fun jazz ain't working. It ain't working. It doko. I lost him. I lost Danko. Oops, you love this game? Hey, Cookies. How have you been? Hope you've been well. Yeah. It's a fun game. Nani?
I found it.
You did?
That was it. Yeah. I got the doors and the key, so we can skedaddle from here.
Alright. Sounds good. Hold up. Wait 1 second. And to close some tabs that popped up.
Okay.
But how have you been, Cookies? Hope life has been treating you well. Alright, I'm ready.
Let's go. All right.
Oh, so was it like a talisman thingy?
Yeah, a little tablet with a red rune on it.
Okay.
That's what it was. All right. So now that we're done with the bones, we don't have to come back here ever again.
God bless. Oh, that sounds like it's right in front of us.
Yeah, we don't have to come back here ever again. Let's bark off.
Thank you for being such a useful staff member.
Oh yeah, of course. You know, I know this place is like the back of my hand.
Yeah. Can't believe we get to explore the catacombs for fun. How crazy.
Well, you know, it's just fake bones. You know, it's just cow bones, some pig bones, maybe some chicken bones.
Yeah, that's just a fake skeleton walking around. No big deal. Isn't there also a minotaur? I just remembered that.
Is like, oh, there's a guy right up there.
Oh, it's us. It's zooming. It's coming this way, I think.
There's just two. There's two.
You can see him? Holy shit. You have eyes that pierce through the dark.
Oh, here we go. Straight
Oh,
shot.
there's the ass cheek clapping.
Oh, wait. Don't
Ass.
go. Guys,
There's a monster.
where are you guys?
Wherever you want us to be, baby.
I'm
Ani.
Listen. Are you?
Oh, you guys are.
in the boat?
I think they're downstairs.
Come back up.
I'm glad you're doing it right, Cookies. How have you been? How's life been treating you? Like, it's been a while since we last like chatted. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if they're still in our range.
I don't think so either. Okay, this is where we all came from. Let's try to get them all so we can explore that the next area all together.
Well, it won't take long before we're separated. Let's be honest. You finally got a D&D character? Tell me all about it. Tell me about the shenanigans. I've been kind of stressed recently, but I'm pushing forward. Honestly, I'm happy to hear that. It makes me really happy. What have you been doing to, I guess, help you push forward? Out of curiosity.
Row, Saji, row.
Uh,
Oh, well, actually, don't panic. I just gotta go there.
it's no problem. No problem. I'm not afraid of a little jail iron bar thing.
Let's see here.
Dani. Dame. Dame yo.
Go down right.
Damn, you have like some pinpoint accurate earphones.
What do you mean? It's just a Dolby surround in the game.
Oh shit.
Let's get out of here.
I try not to dwell on it. Well, I mean, that's valid. That's valid.
Where it came from.
He's gonna be a Hexblood Warlock who's a nervous wreck and can't
Here.
Fey properly. Fey as in like fairy magic properly, like magic. Nah, I heard him first. What second I thought?
Oh, he's right there.
Oh my god, it's stinky. We have to go that way though. We can run him by on the right. No, he's going up. Never mind, we can't. I'm gonna throw sticks at him. Ah! If you hit him,
Can you imagine? He just falls.
he just fucking chases you down. I can't see him anywhere. I'm gonna jump right, I think.
We can go here.
Okay. Hexbloods are Fey, more specifically hags. I felt that. I've been trying to find ways to push through as well, Cookies. I was slowly kind of getting to a slump again, but I tried to catch myself and pull myself out of it. And this is kind of the process of me doing it. I've been uploading I'm not uploading. Well, I guess I'm also uploading. I've been editing clips of my stream for TikTok and Twitter and stuff like that.
Back on the main area.
Just to post them. So it's been kind of helping.
What the fuck?
That's actually cringe.
That's turbo cringe, bro. Okay, he's
We-
on the side now, but-
Do you know which side he went?
Left maybe?
All right, I'm running right.
Okay.
You do be chasing me. You do be chasing me. But I've been doing that, and that's been kind of working out. How about you? But yeah, I've never played much D&D myself, but that's kind of cool. So he can't use his magic properly. Bro, this guy's a dickhead. He's very bad at what he does. Very bad at what he does. That's such a fun character trait. I like that. Hello, Neff. How are you? What a dickhead, man. All right. Am I hearing sounds? Those are some oddly specific sounds that I'm hearing. Am I centered? I'm not sure if I'm centered right now. So I believe Dan opened one of the gates. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too. It's a happy Friday to everybody. What have you been doing, Neff? What's your plan for the weekend, maybe? I actually can't see shit. Which one does better lighting? Hold up. Let's take a look. This one has farther pointed lighting. This one has closer, like... see what's close to me lighting. Okay. Follow this damn light trail here. Fuck off. That was so goddamn loud. Plans are min-maxing rest? I like that. That's a good plan. So, dude.
The puzzle room's over there, though.
Okay. Solid. Look, there's a thing here. I've never done this puzzle.
It's just a memory. I got it.
Damn, look at him. How long have you been doing this puzzle? Oh, you fucked it up. Bro, you just did that one.
Yeah, I forgot. Okay, got it.
Oh, he's forgetting.
Was it
Isn't that top right? Yeah, yeah.
This fucking dude is probably this one. Yeah. And then this, what's this upside? Was it this one?
Yeah, no.
Okay, this one was.
That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, yeah.
Got it. Okay, this is you.
Oh.
Let's get the ones that I don't know out of the way. Like that. You, and you. That was right here, I think. Shut up.
It was. Oh, is it right next to it? Yeah, yeah. Okay, never mind. You got it. You got it now.
Okay, I got it. You're right. Okay. That was this one. What is this one?
Wasn't that?
Was this top left?
No, I think it was that one. It was top left. Yeah.
Got it. This is what is this one? Okay, no, that's not it.
Try top right. Try top right.
Top right. Ah, okay, yeah, you're right. So right, here we go. Okay.
Intriguing effort.
What was this one again?
Ah, fuck.
Top one? Wait, these two are the same, so this has to be this one.
Okay. They were similar symbols, so I was like, I forgot what they looked like.
Alright, grab the room. Oh, cool.
Nani, Doko. Oh, you're right behind me.
Open the door.
Okay.
Alright. Let's keep. Oh, there's a key over here.
What happens if you just miss a key like that? Do you just get stuck for a while?
I think the keys are like the optional thing to open all the doors.
Uh-huh.
In case you don't want to do the puzzles. But
That makes
they're
sense.
Usually hanging on like on a table or a shelf. Fuck the minotaurs here.
Nuh-uh. Haha!
My
We're
God.
geniuses. I'm going right, maybe? Question mark?
Yeah, it should be fresh. Go left here.
His ass cheeks were fucking flopping.
Cool.
They were clapping.
They really were. What's in the cube here? Thank you.
Yep. Over here? That's where the puzzle is? You see the symbol here?
I do see it. What's it do? Oh, I see. The puzzle's down there. See that room over there?
I see. That looks like a very foreboding room, though.
I think he's in there. Or is he? No. No,
What are the odds, right? Isn't he the one that's like fast? He's fast, isn't he?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to avoid him. If you're like from across the room, you could probably like come and weave him, but other than that, it's kind of hard. Okay, he's probably in this room. There's also zombies in here.
My favorite. A player just died. Who do you think it was?
I think it was Saji.
Why do we both think it was Saji? I'm like, I bet it was Saji.
I bet it was Saji.
This reminds me. Have you ever played inside the back rooms?
No, I've been wondering about that game because I always see like mixed reviews on it.
It's fun. It's I think $5, but for the content you get, it's fun. You can do a lot of shit with it.
There's like inside the back rooms and then the back rooms. Like, oh, key.
I don't see him.
I got it. We should probably go back to where we were going.
But no, it's definitely fun. I would recommend it. It's a little jank, but part of the jank is its charm, honestly.
I see. Oh,
But there's one of them I haven't played yet. I'm going to play with someone eventually. I just don't know when.
well, I mean, I'll be down to play.
Hey, bet.
Hey.
Is that in front of us?
Sure, there's a guy over here.
I think he's blocking the exit or something. Hold on, I'm throwing.
Oh my god, you scared me. Can't tell what it is. I see him. He's over there. He's right in our way, actually. But do we need to go over there? I don't think we need to go over there, do we?
Oh, I just heard Saji scream for a second.
We do gotta go over there.
Parkour! Can we walk by if I'm making any sound or something? Or just wait for him to walk?
He's gonna find us. We just gotta wait for him to walk. Oh, there they are.
I mean,
Who's this?
Did you die earlier, Saji? Question.
that was rude.
Oh, Rue died. Damn. Sorry, Saji. I doubted you.
Yeah, I doubted you too.
Wow.
Oh, he do be coming. He do be coming. He do be coming. He do be coming. He do be coming.
This way.
Damn, I'm so good.
Run! Fucking run!
Good luck to Saji.
Truly. Ah, here we go.
All right, new room.
What are these? Oh, we need. Oh, key. See, this is where we find all the keys for something here, but we don't have key. We don't have enough keys. We have keys for this one, this one, this one. For this one. Oh, that was enough.
Okay.
This is the third time I've been down here to pull this damn lever, only to have the final gate shut in my face. It takes forever to sneak past those things again. There's got to be an easier way back.
What the fuck does that mean?
So this lever right here, is the final gate, and we need to have someone up there to go through the final gate. So it needs to be a team effort.
Oh.
So we'll open the first two gates with the runes that we find down here. And
So we're supposed to be here later.
Yeah, so we need to have one person down here later.
All right.
One person up there.
Nothing like the sounds of crackling flames.
I do love that sound. It do be sounding pretty nice. Okay.
We haven't heard Saji again in a while. Where is this?
He should be fine. This should be a shortcut back to the top, I think.
Bet, let's go.
Yeah, it should be the way back.
Sup?
Oh, Saji.
Oh, Saji's up above us.
What the fuck?
Rude.
Oh, Rue!
I'm scared! Oh my god!
Hello.
What the fuck?
We heard you.
Do you have a tablet?
I
Danka?
have the key.
Cool.
I heard Saji coming over, and then I was like, oh my god, Saji! And then I heard the goblin, and I was like, no, turn the other way!
Oh, this place looks important.
Does it go down even deeper? The fuck?
What? No, you look important.
Oh, we were here already.
But, oh, this is where I died, I think.
Oh, Saji's over there.
Yeah, Saji's been being chased by that thing.
Imagine being chased.
Couldn't be me, bro. I think we should go through here.
This is where Saji went, or came from eventually. Alright, stay close, Rue.
The Minotaur's here.
Where?
We ran into the Minotaur. Just turn back where we came from.
Until the gate's shut on us.
Okay, there's light. Hold on. Wait. Rue's here.
Yeah?
Oh, the puzzle room.
Is he fucking chasing me, man?
Oh my god, Hitsu! Hitsu, what are you doing? What are you doing, Hitsu? Why are you taking him here?
Why were you standing where I was going?
Did he get me? Huh? What? 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 How did shit, you were directly behind me.
Yeah, well, I juked him. Oh my god.
Alright, that's the puzzle room we need to go to.
Yeah, I remember that puzzle room. But he's there though. We have to wait a little bit, don't we?
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You know, I'm pulling up the fucking answer for this part because
Isn't it random? He's up top, he's up top, he's up top. I solved this last time I was here.
Alright, cool, go.
I solved this last time I was here. I don't remember how though. It's pretty impressive that I did actually. I'm quite proud of myself.
I was honestly impressed myself because holy shit. Here we go.
I'm gonna grab this key real quick.
Here we go.
Nani?
Can't believe you just left me like that, bro.
I didn't leave. I was just hiding.
Here we go.
How the fuck did I solve this last time? Is it the same every single time? It must be, I guess.
I do believe so.
Imagine if it's random. God damn.
Got it. Let's go.
Oh.
All right. Ooh.
And I think this is where we last left off before things like went to hell.
Yeah, we gotta go up. We got to go up. Let's follow Roost Trail. Hello? Any gamers gaming down here?
Not me. I'm a gamer gaming down here.
Oh my god. Oh. I want to get involved with that.
All right, pop quiz. What's your favorite anime?
Pop quiz. So you're saying it's a 3-0. 3-0.
ReZero? I'm gonna need a ReZero soon.
I hate it here. I hate it here. Hi, bud. How you doing? Oh, hey.
I'm dying. Thank you.
Get the fuck up.
Who just died?
I don't know. I ain't know. Oh my god.
Was it Rue?
Wait. I know what the last level is. Come on.
All right, where do you got it? Where do you got it?
The last one?
We opened the one that's like with the puzzles and the 3 pillars.
No. The other one.
The other one, the one with the keys.
No, not even the keys. It has an hourglass on it.
Yeah, the last one. The one with the hourglass next to it. That's the we have to open the other gates first before we use that one.
We do? Okay.
So you like dying like I do?
You know, is that preferable, honestly? TBH, TBH.
Right now, I was with Donko earlier, and our plan was to fucking escape and go back out to the main area. So we just gotta find our way back to our main area right now without dying.
Okay, well, you know, I'll find
Hello, Buns. How are you, dork?
Fuck that.
Oh my god, that's where we met the damn thing. Keep running.
Yeah. Poor shall bun.
Yeah. Shut up, Bun the dork.
Boon, boon.
Alright, we're upstairs. Now we just need to find, like, the exit, I guess.
Yeah.
I fucking hate horror games, actually.
Yeah, I hate horror games. My brother.
I hear stuff down there. How spooky.
This blood clip's just screaming in my ear.
There's what?
It was just a Bunsen clip played and it was just going ham in my ear.
Oh, was it her playing the Dark Occult?
No, it was a different one. It was DVD with June.
Oh. But we are two fellow Jedis, I see.
Yes. Of course, you're part of the. Yes.
Yeah, I'm a part of the Jedi Brotherhood. Last time I was a Sith, but I'm a reformed Jedi. Using your Force powers, can you tell us how to get out of here?
Of course. Just follow this booty.
Alright, say less.
I know exactly where to go. I stumbled upon the exit 10 times earlier.
Impressive, quite frankly.
Especially when I wasn't trying to.
But now we're trying to, so surely.
You see, if we look at the metric fuck ton. What the fuck was that?
We just turn around. Just throw a random face in the dark, like, so dude, you guys come here often?
The board thing came by, and so I got scared.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's it.
Oh wow, that was great. We're trying to find our way back to the mainland.
Oh, it came from there.
All right, can you lead us if you came from there?
I just followed everyone else's trail.
Bet.
Just our fuck ton of glow sticks.
It's so fucking
Or
fun.
run.
Pink. That's my pink.
Yeah, then that's me. Then we're gonna go towards the main.
Hey, mainland. Which side do we go?
Left. No, rocket.
All right, we go right. Be wary of random skelly boys in the middle of the thingy.
Oh, where's Dinky?
He was trying to get back here. We got a lot of stuff done together earlier.
Yeah, I kept seeing the little objective thing going on. Like, yeah, it wasn't.
Hey, were you just waiting for us? I found them all. We're here. The hourglass one?
Yeah. So we need somebody to stay up here and wait for the door to open and then just run in while three of us go and find the
Hourglass.
the doodle bob.
I'll
Alright.
do it. I'll do it.
Rue volunteered herself so fucking quickly.
Alright, paper, rock, scissors. I'll go find that thing, but
I'll go find it too. I don't mind. So it's between Saji and Rue, I guess.
you do?
Yeah, I was
All three of us know. All three of us know. Rue's the only one that actually does not know.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've just been, so they found me like just in the dark. Just like,
It was-
fucking hilarious.
It's so fucking funny.
Alright, well, here's your job. All you gotta do is wait for us to hit the lever over here, and then just run in there and end the level, because that's the next level over there. Okay.
We have full faith in you. Don't get caught. Don't die.
Sitting in the dark just for that. Have fun.
Good luck to her.
Bye.
I believe in her.
All right, which one were we supposed to go in? Forgot.
I know it should have my glow stick and your glow stick, Hitsu, at the beginning.
green and you're red. I don't actually know.
A little earlier, because this is already too far.
We might have, yeah, we might have been too far.
I think it was the one with all of our glow sticks on there, because I think we all went through that area.
Eventually, we must have, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't believe these two.
This one. I think this is one.
Okay.
Boys,
Which way do we go?
guys.
Fucking run!
Run!
Do we walk in a straight line?
I see your trails on the left.
Do we split off here?
Hold
Little
on,
bit.
There's more. Is over here?
Might have been.
Was it on the lower floor? I think.
It was on a lower floor. Yeah, I think. When did we find it again?
This isn't it. This is the bone catacombs are underneath us right now.
Okay.
It was a lower one, absolutely.
Let's get the.
It's on this side then. Wow.
Okay, I think it was a little.
I'm gonna clip that fucking Rue moment.
That was
I'm gonna make that a short.
Great.
I think it was over here, maybe.
Are the mazes procedurally generated? We're good. We're good.
Have a choice, I guess.
Over here, maybe.
Do you know if the mazes are procedurally generated? They're not, right? They're all set and done. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We can make it a run.
Something generated.
Right here.
Procedurally.
Procedurally generated.
Wait, we're in the wrong area. We're in the wrong area. This is the bone catacombs again.
I think they kind of connect.
You think so?
So,
Okay, I was about to fucking say, I swear to God.
no, this is also bone catacombs. Yeah, you could technically learn, I guess, where things are, right?
I ain't learning all this shit.
I'm not memorizing it, though.
Are you joshing me? Oh, that's you guys.
That ain't some bullshit.
that sucks. That,
All right.
That sucks too.
I'll see ya. But yeah, they're predefined, so more or less you just gotta find your way around, honestly. And there's some clues as to where things are, so you can kind of like position and path correctly, but it's so fucking difficult to tell what's what in here. Especially because the catacombs are dark as hell. Like, I think I just walked in a circle. But we're almost done with this level. We just gotta find the last lever, which we found earlier. But right now I have to find a way to escape. 'Cause why not? Alright, found a way up, at least. I'll be back. No worries, Band-Aids. Hope you're doing well. What the fuck? That's locked off too? I'm being cheesed. But if they were procedurally generated, can you imagine, like, you remember in Harry Potter there was the fucking hedge mazes that kept changing as you played the game? Imagine a horror game that did something like that. That'd be fucking terrifying. Wait, hold up. Did I just hear Dan? I think I just heard Dan somewhere. Hello? Hello?
Hey.
Oh. Alright. I found an exit and it was blocked off by another gate, so.
Unbelievable. Uh-oh.
I was just talking about though. Can you imagine how spooky it would be? Like, you know, in Harry Potter when the hedges like constantly change?
Yeah.
If the game also constantly changed?
Oh, that would be pretty spooky, TPH. Here we go. We're back here. Okay, so it's not this room. But is it a room further over here, maybe?
Perhaps.
I think it's on the right.
Oh, was it this one? I think it might be this one.
It might be this one, yeah.
This one looks different already, so. Yeah, there's not many light sticks here anymore.
Okay. Looks like we went through here. No, we didn't go through here.
Did not.
Um,
Was with Saji here though.
Sanji was here. Oh, I went through here. Here we go.
Baby shark doo 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 baby shark doo 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 baby shark.
I think it's at that room over there. Remember there was like a little.
Yeah, I remember. It's over there. We can walk around though, can we? They're here. That scared the shit out of me, Madman. That scared the fucking shit out of me. Oh, yeah. You have to walk back there then. I'll just stay here, wait for you. The freaking baby shark? Yeah, no, it scared me. There you are. We go this way, right? To go past it. Is it in front of us? I can't tell.
Yeah, there.
Alright, back off a little bit. Oh, Saji's here, right behind us.
Really? Oh, hey. What the fuck? It's right here. It's right here. It says these sons of biscuits are right here.
Like, guys, we've been here the whole time.
he was never lost.
Why are they standing there?
Alright, Saji, you ready to do yourself? Do a service?
Yep.
He's doing it. Alright. Alright. Did we go down earlier?
We didn't go down to here. I don't think it's here.
Okay. But to answer your question, Koi, we did Baby Shark is there because a certain someone, my dearest Sophia, loves playing Baby Shark because it irritates me. Okay, yeah.
Where's that darn room?
Yeah, it was
God, we found it
a little
so
bit the
easily.
sussy.
We just like stumbled upon it.
What if we just try to go the path that we kind of... Did we go through the maze? Did we go to the maze, the iron maze, before or after? Do you remember?
I'm not sure. We found it.
This is the one thing. No, this is different. This is different.
No. Hold on. Maybe we follow this maze over this one we're in.
Yeah. I am also not a fan of the Baby Shark, and that scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. I should specify that, but god damn it, that scared me. This is how Saji found us. I see. Watch him find it before us. This is where ruined Saji. Oh, that looks so cool. The blue and pink.
Yeah, it does look cool.
I'm ruining it.
I think it's right here. That Minotaur's around here, right?
No shot, right?
Is he behind us or above us? Like,
I don't know. I think he's above us. Look, we're in the maze. I found the maze.
this room? I think it's over here.
What was that sound?
I do not know what that was, but...
I don't want to find out either.
Dang it, we're...
Oh my fuck.
Goats.
Do we have to go through the maze? Maybe?
Yeah, I think we do. Maybe there's a shortcut along the way here. Shoot.
Something out there. Oh no, Saji just died. Surely.
Wait, hold on, there's a room over here.
Dude, that creature just spoke.
Over here, maybe? No, damn it, this is the same room. Fuck.
No, that's a different room. That's actually a different room.
Is it really a different room?
Yeah, there's 3 pillars. That was the second pillar, I think.
I feel like that may be the only room there, because this is leading back to... Hold on, what is this? Oh, hold on. Oh,
That's it. That's it. That's it.
That's it. Oh my god!
Right, we got chased by the Minotaur here. I remember.
Oh, hold on. We're left, right.
Fuck. You might be able to walk by, right? Okay, yeah, I think we have to go through the maze.
Yeah.
It's one of the one of the spots in this maze.
I feel like it was around here somewhere. Let's follow our trail mainly. Went through here, went through over there. Went through there. I think it's that.
Hello, dead body. Hello. Imagine dying. Couldn't be me.
Okay, this is a dead end, and we went back over here, I think. There's a guy over here, dude.
The classic. I remember walking this way, yes. But I feel like this is specifically the way after we found it, no?
Yeah, it was.
Isn't this the exact way? Because we had to like juke him around here and Sadi just ran off.
Yeah. Oh, he's coming.
I think I have to go back anyways. Fucking cringe.
We're here? No, that's where we came from. We're not anywhere anymore. There's a big one.
Just avoiding him. Think he's gone? He's still coming, goddamn. Did they really chase you that far? Holy shit.
It did.
That was totally it though. I remember seeing that and then we were led to it.
Yeah.
Check real quick around here. If there's anything. Another entrance.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Oh, he's probably blocking the way.
Yeah. I remember maybe it was just a pathing thing. Actually don't see anything.
Okay, this is the puzzle room. Man.
Wait, I have an idea. There's a way up somewhere.
Right here.
Okay. Never been here. Saji was here. He said he found it as well, right? When he was alone?
Yeah, hold on. Our marks are over here. Hold on.
Are we on to something?
This is where we started.
Wait, I'm gonna try to follow Saji's trail. Over here. Which one should I take? There's a middle pathway here. Have you seen this?
What in what fashion?
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey.
Did you find it yet?
I'm trying.
You're useless.
It's like
Can't believe you
I
haven't
know, like,
found
the-
it yet.
Cause like I know like the area we're supposed to go to. It's just how the fuck do we get there? Right to the pig earlier. It wasn't nice.
I figured.
Yeah.
Nah, no, this time I thought Rue died. I totally believed in you, Saji.
Fucking stand still.
I lost Danko. Alright, we're splitting up though, I guess. Good luck. Ooh, we'll find it first. Who this?
Me.
Okay, this is the second puzzle room.
Okay.
Wait, come back to me. Where are you? Oh, I see. Stay still.
The second puzzle room.
And we went from the second puzzle room.
Go through here. Saji went through here. Okay, this is a long pathway here.
It do be long. Long, man. Isn't it the first puzzle though?
Wait, right here. Wait, remember this mark? Remember this mark?
Yeah, but that led to the triple hole there.
Triple hole. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm going crazy.
Oh.
Well.
Oh no, I can't believe Rue just died. I totally believe that Saji didn't die right now.
Imagine dying, bro.
Couldn't be me.
Okay, this looks promising. Red and green, and Rue as well. This goes down.
Okay, let's go down at some point. I do remember that.
We're back. It has to be this maze area.
It has to be an entrance somewhere. It's just a pathing thing for sure.
Yeah. Why is he back here?
I'm gonna guess Saji. Or no, Rue, sorry. That's a lot of glow sticks.
That is a lot of glow.
That is true. There was a rave in the catacombs. Oh, I attracted the attention of someone.
Is that the...
Might be.
Oh, fuck.
I'm running anyways. Ah, fuck. Dickhead! It's honestly so cool. I love that you can tag people in the title now. That makes it so much easier for collabs and all that fun shit.
Hey.
Hello. I was running. I'm back.
Okay. So. Okay. So it's not there. It's right here.
Oh my god. Hey, one of your friends making a funny noise. That's not my friend, Kylie.
I go left.
Really, he won't be attracted.
Maybe over here.
This is where the triple
Okay,
hole
over
is.
here.
I think the triple hole has to mean something though. The triple symbol has to mean something.
Maybe over here. This went up. Why is this going up? No, it just came from here. I just came from here. One of these rooms, definitely in this room.
Something that makes sense.
I just know it, Hitsu. It has to be here.
It's the only thing that makes sense. It was just our pathing. Somehow we found the right path. Wait. Thought I saw red and blue a lot over there.
I'm just following the left side. I'm just following the left side. I'm going over here.
So many glowstones.
Going over here. I'm going over here. Going through that door over here.
Is this where we were earlier when Saji got eaten at? Or jumped on?
Let me see it.
What you been up to today, Kylie?
Wrong way.
Gang. Or
Here?
see us. That's something. What is that something? Wait, that's it, I think.
Is it? Don't lie to me, Hitsu. Oh my god, it is. Okay, finally.
All right. Good job, Rue. All right, we zoom. I can make it back before it ends. I'm kidding. I'm not making it back before it ends. You know, it'd be funny if all of us have to make it. That'd be an awkward condition, wouldn't it? Think I'm stuck in a language barrier diff with a customer service rep? What? Potato? What? What? They got my internet back at least? Well, I'm glad you got your internet back. What? All right, we made it to the catacombs. Made it to the catacombs.
Good job.
You did it, Rue! You saved us! Woo! Those beady eyes.
Most important job. Holy
Honestly,
Low key, you did. Because there's a timer on it. If you didn't, we would have been fucked.
I don't.
Alright, let me read this.
the thing.
Looks like there's a storm coming. I best get through here quick. I know these areas flood often. Joan. Huh?
Someone told me to call you cute.
What?
Yeah, sorry. I was just told to call you cute.
Nani? They're dark then.
Someone told me to call you cute.
Damn, he.
Ah, it's Satan. Oh shit, Satan, my boy.
All right, guys. I don't know anything about the level, so good luck.
Alright, I'll read it again. Looks like there's a storm coming. I best get through here quick. I know these areas flood often. Joan.
Joan's still alive?
Ew.
Apparently.
Footsteps are so fucking squishy.
Ew. It's so moist. Ooh, my socks are wet.
Your socks are fucking like, get out of here. you freak.
Growl.
Oh my god, wet socks. Disgusting.
Oh my god.
Oh look, glow sticks glow even underwater.
Oh, that's cool. Look at that. All right, well, we should get going. I don't know where we're going. Matt,
Here we go. What's up, Oli? They're trying to explain that I need to do something. I'm trying to say I already did it. They're trying to say it's not right and they want to change it, but I'm like, no, it's right. Fucking hate customer service sometimes. It's so awkward. Good luck to you, Kylie, honestly.
I have to get myself.
Look, guys, it's my house.
it's sloppy.
Welcome to the bayou.
Say it like that. Sloppy. It's sloppy. Yeah.
Sloppy, bro.
It's sloppy.
Guys, we're in Louisiana. Oh, there's another note here.
It's Louisiana. Damn storm has flooded the area again. I'm not sure of the damage, but someone was down by the cliff. It was probably Jim.
Goddamn Jim.
To watch the silhouette. I really hope it.
I have an infinite supply of glow sticks, Oli. It's Time Lordian technology. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
Fucking kids getting all my fucking swab on. Goddamn.
Back in my day.
It's the box that keep Nezuko from Demon Slayer in.
Oh wow!
Oh, hey.
Da 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 da.
You can't keep me in the box.
Get in the
Yeah,
box.
I can fit.
Get in the fucking
Okay,
box.
I'll get
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you could probably fit.
I'm picking up the box. I'm picking it up. Oh my god.
Oh, look at the safe sound music, guys. It's a safe haven in here.
Wow, I'm
You
so
know what?
safe.
Makes it worse somehow. Let's go.
Maybe.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
You
man,
know,
why
I
is
wasn't
it so
expecting
shitty
to find out would
being
be a
goofy
swam.
out here, man?
Why are you so
Almost done.
Oh.
Nice.
Guys.
The boardwalk.
Oh my gosh.
When you say that way, I'm low-key hoping for a chunky gator for trumpet and maybe a small tiny hat. Oli just said that there might be a small or giant chunky alligator or with a tiny trumpet and maybe a small tiny hat waiting around these parts.
I wouldn't mind. You
You
updated
know
the
what?
title.
We don't have to do this. This looks like this looks like bad business.
You know,
What do you mean? It's just wet shoes. Wet socks. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Let's go, Saji.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'll give those two some alone time. Goodbye!
There's a way on the fucking road.
Alright, I have no idea what the fuck we're supposed to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm checking your objective. It's just, you know, escape swamp.
Why not just walk out here?
Find us. Oh, objective updated.
Due to the severity of the storm, we will be evacuating to a site with more facilities. Please meet down by the dock on Saturday at noon. We will need volunteers to keep the sawmill running as well as man the sluice. What? The sluice gates? The fuck? To prevent severe flooding, slush, something.
Let me read it.
Go for it.
Let's see, this is very fucking volunteers. Get some as well as the. I think it. I think it is slosh.
It is, you know what? There is no other word. For this.
Sloosh, slush, sloosh.
Sloppy and guappy.
We will not be returning until after the storm has passed and conditions are safe to do so. Do not be late. So we're fucked.
Maybe if we
Guys,
ask the fence, please.
Guys, I think I know our next monster.
Yeah.
It's an alligator.
No way.
I think
Ah,
No way.
tiny trumpet time.
Tiny trumpet time.
No.
I love trumpets. Let's go.
Oh, we must be in
I
Florida.
don't want to do that.
If you are a true lover of jazz, this place is amazing.
Steve Irwin taught me otherwise.
Can we run in here? Oh, we can. We kind of can.
It ain't but a thing if you ain't. Wait, what? Dua, 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 dua.
Want to go for the shiny?
Open salami. This.
Oh my god! Oh shit!
Holy shit! Where is?
Oh my god!
Pick her up! Pick her up!
Help!
It's coming for your ass! What just happened?
What the fuck?
What just happened? I accidentally fell and we all just got murked.
We died. in each other's arms.
Wow. Okay. Goodbye, my friends.
I'll see you guys back here.
Wow. I'm shocked. I am shocked.
Minky says, I don't think that shiny was good.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Hey guys, look, a shrine.
Also, hi Alistair, how's it going? I was watching your stream earlier, but I had to get lost in the woods with these.
Hey,
purporses.
can you call Alistar a dork for me?
Alistair, I am contractually obligated to call you a dork.
Hell yeah.
Are we going backwards?
No, this is the right way.
I don't trust bodies of water anymore.
I love swimming.
I wouldn't go swimming in the swamp. Just laying
Yeah, this is dookie water. What are you on about?
Dude,
Hey. One man's dookie is another man's treasure. Or something like that.
Weird. I'm staring at. There's also like a stairway right here, but you guys were like a little too silly to look for it. But it's okay. It's okay. You know, like.
You're right. I'm built different.
Some cuties are smart.
I'm built different. We're built different. Let's go.
Because we were standing around.
It was in fact not out of nowhere.
Alright, guys, here's the report. Alright, there was a note there, and guess what the note said?
What?
Warning, gators.
Oh shit, there's gators around. Be careful.
Alright, let's go.
Where's Rue? Rue, there's a gator coming. Run!
Don't fuck with me. Stop.
I actually don't see anything.
You're a bitch.
There's nothing up here. There ain't nothing.
I turned the power on. I turned the power on earlier. Whatever this is, I turned that on.
My
That's it?
pants are wet.
Oh, there's a letter here. What the fuck?
Wow, shiny. Oh my god.
Oh, there's a. I didn't see this. I'll read it. I am sick of these gators. My name is Jim, and I swear these fuckers are getting bigger too. Saw one today the size of some of our fishing boats. The storm's coming, and I really don't want these things swimming around if it floods. If you see a broken fence, God damn it, you better report it.
Gators bad.
Okay, Jim. I'm gonna take a Jim seriously.
Do we have like a knife or like the wire cut?
Are you fucking a god?
We need it.
You were like flying through everything for me just now. Yeah, you were going through the walls and stuff.
Yeah, I have it's witch powers. Woo.
Wow.
Further in the swamp.
I know.
There might be
no.
something further in the swamp, but I'm scared. Yeah, if I watch you go through, you die in front of me.
Just don't be afraid. I accidentally, you pushed me, I bet.
Oh, there's a boat. There's a boat.
What, me?
Yeah, I bet you pushed me in.
I was as far away as possible. What you mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Look, guys, it's a ball.
Fuck me. Okay.
I got ball.
Is that the alligator over there? Where I'm throwing it? I can't tell.
Stop.
I can't tell either.
I actually don't know what it looks like.
I'm
Is
going
it a-
to that.
is that a
that land
buoy?
of, I'm going to the land over here. This is not land. This is not land. I refuse.
You think the more of us in the swamp attracts it, maybe?
Maybe.
I'm gonna
I think-
cry if I'm the one to die again.
What you up to, though, Kylie? Good luck with that shit. That shit sounds awful. Also, have you seen my recent TikTok, Kylie? Oh, they're just chilling over there. Let me read this. Oh, this is the same warning notice earlier. This is the boats for hire for Elaine's tackle shop.
I'll feel better soon, Lake. Oh, we could crawl through here.
Yeah. Oh my god, I stepped in shit. Oh.
There's a crowbar here. I picked it up. Wait, this used the Phasmophobia engine, guys.
Disrespect for the stupid
See the fucking paint cans?
Oh my
God,
god.
someone
shut
get
the
this
That-
motherfucker, man. This
Holy shit, I had no idea.
So what's happening?
It's the Phasmophobia engine or whatever they use.
oh my
Fuck over here.
God.
Yeah, they had the Phasmophobia paint cans.
Yeah, where are you? Look at me. Well,
What?
anyways.
Oh my.
Oh my god, live on Twitch?
Oh my
Give him
god.
the kiss. Give him the kisser.
The hands, man, is around 6 to 7 a.m. I woke up groggy, let's just say. After watching, I'm wide awake now. Sounds phenomenal.
I can't
The Twitch display of the like. You're a dork.
Damn, you guys are so slow. I'm already here.
You're a light. Let him
Oh my god.
I never want to say that again.
Not a good lie. Pretty cringe. Pretty cringe
That
here.
was very cringe.
There's an orange slide over this. We should probably head over there.
Also, I can't confirm that's not Gator.
Alright, not a gator. Pog.
Me when I'm not
Ugh.
What about that, though?
here. Oh, wait.
Well, that's a fire.
Not working now?
That's not an orange light. That's straight up burning. Who was here?
Why is it a wagon? Like we're like in the 18th century.
Does this hurt?
Yo, it's a Joker world.
Mukatte no kuru no ka.
Oh my god,
say
I'm an
the
actual
joke
witch that
reference?
should be burned at the stake. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Why did you say the JoJo's everything?
Because, you know.
Yeah. Fuck.
You seen part one, right? Fuck, come on.
Lee,
Clearly it's
how are you
Joker.
doing today? I'm genuinely asking.
Thank you, Yoja.
Hey, buddy.
You're banned.
You like the slimy fucking steps that we're making? I don't.
I just want to say hello before I have to go. Well, hello. You're banned. What the fuck? That scared me. Ay, ay, ay.
Hey,
Saw, dude. Whoa! It's me.
where'd Dinky go?
Nah, he got lost.
Go.
Don't ban me. You're banned. It's over.
He's there, I guess.
It's over, Anakin. Oh, what are you doing, Yojo? Where are you going? Where are you going? I sense a disturbance in the force.
What? I didn't see anything.
Dinky,
Okay.
get the fuck out of that water, sir.
Oh my god, you scared me.
Have a good stream. Thank you. I will indeed. You have a. I told you I sense a disturbance in the force.
Maybe if we distract
Can he get you on top of that, I wonder?
We're about to find out. I'm going back home to South Dakota. I go. Oh, that's awesome. Have a safe trip, Yoja. Take care. Tell me how it goes if you get. Are you driving, landing, flying, boating?
I got you. I got you.
All right. I'm gonna follow them. They're chaotic. Good luck. Brew.
I don't know, like, any other.
Oh my god, I'm so heavy. Petit White, yes? No, San Diego? Oh,
So,
Alright.
that makes more sense.
Fuck me, ball.
Fuck it, we ball.
I'll wait for Rue. You guys can go ahead.
We gaming. We gaming.
Can you redeem? Can you cancel his action?
I'm not sure what she's doing right now, but I'll wait for her. But no, enjoy your flight. Have a safe flight. Take care. Let me know if you land safely and all that. Take care. Rue! Thank you for scaring the shit out of me.
Wait, hold on. Oh my god, I'm alone and scared. Help.
Oh no, she's
I'm
alone.
scared. Help me.
Help, I've fallen and I can't get up.
I have. I might as well have.
Alright, I'm following them.
Following your footsteps.
Are we just walking in circles? Kind of are. Guys, did you guys realize that we're walking in circles?
Crazy. There we go.
Got this, Rue.
Okay, like this. Okay.
Yeah, this way. Definitely this way. Definitely this way.
This way.
Bro, get your butt over here.
This is where we came.
I'm getting my butt over
no,
here.
no,
I'm getting
over
my butt
here,
over here. You
over
don't have to ask
here.
twice.
For the
Oh, the lights. We have to go through the lights.
I'm going.
Oh, I see. Alright, you, me, Saji.
I'm balling. I'm balling so hard right now.
I think if you slash, you can probably track the gator. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. Right.
It's coming right for you. It's coming right for you.
He can't get us wrong.
Haha, you stink. You don't even play jazz.
I fucking hate you. You're
Do you like
stupid.
jazz? Obviously, he doesn't.
I can see the inside of Hitsuga.
Well, that's illegal. Don't do that.
Where's the next spot
I'm
to
sorry,
go
I'm
to?
sorry.
Is that it? Oh Christ in heaven! The gator's right the fuck
Yeah.
there.
Oh, you guys see the little bridge across? Trying to throw it.
Yeah, over there.
Moving on the bayou. Moving on the bayou. Moving on the bayou.
I'm doing it.
Oh, okay, wait, let's go out. Let's go out.
I can do it. 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 Fuck you! I did it.
Yeah, he's right the fuck over here.
Look at this dude.
Calm down.
I made it safely. I'm the safe one. All right, I'm gonna keep going.
He's not coming.
All right, bet. Hell yeah!
Holy shit.
I always knew we would make it. Sometimes you just gotta take a leap of faith.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
They're being safe. That's fine. Oh, look at this. There's been blood here.
Oh,
That's
come on.
not my problem. Could it be me?
Oh, do
I have a crowbar. Yeah, I think I do.
Nice.
Okay. Why? Wait. Why is there a crowbar opening? Why is it? Why are we locking something inside here?
Man.
Right? Is that not what that implies? I fucking knew it, so I hid.
I'm fine.
Oh, that's sure is a good thing I'm a total coward. Oh, a key. You want it?
I yoinked it.
E for them.
They'll open up the fence. Oh, so we can head back now.
What fence? I don't remember the fence. Oh, I remember.
Mm. All right, guys, we can leave.
We can head back. Let's go.
What do you mean?
We can hit the dusty old trail because I got the key.
Oh, that's right. You get the key. You get the key. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
See you later.
All right, what's more?
What should we bomb?
Good luck, crew.
Moving on the bayou. Stop throwing sticks at me. Moving on the bayou.
Everyone, quick throw sticks at her.
Stop it! Stop it! Mom, I fucking it's back at you, bitch! Back at you!
Run!
Fucking assholes! What? You're not gonna go too? Get out!
What's over there?
You know, I don't care enough.
I do. I'm curious.
Have fun, sir.
You're right. I will.
I don't know any direction. The gator hopefully isn't.
That was a very lopsided throw.
Yeah. Got him.
Go, go.
Come on, Room, run!
Go. Oh my god.
Oh god.
All right, well, we got the thing. Let's get what is it?
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
That's right.
Right, oh my god. Oh gosh.
Not
Oh.
say that.
Wow! A little bit angry there, aren't we? Gator Chan Yo.
Yeah, you tossed up. I was just saying like three of you guys get yeeted through the sky. I'm like, oh my Christ.
You would literally get thrown into the air.
I want to see that perspective.
It was pretty funny.
It just looks
Pretty
from
hilarious.
your perspective being killed. It just looks like he drags you under.
Yeah.
I did not get thrown in the air. I just got jostled.
All three of you got tossed in the fucking air. He was juggling you.
Oh, I want to see that from Saji's perspective. That's probably so funny.
It's whack. It was whack as hell.
Hey.
Then I gotta see your perspective because.
Yeah, Saji hasn't died yet.
Whoa, not me. Open the gate.
Open salami.
I do it.
How do you do it?
Huh, there's like a bar on it. I picked up the key.
It's a lock here.
Oh, do I gotta do it like on the lock itself?
Maybe.
You guys get the wire cutter?
Wire cutter.
No, wait.
Saji.
Wait. The house has the wire. The
Oh, that has a lockbox. Right.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Maybe
There was a lock on the gate, and I thought, okay,
maybe
we'll open
we
it.
shouldn't do like this. You know, I don't think this is the wisest choice to take.
Over here. I'm gonna do some random ass exploring. Let's do some random ass exploring. Green. What is this place? my curious nature might be the end of me one day. Oh, I'm too curious, so I might die one day.
They look like this. Why?
Wow.
So we gotta take down all these amulets.
Wow, fighting an alligator.
Huh? Who said Hitsu?
Going home. Oh, she was looking for you actually. He's over here.
Oh, fucking asshole! Oh my god.
Nani?
Nani?
Wait.
Okay, no clips for me.
We gotta take out these amulets.
Here's the dog. That dude? Tja.
It's not just any dead dude. The dead dude doesn't have a fucking face.
Oh my god, no face?
Oh, that's...
This guy, is he okay?
What happened? What? Wait, what? Whatever did... that's gonna happen to me. Watch out now. It looks like there might be more than just alligators.
Okay, he's just taking a nap.
I feel like there might be more than just alligators. There is more than just alligators! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it!
Help!
Oh my god!
Oh my... Oh my... That was a leech.
Nasty as hell. Oh god.
It's alright, at least her face isn't gone. See, I had a feeling it wasn't just alligators for some reason.
No way.
Swap sock.
Wait, watch out. There's a lot of... Oh my god, I think I see them kind of in the...
Oh, look, the dogs. I thought it.
It's coming! Ah! Oh god, there's so many. They actually chase you.
Oh god.
Stop. Oh, the sound.
I am not a fan.
Fuck it, we ball. Let's go.
I
Let's go.
hate
Fuck
it.
we
I'm
ball.
running. I'm heated and I'm running.
I heard if you're Barry Allen, you're safe. Just run straight. Run straight, Rue.
I can hear. I'm running. I'm running. Just let me out. 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 Oh.
God, I'm not a fan of this.
Nah, this sucks. You know, I'll take any other creature we had before.
Oh, that Minotaur was kind of fucking shit up.
Well, he was
Like
too
a-
wild for me. I hated that guy.
Like, yeah, I like how Dinky's just on the fucking. He's all up in these puddles. He's a swimming dog.
He's like, I'm on the case.
Yeah, he's on the case. I hate the mud sound.
The
What is that sound?
sound of what?
Sound of my heart going pitter patter for each and every one.
We're dead.
Uh-oh.
No fucking shot.
What is that sound? What?
That was not an alligator. That was not a slug or leech thing. That's another... There's 3 fucking creatures on this map.
What if it's a big
Dinosaur?
There's a note here. There's a note here. There's a note here.
You're a note here.
I'm going to close the gates for now. Storm's coming, and I don't have time.
God damn it.
I think there may be some parcels down by the shacks. I know a bunch of them cogs need cleaning up. Maybe there's enough.
Yeah?
We need cogs.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
God.
The
alright.
cogs are turning.
Gotta get caught.
I'll just make some.
What's over here? If there's anything here.
Okay, I guess we're not going that way.
I think we.
And this is where we need to go eventually.
Hey, there looks to be a little ways.
Whoa, you see a bridge over there?
It looks like a way over here. Huh?
All right, good luck. You can lead the way.
Okay.
I don't want to see whatever that thing that made that sound was.
Oh, look, I was right. Pig
Wow.
pen. Oh.
Wait, oh god. We need to find a lot of stuff.
Oh, good luck. I'm gonna read this note for myself real quick. Figured I'd leave you a note, since I can't find you anywhere. Looks like the storm washed away the boat fuel at the dock. Should be some spare cans in town. Don't have time to get them right now. I need to finish up the pig pen. I owe you, buddy. Yeah, we're fucked. Did you just break the fucking lights? Did you break the lights?
It broke by itself. There's something in here. Oh, there's a hammer. Oh, I got the boat keys. Boat keys.
It's hammering time.
I got the boat key.
Okay, that's good. Having a boat would be very nice.
We get the boat key, so we've done our part here.
What else is there around here? Oh, this pig got definitely fucked up by something.
He's just late. He's been having a rough day. How do we get?
But my bacon. We've never been up here, I don't think. Oh my god, that's electrical shit, right? Surely.
Yeah, look, the power lines are down. The power lines are down.
All right. My instincts are correct. Hey! Oh. Hey!
Oh, this is a save point. This is a save point.
Ooh, there's a note here. Heard something down by the dock tonight. Didn't sound at all like any animal I've heard before in these parts. Could it be the thing that Kenny swore he saw in the swamp? Trying to remember how he described it. Some sort of swamp dog or something. Then again, he's always claiming he's seen some sort of monster out in the swamp. Either way, I'm keeping away from the dock for a few days. Something has been into the fish barrel, so I'm not taking any chances. Skip King.
You died. You died.
Holy shit.
He straight up just died.
Yeah, I know.
What did he say? I got this.
Yeah, he said,
Saji?
Saji, come on.
I feel like me and oh yeah, I didn't have the rubber insoles.
Pump the air into his Jordans, bro.
hold on, we have to take a nap. I'm gonna take a nap first.
Okay.
Alright. Y'all want some beers?
Oh, I love beer. I love the Miller Lights.
You know, I'll be
Oh.
the driver. I'll stay sober.
Miller Lite. This is a Bud Light kind of family.
Bud Light.
Nah, I don't really want to drink. No, thank you.
I love Corona Light.
I love Corona Light.
Corona.
Curb my beer belly. It helps curb my beer belly. I've been having too much apple.
I already got Corona. I don't need no Corona Light.
I think Dos Equis isn't that bad.
You like
well,
those eggs?
That kind of almost got me.
I can't.
It made me like jump a little bit.
Fucking beer though.
But hello, Opal. How are you? How are you doing, Dork?
Slap on your butt cheeks. Slap.
I'm going down here, fellas.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I think it's a dead end.
Can we crouch into this room?
I think it's a proper dead end.
Oh, I guess you can't. I see him.
That's a rock. Got it.
Wait, have you guys looked at this on the ground?
The tray. Isn't this like the wagon
The-
marks?
Are these wagon marks? Where do they lead?
Wagon your marks.
You have no spooky sounds that to work with what I got?
Oh my god.
Get played.
Again?
I am not a spooky kind of person.
I think we went over here. This is dead end too.
I actually think I have a couple, but they might be bit oriented. I can try to. If you have any good spooky sounds, Opal, give me an idea, and I'll make it like a redemption thing.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
That made me jump though. Yoja earlier got me with the boo, the $100 or $100 boo notification, where it's my Sophia being a complete dork. I'll play it for you. I'm gonna play it for you real quick, cause he just reminded me. Let me see.
Wait, there's
You
a
just reminded me. Let me go ahead and play that for you.
From one of them houses. He looked like he'd seen a ghost.
I think it's on here somewhere. How do I go to the what? Streamer login? I got you, Opal. This is what got me earlier. Once I play it.
Hold on, which one's first?
This one. I'll play this one.
The June 10th, 1893. Miss Fur has formally requested that nobody enter or approach the mines. She has turned a blind eye to those who refuse to leave after the catacombs were
I know it's not that scary.
completed, but has sufficiently stated.
It scared the living shit out of me earlier when Yoja did it. But that's my fiance saying boo, and I just turned into a notification. Oh my god, hold up. Wait, what?
To survey the removal of
but it's like me jumping in my dreams.
severe risk to human health. While she didn't give specifics, we believe it is down to the copious amounts of mercury left within the mines. One again, I'm dyslexic, please. One again, Ms. Furr has asked me to stress the severity of legal action that will
Weak?
from anyone
How am I
seen in
weak?
proximity of the mines. S. Cleanfield, legal attorney. You know, the other one's fucking yours. I don't want to do that shit.
Sick lore.
But if you have any like proper good ones,
Tragically passed.
hit me up. I'll if I'm gonna play more horror games with the homies, I'll get a fucking proper scary alert.
Within the rock. Ms. Fur has confirmed that Fur Estate will no longer fund any work at the mine. There is still a small
I'm like
masonry work
cringing inside just thinking about how I'm gonna get scared.
Into a series of catacombs. Whoa, the catacombs!
Whoa, we were just there!
Project has been completed. Unfortunately for everyone else, you will have to look for new work elsewhere. Ms. Fur has stated that she will not forcefully remove anyone off the land at this time, and that she will allow
Dirty.
them to relocate in
I
their own
tried.
time instead.
I tried.
Oh my
As
god,
Fun feels legal.
this look. Oh my god.
Loud bangs or dicks is a classic.
I tried, June. I tried some hardcore parkour.
But-
Teabag Donko in his face. Oh my god.
It didn't end well.
Yeah, it did.
Hey guys, it's my little goblin cave.
I could try again.
Dicks.
Coming with you.
Massive cock.
We can talk about this.
How do you guys feel about massive cocks?
I think they're pretty cool.
That's cool.
They're pretty neat.
This is dead end.
No, it's not.
Mark doesn't love. Were you trying to tell me to shut the fuck up? Also, my alarm just fucking stuck.
Okay,
Pop.
guys, now hear
Pop.
me out. Now hear me
Pop.
out. Okay.
Pop. 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 Pop.
Okay, wait, but we got a boat key. Me and Hitsuga found a boat key, so we should probably try to find a boat.
Yeah, Mark has abandoned all
Yeah,
of
yeah,
us.
yeah.
So-
But you know where that boat could be?
Up yours. I'm so sorry. I saw an opportunity.
Oh my god.
Wow, bro.
Sorry.
What
I
the
know.
fuck?
Sorry.
The fuck?
What the fuck?
I'm
What
sorry.
what did I do? What the fuck did I do?
The dock is on our right side, but like, how the fuck am I supposed to get to the dock?
Now hear me out. Okay.
Ah! Okay. I missed my fucking jump.
Hold on. I got no.
Ah!
Oh my god, they're doing it!
But I love to watch him leave. Anyway.
What the fuck? Wow.
Hardcore parkour, hardcore parkour, hardcore parkour.
Oh, yeah. It's so fucking easy.
Okay.
So easy. It's so easy. I got
It
this.
is. It actually is.
What? How shocking.
Aw.
Actually, you didn't laugh at my joke, so fuck you.
God, oh my
Bitch.
I may have died the most, but I made it first. Someone died. Oh no.
Momentum. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, I got it.
I might have been the one to die the most, but I got here first.
Because you died the most.
Gang, gang.
Most experience with the deaths. What is in here? What is in here? What is in here?
Alright, cool.
Doom and blood in the ground.
Oh, look. Another letter. Which idiot wired these houses? There's fuses all over the place. I have no idea what leads where or how I even turn off the electric to the house. This whole thing needs rewiring, Nash.
Did I turn off the fuse? There's no more electric water.
I'm doing this out of pride.
Are you all up in my face right now? Huh?
Proud of you. You did it.
I did it.
Oh my god, what?
I'm here for you.
Get it up in your face.
Wait,
What do you want to what?
Don't stop believing. Huh. Ha 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 ha. So there's an alligator, there's slugs, and there's probably some evil demon lord creature type thing. Hey, look. What's this do?
Oh, that's it. Open up the dam.
What are you guys doing?
I was touching things.
Nice. I like touching things.
I also like
Let's
that.
go.
Whoa.
Thank you, cat.
YOLO.
Go let me. Damn it.
I'm leading the venture into the dark. My homies need me. I won't abandon them. I'll guide them to safety. Is that over there? Can't tell, to be honest. They're coming. Nani? What happened?
Oh, checkpoint.
Hey, gang gang.
Let me through the window.
Holy shit, something got Jim on the docks. Completely tore him to pieces before dragging him into the swamp. I thought it was gonna get me too. But I managed to hide out in a
Looking
shed.
at his face.
Looks like they're here and ain't great. I'm gonna try
What is that? That is Saji's voice modulator, making him into a chipmunk.
Wait, hold on, Saji. You want to be a chipmunk too? I got this. I don't.
Reminder to self. Left boat keys with Nash, said he might need to make a trip to pack up some parts to finish up the pig pen. I hope he remembers to refuel the boat. Okay. Already have the boat key though. Kind of random note.
There's a.
Okay.
Saji, hold on, Saji, sing with me. Christmas time.
Oh my god, I'm running. I'm running. Huh? I'll take it.
Oh my, it's over now. I'm free. I'm free from my prison.
About the other guys, it just feels so quiet around here. When everyone returns, I think I'm gonna try to be there for people more. Hell, I'm even getting friendlier with Jim. Jim's dead. Good luck, Wyatt. What's the thing here? A blue medallion.
Amulet, take it down, take it down, take it down.
No, I need.
First, is that our first one?
That is our first amulet.
We have to find 10?
God.
What if you're the first amulet? Hmm?
What? What'd you say?
Yeah, I said, what if you're the first amulet?
Rare chess endgame trick you must know. Thank you, YouTube.
This is back here? No, this is different. It looks the same.
He got mad.
Heading to the mines. I think I can end this for good. The mines. Joan. Joan's still here. She's heading to the mines.
Man, I don't know this Joe. Oh god!
What if I started playing Bruno Mars in here? Hmm?
Oh god.
I don't think that's kind of, I don't think that's that kind of.
Saji might be dead.
Oh god.
How did he die?
Oh god.
Oh, I see the path we have to go.
Why are you down there?
I'm
Also, how are you doing, Vinny? I'm not sure if I said anything.
Okay, you're
Fine.
fine. You're fine.
fine.
Okay, do we have to go out to the random openness over here?
Saw Jeezy. What are you doing?
I don't.
Saw Jeezy.
You see that right there? See where the alligator is right in front of us? Do we have to go in the waters this way? I feel like I do if this alligator's spawning there.
Mayhaps. We might have to go past Bruce here.
Okay.
Fuck off. Rue? Rue?
Rue?
Rue? Rue?
Wait, Rue?
Wait, did he just actually actually ignore you?
He
He completely
ignored you.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
What the fuck?
Is this where the boat is supposed to be, though, maybe?
Maybe.
This looks like a dock.
Come back.
Nice. He pieced out for now.
Yeah, he pieced out.
Yeah, you got me. That's a good one. The fucking phasmophobia scare is so hecking stupid. I'll think of some other ones to add. That are, and I'll make it like not sound alert, just like basic channel point redemption. Just to scare the shit out of myself, I guess, daily.
He's leaving.
It looks like he has like a path thing to him.
Do we have to walk? I'm fucking doing it.
Have fun.
This sounds like a terrible idea. If I die, oh my god, that scared the shit out of me, dude. Fuck, that scared the fucking shit out of me. It's a dead end. It's a dead end. Go back. No fucking shot, dude. No. That's awkward.
You know the steps, you know?
I didn't realize you guys were all following me. You guys all followed.
we're all like, you know what? It's time to stop being a pussy. And then I jumped in. I was
You died.
And I was like, you know, I could use it red as a meat shield.
And you didn't. And you weren't able to.
We all just died. Alright, so where are we?
We're back at this place. Where'd Dinky
Yeah, we're just
go?
back here.
Where the fuck am I going?
Where's Dinky at? Dinky Winky.
Like, I don't know the pathing though.
Dinky Winky.
That scared the shit out of me.
Where'd you go?
The honk and the fucking gator actually appearing.
Maybe we shouldn't go this way.
Wait, what's this building over here on our left? Oh, I see where he went.
Where'd he go?
There's more the entire time.
Oh, we are just blind.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wow, that's
There's
crazy.
something-
Everybody died.
There's something here. In that house over there. There's something hunting. Something's hunting.
Do you want me to go beat it for you? Do you want me to go beat its ass?
We can take it.
Oh, you know we have 0 lives, by the way, right?
We should
can take it.
Beat its ass. Beat its ass.
I mean, all 4 of us versus 1? That sounds manageable. Oh, fucking mosquitoes! Ah! Fucking mosquitoes! I hate mosquitoes!
What the fuck? I thought
Oh,
it was
hell
just a little
no.
mosquito. I thought it was just a little
Oh.
mosquito.
Oh, absolutely.
Never
Really?
fuck with
You get in
mosquitoes.
front of me? You get in front of me while
Oh
I'm doing
my
it?
God.
Yeah?
It's coming back!
I hope your ass gets much, but mosquito
Oh
next I
god,
can't
no!
stand you.
Not bugs! Anything but bugs, dude! Oh god! Oh no! No, I hate it.
No way.
I hate mosquitoes. IRL and in games.
I thought you were just talking like little mosquitoes, but no, it's an actual mosquito. A huge fucking mosquito.
Holy
Evil, huh?
fucking
How'd you
shit.
go, Evil?
It scared the shit out of
We
me.
get a little shout out for
Oh,
Evo.
I'm more afraid than ever.
He is the home.
Saw another one of those giant flies. That was a fucking mosquito. That's Cap. Again tonight. Second time this week. It would not leave me alone. Luckily, my flashlight was powerful enough to deter it when it got too close. Ah, flashlight.
Okay.
Wherever these things don't come from, so I think I should have left with the others. Wyatt. So point your flashlight at it. I'm gonna test it out.
I mean, it can't get all of us, right?
Surely.
Motherfucker, where you at? Where you at, bitch? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
Yeah. I can aim, fool. I can aim. Yeah. Back up.
Get the fuck out of here. I'll cook your
We
rest.
gotta keep moving.
I don't want to do this anymore. Oh god. Oh
I'll cook
god.
your rest. It's gone now.
All right, we did it.
Oh god.
Fuck mosquitoes.
Oh no.
Oh, look! Oh my God! It's taking a nap.
What?
Where are
Hey,
It's taking a nap. Hey.
Where are you?
me and the cogwheels we go way back. Oh my god. Oh, what the fuck? Don't go away. I shouldn't be watching. Oh wow. Look at the beautiful moon.
Fucking the
Back up.
Thank you. I didn't know you were
It's
all
taking a
about.
nap.
What the fuck is this?
Scambery, Michelle.
It is taking. You're right. It is taking.
Harry Loodle, thank you for
I
following.
thought you. I thought you.
Persaloodles?
I was like, no.
Oh.
It's taking a nap. Look at that. Oh,
Wow.
I think that's what we needed.
I see.
That the only one we needed?
I think we need
Little
two
houses.
It-
Okay, I
it's
will.
pretty big. I don't know about you, but I think that was it.
Wait, no, there's the house though. You said you saw a creature in.
Yeah. Back where that farm place. There's like a weird creature in that area.
Back up. Fuck off, mosquitoes. I'm allergic to your shits. Yeah. I can aim. Back up.
Oh, be gone.
Goddamn demon mosquito thing.
I think we have to go to the other house over here. Just double check.
Thank you for chasing my voice again.
Don't even try it. I'm watching you, fool. Persaloodles, thank you for the follow, Persaloodles. Holy shit, that scared me.
How strange.
I'm going down.
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
I've never been more eager
All right.
to not die in my life.
Not you, Persaloodles. Thank you for the follow, Persaloodles.
Jeez.
How are you doing? Purse, right? You said I could call you Purse?
Fucking A.
What's this?
Where's he? How do we go up there?
Don't worry, we just need someone to rizz up the mosquito, then it will never attack us again.
All right, I got it.
And I know we got Saji the fuckboy.
Fuck that.
Oh wait, hold
Persa.
on. Yeah,
Riz
sorry,
is
give me a
off.
second. Wait, hold on.
Evil seduced the bug.
Yeah, evil seduced.
Oh, here's the other cog. Here's the other cog.
Nice.
Yeah. Because there was two at the little gate thingy for us to cross.
Oh my God.
I didn't like the sound of that.
I like this.
Yeah.
Oh god.
What? Wait, why? Why are you screaming?
What?
I hate bugs.
Okay, I think we have to go back now.
Alright, we have 0 lives, so we gotta do it carefully.
We gotta
You gotta
stay
bring the
together.
result.
Yeah, he's up there. Look at him. Look at that.
Fucking stinky little shit.
Oh, he's coming.
I can aim, fool! Back up! Why can't we just take this boat? It's sinking, that's why.
Over here. Is there anything else? Oh God. Get rid.
Where is it, she said? Alright, cover me down! Medic!
Go. I got you. Medic.
Listen here, motherfucker. Listen here. That was disrespectful as fuck. I can't see. I'm blind. I didn't bring my glasses.
Alright, we're good.
Over here.
Where the hell is Saji?
He's like Velma right now. I'm like, my glasses.
When did I become a Sith Lord? I panicked so much I changed colors.
I don't think we're missing anything, but I want. Is there another house over there?
I don't know.
Oh,
There is.
come in.
There's another house over there. I sort of want to double
Where
check
is it?
before we leave.
It's. I hear it.
It's over here.
It's not too close.
Over there.
I'm watching, you fool. I'm watching, you fool. I'm watching, you fool. I'm watching. My tracking is insane. Why can't I just like swat it? Just like smack it. That's the same note as earlier.
Okay.
Where is it? 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 Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! I can't see it! I'm being flashbanged!
I got it.
You need another gas canister? What does the generator do? Where'd Saji go? Oh, wait, where'd Rue go? Ah! Back up! Back up! I got you, Sachi! I'm providing covering fire!
Get out of here.
Keep it going. Keep it rolling.
Bogey on our 6! Run!
Got a bogey on our thing.
This is actually really intense because we have no lives.
We have 0 lives, and we gotta somehow make it out.
Y'all want to take a nap? No.
I want to see.
Back up!
He's coming.
Let me know when he's gone.
I'm staring at him intensely. Ugly, ugly ass creature. Man.
Yeah, stop it. Stop trying.
You haven't evolved at all.
Why are you actually trying? Get out of here. He's gone. I think.
I'm clearing the corners.
We got 3 gas cans now.
Alright. I'm playing Valorant. Watch out! You're being attacked!
Damn.
Go away.
Pinky said-
Go away. Get the fuck away from me.
What was it? What's up?
Gotta clear my corners. I'm playing Valorant. It's an FPS game. Do shit here. Back up!
I only see one way.
You know what? Fuck Louisiana. I want to get out of here.
Yeah, I don't think I ever want to visit.
I'll just stick to Popeyes.
Pop. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
I would like some chicken Popeyes.
Zomar, thank you for the follow. Hello, you dork.
I think that was
Hello.
it. We got all the gas cans. We got all the little pops. Let's get out of here.
The doodle bop. I love the doodle bops.
My name is Barry Allen, and I'm the fastest man alive. Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you?
Get out of
Hold
here.
on, hold on. I'll drink right now, Vinny. I'll drink right now. I got
I'll go.
My name is Barry Allen, fastest man alive. With the help of my friends at Star Lab. Corners. Speedrun tactics.
I think we can.
I
finish
is
it right now.
leaving. The
Okay,
hydrate
so
is
this-
actually for the mosquito.
Okay, hold on. So this guy, there's a guy hunting. There's a guy hunting.
Where? No! Please,
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!
Huh.
Back up! Back up, Jack! Back up!
You don't belong here.
What the fuck is that?
Gosh darn mosquitoes.
Yeah, that thing chases you. It's like a weird like bloodborne like wolf.
Ah,
Oh, God. I just saw
I see it. That's a silhouette, all right.
Don't.
We run through the
don't
right
sweat.
over here. It should be okay.
We check these houses.
Yeah, this is where we need to go. This is the exit back to the front.
Wait, have you checked the house? It's complete. There's another gas can here.
I don't think you checked the houses.
Oh my god, there's dead bodies there.
Well, at least we know where the boat came from.
Hopefully we're safe for now.
Because of how many things hunt you.
I hate this
How
map.
many? I don't know. I'm having fun. I will say I'm having fun.
I'm not. I'm stuck in here. Oh, feel free to read it.
The crypt has me awake again. The noises that I hear, they're like inhuman screams. People keep assuring me that it's just the wind and the stonework, but
they
It
doing?
still
got
gives
life
me the
insurance,
creeps,
right?
even being near the damn
Yeah,
thing.
no,
Wyatt.
no.
Yeah, the little. It's a crypt. It's a crypt.
I am too.
About to suck, and y'all were just watching it close the door.
Oh my fucking god.
Taco, just close that shit. Like, why do you do it?
Hardcore parkour. That didn't work.
What are they doing already?
So where do we go now? I picked up another gas can. I think we go this way, right? Oh, I see the hound. I see the hound. I see the hound. Careful.
I got the last piece.
What's the last piece? The cog? I found another gas can earlier.
The lever.
Oh. Can't believe he's AFKing and leaving league matches. That's really toxic, actually.
What? I don't do that. I don't do that.
Have you been to the right side in these buildings at all?
I think I have.
The dog was in the second one. The dog was in the second one. Me.
Oh my god.
I'm crawling towards someone.
Is he right there?
He is. I'm about to bleed out though. I'm almost there.
I got you. I got you.
Run, 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 run.
That's a dead end. That's a dead end.
It's fine. It's a safe end for now.
Safe. Okay, we gotta get back. We got all the pieces. We got all the pieces. All the pieces. We got the gas. We got the key. We got the lever.
No, there's 3 sluice gate parts that we haven't found yet.
Yeah, the 2 cogs and the lever, right?
There's 3 more. We need 6.
Oh my god, you're right. Holy shit.
Fuck me. What's this say? April 4th, 1959. The crazy old coot fur lady came through the tunnel again. She's losing and screeching about sealing off the catacombs and threatening to kill us all. She must be the oldest person in the state by now. Something was definitely up with her this time, though. She seemed distant and aggressive. Maybe she's going to kick the bucket soon. Nobody's going to be able to get her if she needs help, especially with all the damn hedges and gates she has covering everywhere. We've done what she's asked. The stone is in place. You need a battering ram to get that thing down. Not that it bothers us. Ain't none of us stepping in that cursed tunnel. Oh my fuck. There's more to this level. For sure. We're fucked. We're so fucked. So we need some sort of battering ram at some point. Where'd they go?
I don't know. But they haven't died, so that's good.
I'm proud of them.
Fuck. That was Saji. That was Saji. Okay.
Where was he?
Where is it? Where's
Over
that
there.
monster?
He was over there.
I see him. I see Saji crawling. I'm going for him. I'm going for him.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
I will never leave you alone, Saji. I'll never leave you alone. I will not totally let you go.
And then I ran.
Holy shit.
My everything hurts. That thing had massive jaws.
So we need 3 more parts.
Yeah, we do.
Ah, great.
You need 3 more parts.
What?
We found keys for the boat. We found fuel for the boat. So I think we can do whatever the boat is, wherever that is. But we need 3 more parts for the damn gate.
Now we need to find the dock.
That's where the boat is, I'm guessing.
Maybe if we leave glow sticks all around, then people who are like coming next time, you know, die.
I don't think glow sticks last that long.
Well, they'll take the plastic and they're like, oh, you know what? I can make some chemical nuclear bullshit. Oh, okay.
You right. Valid.
Wait, what? He's out? What are you saying? What are you saying?
Huh?
Valid AF.
Where are you guys going? Where are you guys going?
I'm just coming up.
I'm not sure what they're doing.
Yeah, what you want, Dan? What you want, Dan?
Oh, we gotta find 3 more. We gotta find 3 more parts.
We do.
What are the odds that the 3 parts are in the damn swamp?
Ain't no way.
I'll go jump in if you want.
No, we already lost 3 lives that way.
Yeah, you guys got. I don't know how that happened, but
It was back to. You should have been there so we could restart it. Yeah, that gator ate good.
He's fed.
Fat as ass as he was eating for a while.
That gator is indeed fed.
Digest.
Let's try to go back.
We'll go back and explore, I guess, for a little bit. We need to watch out for the alligator.
Mosquito territory, right?
No, we're going to alligator. Alligator, buddy.
Ah, perfect. I'll take alligator any day.
This is. We have to go back the other way, but I'm not sure if there's anything here. I'm gonna check these real quick.
Skip and leap.
Anything in the back? Was there anything in there?
Nope.
All right, so we'll go back further.
Here I go. Yeet.
Dun 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 dun. Bum bum ba da ba. Dun 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 dun. Bum bum ba da bum. Bum 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 bum. I'll be your one-up girl.
I love that song.
It's a good song. Wait, where's Rue?
Where is Rue?
Fantastic question.
Oh,
She's
God.
gotta yell at us again.
All right, you guys go ahead. I'll come back and I'll find her.
Oh, God, no.
All right, come on, Twinsy.
Rue? Rue?
Yeah.
Are you looking for us? We're over here, Rue. Where are you, dork? No, I never saw this spot. Where are you? Rue? 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 She ran in. She ran in deep. Whoa.
Everything is alright.
So you went to where the demon hound was?
There was a demon hound there?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just chilling.
This is the super dangerous spot.
Okay.
We can explore though, I guess, if you want.
No, what the fuck? I was looking in these houses and there's nothing.
It's over here though.
There's nothing in there. There wasn't there.
All right. You're the mosquito?
I don't hear it.
We'll walk across here. This is where we saw the dead bodies, remember?
Yeah, see, there's nothing over there.
Rue? Fuck off, game. Oh my god, I hate this game. Oh my god, I hate this fucking game. Alright, I found another part. Sure, that's all. I have to go back to Rue real quick. I don't know where she is. Rue? Hello? I told you the hound was here. Why'd you go off on your own?
I was like, oh, it's. Are you serious?
Holy shit.
He's still there.
Good luck to you.
Just run. Just run. Run. Did you get it?
He got me. He got me.
Man.
Well.
Revive each other.
No. We're dead as fuck.
This would be so cool. You know? At least I got to die next to the homie.
Yeah, homies die
Yeah,
together.
homies die together.
Oh no.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Fine, slip.
they're probably over here somewhere.
It's up to these two now. Up to these two dorks.
We can't go through the water now, but we still try to, parkour.
Bum, 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 bum. He found something.
Dad, there's an omelet. Amulet.
Here. Yeah.
Dan. There's an amulet in the boat. Dinky.
Yeah.
There's an amulet in the boat.
There's an amulet. Let's take
Yeah,
that.
I took it out, but you
I'll
can
go.
get it yourself.
What? No, it's for everybody.
I have 2.
What? Oh, never mind. They're collectibles. Never mind. You know what?
Yeah, it's
Spoken
collectibles.
amulet. Spoken amulet.
Yeah.
All right, it's up to these two. I can't believe we died here. I'm gonna
Okay, this is the dock area. Okay, cool.
I'm gonna go into the streams real quick. I'm saying I'm gonna call the Discord so me and Rue can keep chatting as dead spirits.
And I'm gonna be careful over here.
That's right, the wolf.
Big shit. I hate it here. I hate it.
Did we all just get fucking murked?
We just fucking died. We just died. We literally just died.
Oh my god.
We all died. Okay, well, I guess we'll go back into the lobby.
All right, yeah, I'll go back in lobby.
Yep. So
No. Yeah.
Yeah. How you guys feeling?
I'm salty, but I mean, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, I had fun. I liked
Everything
it.
hurts.
It was pretty good, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. Do you guys feel like speedrunning that, or you want to call it? You want to call it there?
We can speed run that.
I can speedrun it.
It wasn't hard. I liked it.
All right. We know what to do.
Unless you think it was hard. Unless you.
I just
I
hate
didn't
to
think
see
it
the
was
part.
All I'm saying is, we the croc got 3 of you at the same time.
No.
Just
That
for
was a
science.
lapse in judgment. That was a lapse. Wait, hold on. We had a continuous lapse in judgment, and we'll not
my
have
God.
it again. I'm
Okay,
super sorry, everybody. We won't do it
I'm
again.
super sorry.
We're
Ah,
sorry.
I'm sorry. We're sorry.
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 We're gonna speed run this. We're gonna speed run it. Let's
so
go.
sorry.
All right.
Wait,
Let's fucking
first-
pass.
Maybe we should take a break, just in
Yeah, I
case.
was gonna say. Anybody need?
Oh, true. Yeah, we can take like a quick little pee break and all that.
Break.
Yeah, quick break. Hold on, let me put my break screen on too.
They're all absolute dorks.
I didn't put my break screen on.
Uh,
Hey, everybody, we're taking break. People.
I need to
Nice to each other. People work.
switch to this.
On the break room.
Fuck. Hold on.
Wait, what were you saying? Wait.
Does this work?
Okay, now that they're gone. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey,
Ow.
what's up? What's up?
Hey.
What's
You think I left?
Oh.
Get exposed! Caught it live. Earlier, Rue, I said, "Oh, you went back to the Demon Hound on your own." And it's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Wait, there's a Demon Hound around here?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is where we just at." And You know what happened? She split off of me from me instantly. Got caught.
Oh my god.
I brought her up,
Oh my.
and as soon as I brought her up, the hound attacked her again. I brought her up again, and then I got the both of us. It was so sad. Wait, did Dan leave?
No, I'm here. I'm just sipping on this drink.
Yeah. This is great BRB break, guys. You're really taking care of that health.
I'm drinking my water and my special juice.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Hold on, did we get any accessories? Where do we get these tickets? Revival brace?
What are you looking
I
at?
have no idea.
How do you get these? How do you get these tickets? Oh, frick.
By
Oh, you can
spending
get different-
money.
You can get different glow sticks. Bro, you can get a you can get a Texas hat.
Wow. How the fuck do you get the tickets though? Is that like in-game cash maybe? I can get a dunce hat. That sounds dope. I can get a bowler hat. That also sounds dope. I can get a flare gun.
That's dope as hell.
Oh. Oh, you're supposed to donate, I think, to get.
Donate.
Real money?
Donate tickets to get ticket. What? I'm so confused.
I don't get
Apparently, we have to do the case files, and not the story.
Oh,
It's kind of silly because
that's kind of backwards. That's kind of backwards. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Wow.
DBDBD.
Oh, actually, I have 5 tickets. There's a quest.
What?
Click on the little flagpole thing. There's a quest, and then I just got 5 tickets for it.
Flagpole? Where the fuck?
Flagpole. Oh, I see.
I don't.
Complete a case against a witch. Complete a case under 15 minutes. 3 of them are case related, but one is just revive players for me.
Wow, I got 3 tickets.
Where's
Hey, what can I buy with 3 tickets? I can buy a flare gun, can't I?
I don't see no flagpole. The fuck? Oh, you're behind the side here. Oh.
Yeah.
I think you meant like in the overworld.
Oh, you can buy a map that fills in as you explore.
Destroy
one ticket.
effigies, complete a very small case, pick up seals. Well, we're not in Antarctica. Complete a case
Oh, I
without
can get an
a
energy drink for 3 tickets.
team member dying.
I'm
That's
gonna
a
get
lot.
this map. This map seems useful. TBH.
Okay. I'm going to my loadout.
Get your items. I'll still be part of the Brook Biz Society. Party of one. Me. They only got the 3 characters, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's still alpha or beta or something like that, right? Wait, where's my flare gun?
Let Hitsu have the strap.
The what?
The strap.
The strap. Ba-da-ra-ta-ta-ta.
The strap.
The strap. Yeah. Is that just a me thing that knows that?
I don't think it's called a strap.
The Glock?
People say it's called gun straps.
Yeah, straps. I said ratatata.
But I don't think it is. It
strap.
is. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
Okay, I said ratatata.
Right. I said ratatata too. You know.
Yeah. So did Dan. Why do I have a number 2 under my name, and you have a 1?
Level 2.
Oh, I'm so cool. I'm the highest level member here. Damn.
Oh my god.
So,
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go pee.
Really?
Take it down,
Now
take it
you gonna be? I can't believe it.
I'll be here.
I can't believe this dude.
Oh my god, no! Not that! Not! Oh.
They're all.
Oh my god. So, Dan,
Yeah.
how you doing? You having a
Wait!
good time?
Wait!
You know what? I'm having a fantastic- what are you doing after this?
Doing this? You know,
My
gone.
What the fuck did I just do?
You
can't climb ladders.
He has no helmet.
I come back and you guys are resetting up a date.
Knocked one out.
God damn!
I'm slowly pushing up on them.
Bro, oh my god.
Y'all
Knocked another one
were
out.
fast.
2 of them are knocked out. We should push. We should push. We have to push.
Please.
Welcome back, bro. What did you get us?
I don't want to hear that from you. I don't want to hear that from you. Saji, how are you?
Oh, you know, I'm doing good. I'm doing fine.
Got him.
Let's go!
Let's fucking go. That was sick.
I went outside
clip-worthy?
because I realized that
Yeah, it was
I have like a little water tank thing
That's my
that
first
someone
win,
drops
man.
in the woods every once in a while, and it's like a hike
Including
to
me,
my fucking
myself,
car that I don't
and
have,
of
but it
course,
is there.
me.
So I have 2 of them, and I had to
I
like
appreciate.
fucking gorilla carry both of them.
Oh, God.
We appreciate that.
Oh, fuck. God damn it! And I came back, and y'all are setting up a
Like
date.
TT.
The fuck?
Pokemon, don't catch him all.
Yeah.
Nandi!
Hey, hey.
Yeah.
Come on, we can go milk the goat later.
Nah.
Not Nani.
Milk your own goat.
Nanny? Nah.
Hitsu, welcome back. All right, we're starting, right?
Yeah. Sorry, it took so long to go pee. Wow, Rue came back before I did? That's crazy.
Nutty.
What?
Alright.
What? I was heavy lifting. Oh dare.
It was heavy lifting. All right, we're starting. Speed run.
Oh.
My bad.
Hello, Dango.
It was just the 2 seconds of my bad.
We can have infinite lives. What the hell?
You have infinite lives. Yeah.
I mean,
Do you want infinite lives? Do we want infinite?
I think we could survive without the infinite lives.
All right, we're
Infinite lives? If we die, we just speedrun again, silly.
yeah,
without
exactly.
damn, my life isn't infinite.
All right, we're starting. We're starting.
What's that? Image. I don't remember that shit at all. Is that just a default loading screen, maybe? Very much can be.
What the fuck is my map? What the hell?
I do not have a map. I thought I had a map. Maybe for the cases. Might be case specific.
Maybe.
You know what? I'm shrimp check. Shrimp check.
I'm not shrimping. I'm not shrimping.
For you.
What?
I know. I'm a heathen with all these fucking shrimp. You know what I could look for?
Fried rice.
Dan's a very knowledgeable man.
We gotta get the key for the thing.
My name is Barry Allen. 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 You better stop running.
My name's Barry Allen. Fastest man alive.
Get fucked, bitch.
Bitch.
He don't even play jazz.
Okay, that was a little too early.
Hold on. Want me to go get him when he leaves?
Hold on. Wait till Bruce fucks off a little bit more. You can get him
Bruce
when you
fucks
feel
off.
like it.
Where is he? No, he ain't.
Right behind you. Right the fuck behind you.
Run, Roo! Run!
We brought it to the bottom of infinite lives.
That was quite the predicament. Okay. We make it back. We make it back. We make it back. We make it back. We make it back.
Hey.
Oh, hey. Oh, that's crazy.
Jesus Christ, you really are the last man alive.
Oh yeah, I'm back. My name is Barry Allen. I turned this on to turn on the lights. There we go. Don't know what that did exactly. I'm Barry Allen. Where are you, alligator? What are the odds that I get attacked at this specific moment, you know? Oh, I'm fast. 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 Oh, 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 oh. Oh, hey.
Yeah. Got that crowbar for us. Sick.
Nice.
You open it.
I'm not falling for that shit.
Oh wait, I can actually use this sound alert. Where is it?
Bat!
I love that sound so much.
Bat, bat. I got the key.
I got the key. Then we can head on back. One spot.
Cool beans. I did not. Wait, there's two of them.
Is there two?
I think there might be.
I think it's just one. It moves around the place.
Oh.
Yeah. So we'll just chill for a little bit.
YOLO. Thing like living your life on the edge.
I love how you were like immediately like, all right, speed run this, and then you die.
Literally. Oh, I just skipped it. I skipped the thing on the. Wait, I got an achievement for that. You can get an achievement for skipping it.
Skipping it on the water?
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you get it?
It only did like one thing.
Probably need to like skip it. Skip it.
That's cool.
That's interesting.
A weird thing they programmed in.
I mean, it's for an achievement, so skipping stones, I guess. Did we already clear this area?
Over here.
Did we clear this area?
That's for the crowbar.
Oh, you got this spot already. Okay.
Y'all can get the flyers.
Okay, on my way. I got the key. We can get the pliers.
Well, they die.
Yeah, while I live.
Imagine dying could not be me. Oh.
Skip a glow stick on the water for 5 bounces. That's how I got it. What the fuck? How'd I do that?
5 of those things? Jeez. What? Yeah, how the fuck did you do that? That is whack. Alright, so this is Leech City, right?
Ani?
Wow, you're allowed
Okay, so
to
this is
come
Leech
back.
territory, so we run.
Yeah.
We just...
You're gonna get eaten again, just so you know. Welcome back, Band-Aids. How are you doing?
You go first.
Fine, I'll go first. I'm not afraid of no leech. I ain't no leech.
Leech.
I'm going on the right side. I hear it. Ah! No!
Oh my god, it got wrapped.
Oh god, he's getting sucked.
I wish I was.
Nani?
I got you, homie.
Is someone else getting sucked right now?
He's getting sucked.
Oh god, and I ain't not even the fun way.
Whoa, whoa! Not even the Oh god!
Well, you moved.
I did not move.
You're turning.
I'm not touching my mouth. I ain't touching nothing. Where's
Maybe
Dan?
we should
Where's
just-
Dan?
I don't know where Dan is, but I got Rue.
Thank you. Wow, wow. Wow, wow.
Wow, 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 wow.
All right, I'm the medic. Let's go, guys. Follow me.
Right.
But it into a perfect bomb. Where the fuck is it?
Oh, the leeches.
Okay.
Leech these.
I kind of like that sound.
Yeah?
What?
You're a little free.
You're weird.
Moist too, Dan? Do you like that word?
I'm good. I'm proud of yourself. What did you do? I was hanging with my sister and I was. Oh, you made food. What'd you make?
Pussy sounds like.
What food did you make? Oh my god. I've now become a Sith Lord after all that.
Wop.
Sorry.
This is the part where we speed run, guys. No dying to the crotch 3 times.
Can't go that way yet. And that's silly. Alright, so that was the Demon Hound. I made some chicken nuggets, which isn't much, but I made a lot. Well, I mean, don't knock yourself down. If you made any bit of food. Fuck you, Opal. Fuck you. I was like, who the hell is doing this shit? God damn it. But luckily, we're not dealing with anything scary right now, you dork. But no, don't knock yourself down. If you made some chicken nuggets, be proud of that. Making anything, you should be proud of, and it's a step-by-step process. Yeah. Oh my god, he got jump scared. All right, we go.
Pacer test is a multi-aerobic capacity test that.
I'm gonna get us our checkpoint real quick before we die.
Actually, wait. I'm just gonna go.
See if there's anything else in here.
Maybe if we just have one person go right now, and okay, wait. We just need one person to go. Yeah, there you go. I think we all got. I think we all got it. Yeah.
You got it, Ro. You got it.
Rue has it. Rue has it. Rue is so good at this. Go, Rue.
I did it. I did it.
Nice.
Oh, me, I did it.
All right, you have to turn off the power for them though.
How do we do that?
I got it. I turned off the power for you guys.
Let's go.
Wub, wub, a wub, a wub, a wub.
All right, now this is the part where we go.
All right, this is where all the shit we need is coming up.
I heard guys, and I knew immediately.
I'm actually a speedrunner.
I heard something.
Scared the fuck out of me, Sonny. Ah, I forgot about that goddamn sound. I read that actually.
Good speed run. Hits you. Good tech.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Anything else here?
There's a fuel tank. I grabbed it already. Let me check this again properly. Hold up. There has to be something here.
I know where you went.
Mosquitoes are here, so careful.
Oh. Here?
Yeah, it's here. Oh, I'm so fucked.
That sounds like a different area. Oh, did you fall in the water?
Yeah.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Okay.
This area feels like way too open. Where
It feels
doesn't
way.
have to be anything.
Yeah. Exactly. Like it feels a little bit sus. Like I don't know what we're supposed to do with that. Wait, where are they?
Oh, probably doing dog witch stuff.
Valid.
Oh wait, this is the spooky dog area.
Come with me this way. We'll go this way.
That one? Okay.
This is part where the monster is.
This is the part where you're. Never mind. What's over
Yeah.
there?
Well, there's a part over here for the boat.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure all the shit we need is in this area.
Okay. Oh, pick it up. There we go.
Nice.
See anything in here?
All right, we got one part from
I
here.
see you in here. What are you talking about?
I see.
Nani?
Let's go up here.
Ew, I stepped on it.
What is? Oh.
Oh no! Don't look at it, Dunko. Don't look at it.
Oh no. Poor boy.
It's a dog. He almost had a freak out over my sister being actual dog shit at pronouncing Japanese. What was she saying? How was she pronouncing things? Does she have an accent? Watashi no namae wa Hitsuga desu. All right, something falls here. Dickheads. Alga Skeetus. Not that hard. Alga Skeetus. She likes blue.
I'd be Team Hitsu.
Sa did.
So.
Wait, is there more over here? Let me double check this real quick. I'm not sure if I saw another path here. No, it's just weird rocks. Okay.
We gotta go to the mosquito. It's over here.
Ah, yes, my favorite place. Rude! She always wanders off in the dog area.
Oh my god, the wolf's gonna get us.
I'll get her. I'll get her. I'll get her. Brew? Brew? Behind you? Come, 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 come. Avoid the dog area.
Okay. I guess I just like playing with them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I understand with Danko. Huh? Nani?
Yeah.
Nanny?
We're speed running. Speed running. Alright.
Checkpoint saved.
That was Saji taking a big whip.
But how was she pronouncing it though? What was she saying? Band-aids out of curiosity.
Where?
Back the fuck up.
I found him.
What? I'm aiming at you, dude!
You know what?
This one's immune to light! It's immune to light!
You better keep that shit off of me. You better keep that shit off me. I swear to God.
Go away. Get the fuck away.
Thank you for reviving.
Hey, how's it going? I think getting eaten by mosquitoes? Phenomenal. Absolutely fucking phenomenal.
You mother bitch. You mother bitch.
I'm safe.
You're
Fuck him.
in my heart, Saji.
You said, oh yo, yo, yes, Suki dis you. I wrote phonetically. Yes, ki desu. Amala, thank you so much for that follow. Did I say that right? Let me know if I said that correctly, so I can pronounce it properly in the future. Thank you for that follow. You did? Pog. I appreciate that. Are you watching because of the collab or the game? Who do you know in the streams, the list of streamers? She also kept forgetting every single word. I mean, that's valid. It's hard to learn a language. I get it. I swear to God, bro. Please back up. Please back up. Please back up. I'm out here, bitches. No. Leave. I have light, bro. Come on. Yeah.
There's that son of a bitch.
None of you, I hang out around the Twitch directly for this game to see who's playing and saw you were all. Oh, nice. Oh, welcome. The fucking leeches are here too. I had no idea. Yes.
Okay, I will have godly aim.
But no, seriously, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Sorry for me panicking like an absolute maniac right now.
Where? Go away. Fuck you.
Yeah, back off. Watch out. I hate this game. Oh, fuck off. Faulty ass, old ass equipment.
Okay, he's fine.
Are you
We need
living? Cool.
One more sluice part. One more sluice. I think it's over here. Anything?
Oh, you guys found all the fuel as well. Nice. Bang! Hello, Mini. Hello.
Oh my
No!
Medic!
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Go on, we're double.
You'll be all right, Rue. You'll be all right. Get up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Live, damn you.
Thank you.
There's a fire here. Where does this lead to, actually? At least a motherfucking dead end. How are you, Minnie? Hope you're doing well while I fucking panic. Alright, so dude.
Get up here. You know, let's get up there. Let's get up. Get up.
Hip hop, hippity hip hop. Where? Okay, that's it too.
It's me. It's me, Sue. Oh, what's over here?
What the fuck? Bat.
I get baited by bats.
He got his ass.
I did something.
And the gas. Let's get out of here.
I did something. What's over here? Oh!
Oh god.
I hate how squirmy that shit is. You guys are cruising through this section? We died a lot, like just right before this, Amala. Amala? Did I say Amala or Amalia earlier? Amala, right? I'm not crazy, right? Yeah, it is. Let's go.
Oh, that's what you're doing. Okay, alright, let's get out of here.
We're fucking dead.
Oh god, no!
No!
I'll get him. I'll get him.
You got him? Alright, I'll cover you.
I'm getting, like, bored. Ew.
I'm getting sucked.
Do you hear the fucking sound it just made?
Yeah, it was no, it was like
Really
sucking your
disgusting.
face. It was gross.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Absolutely disgusting when other people suck each other's faces.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why do people do that? That's gross.
Bro,
Disgusting.
It'll be me.
Alright.
Yeah,
Everything we do now is like new territory. Now we're proper new territory. I'm not sure there's more now. Dan dan kokoro hikarateku. I'm scared.
Yeah?
Open the gate.
We didn't open this. Oh no.
Oh no, we played ourselves.
Wait, we don't need that. We don't need that. Actually. We're already back here. We got everything. Let's go. All right.
Beep, bop, boop, bop, boop, bop, beep, beep, beep. It's moving very slowly, and I'm not a fan of that.
Get the water. Not yet. Come in.
Do you want to get in the water right now?
Come in.
I'm not sure he wants to get in the water. I'm gonna go chill with Rue.
There's one on this side too.
Oh, nice. Help, I'm stuck in the cogwheels.
Step bro, I'll go get a step bro. Hold on. Step bro.
Stopped.
Hey, I'll get your step, bro.
Oh shit, I'm stuck. No.
God.
When am I ever actually stuck, step bro?
I've never been stuck in my life.
How do we do this? What did this even do? Hello?
Is there another one over here?
Oh, there's little things right there.
What is this?
I think we have to do them at the same time, no?
Hold up. I think I have an idea.
What did that even do?
That was the right idea. I knew it. You're a big brain. I can't hear you. The flow of water coming out of me is insane.
Yeah.
I'm dying all over you guys.
God.
It's leaking everywhere.
You gotta drink your liquids. It's normal.
Everybody hydrate.
It happens, Kylie.
Hi, Kaiser. My legs.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay, so this is not a good sign. There's no more water. That means
Oh, we can go through the left side.
we're walking to our dooms.
All right, guys. Good journey. We're working hard. We got a lot.
We get to leave. Oh my god.
Is this the exit?
It looks like the
Let's just all.
He got one bounce. You can bounce your glow sticks, by the way.
Oh my god, you can.
If you bounce it 5 times in a row, you get an achievement. I did it earlier somehow. I don't know how I fucking did it earlier.
It's cheating.
New uncharted area.
This don't look like it's over.
What is it this time?
Oh, the dock's over here, guys. Look at that.
Wow.
There's a note here.
Read it, Southern boy. Why were you shouted out, Koi? Because we found a dead fish. That's
All
why.
right. This storm is horrific. I only just made it across the bridge before the tree came down.
Why not?
Yeah. Do it.
Let's go. Did he already run?
Let's hydrate.
No, I'm not. I'm here with the homies. Why would I ever abandon you guys?
What the fuck?
Oh, no,
Koi!
no, I was just there.
Koi! That was uncalled for. Don't call me a bitch. How could you?
Oh my god.
Calling me a bitch, that makes sense. But like, don't call me a bitch.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Don't worry. You know what? Because of what Koi just did, I shouted out Koi too.
Yeah.
Can I get a shout out for Koi and Mike Chat as well?
Yeah.
You rate Koi.
Oh, fucking do it.
Get fucking played, nerd.
You know what? I'm doing it right now.
That is very ominous.
I'm going in.
Oh, I skipped it 5 times again.
Oh my god, what?
Did you see it?
I ain't this shit.
Is it a random thing? Maybe?
What is this shit? What is this shit? There's something in there. There's something in there. Hold on. There's something in there. There's something in there. There's something in there.
What if I
Really?
figure it out?
Hello?
Want me to go? I can do it.
I don't know if you want to get in there.
Bring it on. Bring it
I'll
on.
be
Think you're funny. Oh, this is Big Jim. This is from Big Jim. I'm running this mill by myself since the evacuation. The last thing I need is some fool playing pranks on me. The more knocking shelves and barrels over, this is your one chance to stop before I break your goddamn legs.
Hello, everybody.
Cool, so he's being pranked on by someone in here.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, there's a thing in here. You see that?
And, stuff for me.
It went for me. It's right there.
You don't say.
I was gonna tell Rue to be careful. There's stuff here.
Anyway, welcome to the Scuffed Woods. We're having fun.
It went inside the damn building. Okay. Do you guys see this? There's stuff in here that we need though.
It's still over there.
No, it went inside the building. Say hello to the Mama Swamp Dog. Oh,
He's over there. He's over
fantastic.
Literally right here. But he can't get me because he's a little daft.
Are you British?
He's a little daft. He doesn't seem to know that we're here.
Oh my god. Oh god, that was.
Everybody follow Aki. Aki is great.
Yeah, follow Aki. Aki's great.
Can you get the fuck away from me, little motherfucker?
Yeah, it is you.
No, not you, him.
Oh.
Our dudes. What? You two.
I thought you were just being mean to me.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
I'm so sad.
Like this? Like this?
I'm
Oh
coming.
my god.
I'm on the way.
I'm almost dead, Saji.
Come on. Hands up.
I mean, Granny.
Assaded. Where the hell are we? Oh, this is where we are. Oh, nice checkpoint. Damn. Suddenly wish I had an infinite lives. How does it detect you?
I'm up here, guys. I'm up here. How do we get over there?
What the fuck do I need a match for?
Blind? It is not blind.
No, it's not. So I picked up a match, right?
No, just can I? Sorry, I was pressing the wrong button. I was like, I want
Medic!
to save you.
Oh, you're moving! You're moving! You're turning!
The stream so far has been pretty good. I did nothing at some point and just talked to chat and made sure that everyone likes living life.
I'm up here.
Hi, here. Or Mr. Here, rather. Hello. That is so loud.
We gotta clamp these things.
I know that ain't me.
I got him. I got him.
Alright.
So I did my job.
Gently push it. Gently push it. How are you not dead?
Because I'm strong. Hello, Mel. I can't hear you right now. I'm working. I hope you're doing well.
Oh wait.
All right, I don't know how that's happening, but okay.
I just cut a log with my ass.
Sharp ass.
Sharp.
What's wrong with Jack? Something's wrong with Jack. What did you say?
We'll talk about it. Yeah.
Is there any bits of information you guys can give me? Seems like there's the dog goes around. You see him in the walking around there in the food area?
Yeah, I see his mother fishes.
I do believe so, yes.
All right, I'm on it.
Wait, Rue! Oh my god, it's right over there.
Are you stuck?
Is she?
Step bro.
Yeah. I actually am step bro.
You are not actually.
You just got step broed.
Oh, hold on, we can open.
Step bro, I'm worried.
We can't open that shit in there, man. We're just gonna be very
Can
careful.
I hardcore parkour this? Oh, cheating the system? Cheating the system? Nope.
What is this game? Yeah, it's called Labyrinth. It's a multiplayer game where you try to solve puzzles and get stuck in goddamn mazes. Though this map isn't really as mazy as the other maps have been. Because we're supposed to go through the maze and die.
Well, it's
Stuck in the labyrinth.
I'd rather be in the abyss.
I was made in the abyss. Uh-huh.
Stuck in the abyss.
Like a never at it, Brett!
Who's getting attacked next? I'm calling Donko.
Fucking shit! Give me your exact GPS location. I swear to God. I swear to God. You saying that made the universe go bet.
Everything I say, I'm telling you.
The dog. I'm dying. I'm dead.
Oh my God. I'm like, I'll help you, Rue. Nope.
I'll never forget, Rue. All right, I'm dying. I'm heading towards the stairs if I can. Do you hear me, Saji?
I'm on my way.
Come here! Come save me! Come save me! I'm on the ground!
Oh god! Why were you crawling towards them? Why were you going into the wreck?
More.
Uh,
Why are you giggling?
I don't know.
Sayonara.
Sayonara, sumimasen. I don't speak Nihongo.
what do we need over here?
We need something. Was there not a note upstairs that said anything?
There was a no giving like instructions or some shit, something. I think it was just lore.
Maybe.
Oh, I'm gonna go upstairs real quick.
Like what the hell's what the hell's
Yeah, chapter 3 and 5 are meant to be low intensity break from mazes before leading to higher intensity chapters. Okay, that's valid.
I think we have to find a boat.
Has to be something here, right? What do we need?
She's going even further beyond.
Guys, the ring is closing in.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Got it.
Oh my god.
Whoa, not me!
Here, man, the stupid fucking dog, the stupid fucking alligator dog, killing me and shit. I'm tired of dying.
Come this way.
Sick of dying. Where?
Follow the voice of not the dork.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good thing you did too. Otherwise, you would have died. Ah ha ha ha. Ah!
I took it. Can I get?
We're both down. We're both down. We're both down. We're both down.
The exit's literally around the corner.
I don't like you.
Yeah, I'll see if I can hit you.
Probably smell too.
I got you.
I'm dying.
Wait, what? You didn't get me. You didn't get me. You didn't get me. You didn't get me.
You know what? I'm fucking leaving. I'm ending the game.
Go.
Run, bitch! And the dead! And this fucking whore!
I didn't even see it, dude. Where's the exit? Come here, Saji. Come here. Come here, Saji. No, he's gone.
Alright.
Oh shit! Wow, that was kind of cold and dark.
right.
You know, it would be really nice if we had infinite lives. I don't know why we were so fucking.
Yeah!
What? What? I was on the stairs.
Got out! He got out! He got out! He got out! We fucking did it! Dan did it! There's a tape here. I'm still bleeding out, by the way.
Are you really?
Oh.
We have a bleed out timer.
Dan, these two got mauled at the last second.
I saw.
What the hell, man?
What did that say? I can't do anything because I'm bleeding out.
Yeah, I'm also bleeding out.
I can't get it either.
Please check your Discord for updates on new content. Feel free to look around in our asset testing island.
It's over here.
Oh, it's an asset testing island. Okay, cool.
You know, you have a really nice asset testing island.
Nice. Wow, look at these assets. It's a dead end. Okay, now here's my question. How the fuck does all this shit lead to one another?
I don't know.
That's what I've been saying.
It's
Maybe
sort of like,
we can find like an article or something explaining the lore.
Maybe, oh, this place. Look at that.
Oh, this guy
I
lost.
want to stick something inside him.
No!
God,
Food, I hope. He's hungry.
he looks hungry.
Eat the man.
You know, you look kind of hungry.
Yeah, I'm pretty hungry.
I think we should all
Wow, look at the fields.
Okay. Well, this is pretty much an
Oh my
asset.
god! What was that?
What?
You went crazy.
Ah, yes. This side up. Oh, yeah. There's meds too. You guys want to do some drugs, some narcotics?
I am against drugs.
Oh.
I am against drugs and no.
I am a wolf against
Drugs are really evil.
Drugs are the bane of my existence.
Ever since the
Whoa, you can
accident.
just walk, like, just walk through it. Okay, well, all right.
Guys, look, I'm standing on an orb. Woo!
Ball.
There are notes hidden throughout each chapter that explains how each area ties together.
Someone else's name. So like
Ah.
Penny and Jane. I don't know which one you guys are.
Apparently, there's notes hidden throughout each chapter that explain how each area ties together, which I don't think I really saw.
I know it's you.
But next chapter will tie everything in a little bit better. Wow!
Yeah, you know what?
It's a demon skull.
Debs. I'm gonna go to Debs after
Look,
this.
it's my head.
It does
We
look
can-
like it's
we can
red.
watch this. We can watch
Oh,
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like going to Hogwarts.
this.
It's 9 7/4.
Alrighty. Well, you guys ready to call it there?
No, I'm ready to do cases.
Man. Fucking did it.
All right. Well, congratulations. To
We
all of
beat.
us.
We are the
yeah, we
labyrinth.
did good.
Yeah, I didn't die at the end because you got out.
It was bullshit that I died at the end. I was on the fucking stairs. He wasn't even supposed to be on the stairs. God damn it! How the fuck
I,
did he get me?
I may have led the giant dog to them again.
Yep, and I was screaming at Hitsu.
Yeah.
Let's go. We did it. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeehaw. All right. We're
Yeah, we did it.
back rooms, right? We're playing the back rooms next, right?
What?
Ooh. You've never been in the back rooms?
You know, I've never played the backrooms.
I never played a backrooms game actually.
We
Yeah, I
can play the
haven't
back
played
rooms
it.
next if you guys want to. Right?
You just gotta go inside the back
I like
rooms.
playing games with you guys. It's
I mean, I played one of the inside the back rooms already. I'm down to play it again though
Okay. Yeah,
with you guys, just cause why not?
Yeah, we can work this.
Yeah. With our little squad here, whatever we're called.
You know
Yeah.
what? We're called the.
Yeah, we're the VTubers, obviously. Duh.
The doofus gang. Oh, I mean, yeah, the VTubers.
Doofus.
the VTubers.
The
We're the
VTubers.
VTubers. And it's Hitsu.
With quotation marks.
P-Dog says in all caps, play backrooms too.
Play back rooms too. Oh, well, you know what? I mean, we got all
Why
the-
does everyone want me to play backrooms? Is it scary?
All right. Well,
No.
Look at it.
You think the back rooms are scary?
Yeah, they're not scary. It's just the back room. You know,
It's just a typical. It's just a typical office area.
I'll talk to you about it later.
we'll talk about this. We'll talk about this. We'll talk
Roll
about
it. Roll it.
Are you afraid of office life? An office job? Oh, then never mind. It's gonna be fucking terrifying.
I don't want to go back.
Oh
Yeah, no
my
spoilers.
God.
You are just finding out what goes on in the closet. What happens in the closet?
Of the office? You don't know?
If you stay in there forever. I don't know.
I don't
What
either.
happens in the
I know what
closet?
happens when two people go in there for 7 minutes.
Stop being mean. Has been added to chat? What?
Whoa,
What does that even?
whoa, 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 whoa,
Whoa,
Oh my
whoa.
god.
Okay,
Ani.
you know what? I'm gonna leave this lobby before anything weird happens.
Yeah, I think I
Guys,
should
go follow everybody in this collab. Hit that exclamation mark collab. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody,
Everyone, hit that exclamation mark collab.
Alright.
they're
Yeah.
all really cool dumbasses. I will appreciate that.
Follow all the dorks here. Oh, I'm not a dork though.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a dork though. Yeah, okay. Thanks for playing.
Thanks for playing.
Thank
Bye,
you,
everybody.
guys.
All right. Take care. Bye bye. They're all deleting. Oh no. That was fun. A lot of stupid shit that happened. Holy moly. Alright. Today is Friday. Right? So, did I have fun? I had a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun there. That was quite the humorous event. We finally finished the game. So that's nice. How long have we been live? Let me type exclamation uptime. I think that's a command. 3 hours. It's almost 4 hours. That's not bad. I'm willing to switch to Life is Strange to play the last chapter. I'm willing to do that. How are you guys feeling about that? Y'all down? I'm down for some Life is Strange. Because I don't see why not. I can go for probably another 4 hours pretty easily. And if I go for another 4 hours, I mean, what's 5 hours? What's 5 hours, right? While I'm actually here this time, yeah, last chapter. If that's the case though, I need to go refill my water bottle because I'm out. And I might change to something. Even though I love this shirt, I might change it to like comfy PJs. Because it's getting hot. Like in my house. I might grab a snacky. Could you change the game for us to true colors? And then can you let the no randoms dorks them know I'm gonna play some as well, so I don't get yelled at. I'll be right back. Let me see. I might not change. I might just get water, but I'll be right back. I am sorry for the clips if they're loud.
That's
me mute my mic as well.
That's not right. You killed all of them.
Cutters now. Oh fuck! Shit! Fuck! Dicks! What? I'm good. I was just dancing. Oh my god, no! Not that! Not. Oh. Wait! Wait! He can't. My lungs. What the fuck did I just do? You can't climb ladders. Honest question. Was that in the game? Fuck off. He couldn't have been happier. Oh my god. You can count that one. That one counts. Spitting emote where I'm just like, you know, like back more.
Enemy down.
Ah! Not it! Ah! It works!
Oh my god! You just. This is fancy. Ooh, this is fancy. Don't fall. Charles! Hold me!
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date.
Stop it. Okay, cool.
Nani? Persa! What's up? I'm dropping these guys off here. Oh, you guys are all dorks. Riri Records, hello. Koi, hello. Donko, hello. Euro Dork, I grabbed me some chocolate. I got me some Watir. I'm about to switch to some Life is Strange. Don't worry, I babysit you all. Big Band-Aids got you guys. Big Band-Aids is Band-Aids, and they'll always take care of you. No matter how big the wound. Got shot, put a Band-Aid on it. Gonna get some sleep for tomorrow? Yeah! Go get some rest. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for hanging out. I had a lot of fun. Hope you have a fantastic night. And hopefully we get to play again at some point, sometime soon. God, you're a dork. You're such a dork. I just want you to know that. And for sure, we got to play again. Yeah, for sure. Just let me know. Just, message me whenever. I made chicken nuggets. I got Band-Aid, waterproof and water. See, Big Band-Aids has waterproof and waterphobic Band-Aids. You are set. You are set. They got snacks. They got drinks. Done for. What's up, Riri Records? Curiosity. When you say Riri Records, does that mean you are actually someone who sings? Which in case I feel implied to ask the question, how often do you sing, and do you share your singing at all, perchance? Curiously. Good night, everyone. Good night to you. Yeah, hecking mailman, mail dog, dork. I love that emote. Actually, Dan, I want to show you something. I haven't published it. No, fuck. But you know what? No. It's fine. It's fine. You go get some sleep. Don't even stress. Don't even worry about it. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you, dork. You have a fantastic night. I'm looking. You're looking? Okay. So, okay. Okay. All right. Bet. So Alistair has a Giga Chat emote. You know of it, right? And hold up. Let me go to. I'll give you a little preview. Wait, where the fuck is my damn thing? There it is. Where is it? Streaming effects. Is it? You get to watch this.
But love the homies emote.
I haven't released it yet. The one that Alistair has is so fucking good. It's okay. Hold on. Let me do it again. It's just so fucking funny, dude. So fucking stupid. It's so fucking dumb. But I haven't released it yet. I'm gonna release it tomorrow, I think. But it's just it's so dumb. But no, you go get some rest. Go get some rest. I can make a Giga Chat email if you. No, you don't have to do that. Don't worry too much about that. I appreciate the kindness, but it's okay, Band-Aids. You just be you. You be the Giga Chad that you've always been, deep inside your heart. No, you can make a lot of money making emotes from Twitch or for Twitch. No. Good night. You get some sleep when you're the actual Giga Chad. I wish. So you do sing. Are we allowed to listen? I'm throwing you on the spot right now. Throwing you under the bus. Open the Xbox app. Did you change the game, Kylie? What's the game state right now? Fog. All right. Dang. Life is strange, isn't it? Episode 5, I think is what we're on. I mean, if you're fine with it, yeah. I'm kind of chowing down on some chocolate right now, so I'm just passing the time. So if you want to share with us, I've been down to listen to it. We like supporting people with their endeavors. I can't sing. That's one thing for sure. I know I cannot sing. I can't draw. I'm quite the talentless person beyond just being scuffed. I'm quite talented at being scuffed. That's actually something I'm good at. I'm very good at being scuffed. You have to install, or oh no, it's updating the Xbox app. You do. Yeah, we're gonna do that. While I install Xbox app. Or update Xbox app, I guess. Riri Records. This is putting you on the spot. I apologize in advance if you're shy. But we're doing it. You gave us the okay. We're gonna listen to it. The songs I see. This is the most recent one. We'll watch today's video. How's the volume?
My father never talked a lot. He just took a walk around the block till all his anger took a hold of him, and then he'd hit. My mother never cried a lot. She took the punches, but she never fought.
I don't know this song.
She said, I'm leaving and I'll take the kids. So she did. I say they're just the ones who gave me life, but I truly am my parents' child. Scattered across my family line, I'm so good at telling lies. That came from my...
Oh, you have a very nice alto voice. Is that what it's called?
Scattered across my family line, God, I have my father's eyes, but my sister...
I like this chorus part that you're singing right now.
I can run, but I can't hide from my family line.
The song sounds kind of sad though. It's like I'm terrible with lyrics.
I watch the fathers with the
Lyrically, I just can't process lyrics when I listen to them. So I need to like visually look at lyrics to understand the song.
I can't forget, I can't forgive you, cause now I'm scared that everyone I love will leave me. Scattered across my family line, I'm so good at telling lies. That came from my mother's side.
Mm-hmm.
Told a million to survive. Scattered
So
across my family line.
this is basically talking about what I'm getting is family trauma lingering and passing on generations from parents to their kids to their grandkids, etc., etc. The screen is so bright. It is, isn't it? Sorry, I can't make this like not bright. Here, easy fix.
All that I did, I tried to undo it. All of my pain and all your excuses. I was a kid, but I wasn't close.
I've never heard this song, I don't think.
You wouldn't do this. All of my past, I tried to erase it, but now I see, would I even change it? Might share a face and share a last name, but we are not the same. Scattered across my family line, I'm so good at telling lies. That came from my mother's side.
Damn, this song is sad.
To survive. Scattered across my family line, God, I have my father's eyes, but my sisters when I cry. I can run, but I can't hide from my family line.
Interesting song.
From my family line.
Conan Gray. You had some shitty life, I must assume. I'm not gonna give you much advice on singing because I'm ass at singing. I don't know anything about singing, but I think you have a proper, like, very nice alto like type voice. That was nice to listen to. But in terms of editing, something I know that a lot of like covers do, they add lyrics to the video, which might be a lot of work. But for like a starting point on editing, perhaps the lyrics would be like a simple way of upping the quality, since you mentioned how it was scuffed. I think it's fine as is. Let me look at this one. This is a big song I've been listening to recently. But this is a cover of that song, it seems like. I want to see what they do. I'm gonna yoink their ideas real quick. Okay, yeah, so they do add lyrics. That is not actually uncommon. So that might be like an easy way to do it. But in terms of like singing, I think you did great. That was nice. I'm proud of you for being so comfortable with singing. I could never. Whenever I sing on stream, it's like me fucking memeing. I can't do it seriously. But I would love to see how you continue to grow with your channel. So thank you for sharing. Sorry to put you on the spot like that. I appreciate you. It's always interesting what people are working on or how they... That's so loud, it scared me. That's so fucking loud, it scared me. Why is Valorant on the Xbox Game Pass? Era. Hello, Kitsune. How are you doing? What's going on, you dork? No, thank you for sharing. I think it's really impressive that you were comfortable with that. I could never. Whenever it came to like doing, like, even when so my family, well, first of all, surprise, I'm Asian. They do karaoke quite often, and I just don't. Like, they sing, they always try to get me to sing, and my response is, my stomach hurts. I'm out of there. I run. Like, it's just done. I'm just like, fuck that. I can't. And the thing is, everyone in my family, my mom sings decently well, actually. And my dad actually sings pretty well, but I don't see him anymore. So that's besides the point. But everyone else that's in the family cannot sing. And it's very noticeable when they get drunk as well and they try to sing. It's so fucking bad. It's so bad. So I shouldn't really care about singing, but I'm still self-conscious for some reason, so I can't actually do that. Well, Harry, what are you up to, Kitsune? What are you doing? How's life treating you, you dork? The Fox, the 246 Fox. For the video content, visual-wise, I think adding an art piece related to the song would help keep people engaged. Or at least help as it's related to the song, and all this if you don't want advice. Yeah, you know, that's actually valid. Adding some sort of like, you can still add your VTubing model, or I'm assuming that's what it is, to it somehow. But like having some sort of but your problem again was editing, right? You don't know how to. Do you know where to get some free software edits, like free Photoshop edits? I'm gonna show you a cool website here. I know how to use Photoshop. But let me see. Pixlr. This website right here. It's very simple fucking edit, but as you can see, this is where I was doing stuff like cutting things out for certain shenanigans, and it's called pixlr.com/e. And basically, it works similarly to Photoshop. You can add, you can do all kinds of different stuff with it. You can add text. If you have a PNG of your model, you can put it on there. You can, you know what I mean? It's a simple way, and then you just download it. I think you only get three downloads per day nowadays, but there's a lot of cool free software. Shit like that. What is this? More Gundam related content. Mika Akita's mobile suit. Never heard of it. All right, I'm gonna launch the game. If you need someone to draw things, you can hit me up. If it says it's okay, I'll drop my Discord, my Twitter here. If you need to, yeah, no, if you're down. If Band-Aids wants to hook you up, that's more than cool. Also, yeah, I have a Discord if you want to join. I'm very bad at telling people to join my Discord and hanging out. I used to be. I'm not gonna say good. I'm not gonna say good. Because I was also ass back then at promoting anything I do. My YouTube channel, my Discord, my Twitter, my Instagrams, all that fun jazz. I was ass at promoting. But my mods covered me. they always typed the commands for me, and I was just like, thank you guys. But yeah. Let me change the game capture real quick. Bum 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 bum. I just never speak. Don't worry about not speaking. If you ever feel comfortable and want to chat, go for it. I'm trying to use the Discord more. I just feel bad when I don't. But I'm genuinely trying to use it more because I want to hang out with folks. I actually really want to hang out with everyone, but it is what it is. I just realized the time I gotta go sleep. Have a good stream. Hit Riri Records. Thank you for stopping by, hang out. Stopping by and hanging out. Sorry. You sleep well. Have a fantastic night. Thank you again for sharing. That was really cool of you. Sleep well. Take care. My WT is. What's WT? All right, let's see. Is my title? Does my title make any sense? Bum 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 bum. Okay, my title makes sense. Perfect. Hitsu, is it okay if I send a resource in your DMs I made about something that could help educate people on certain things? Sure. I'm okay with that. I'm not sure what resource you're gonna share with me. Victor Dalton, that's my turn. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Oh, I see how you're. I was like WT Victor. Also, were you just singing the Kratos themes? No, I think it was this. Bomb. That's Elden Ring. Dun dun dun. But what the fuck is the Kratos theme? I don't remember. The link doesn't work. Thank you, Tsubasa. Tsubasa XIII. Oh, you just did? Was that it? Dun dun dun. Bum bum bum. I might have done that. Mind game scene. I also want to see what Will's doing. I remember beats, but oh my god, this guy's playing Valorant. Look at this dude. Guess what? You want to follow someone that's cracked at Valorant? This guy's it. You know, I'm gonna give him a shout out. He's my best man, actually. He's going to my wedding. For my wedding. He's the best man for my wedding. So that's kind of wild. What's he doing? Let's see if he. Oh, he's playing deathmatch. I thought he was. Gonna follow him right now. Bet. Yeah, check him out. He's the best man for my wedding. He's a really good guy. He's kind of a dork. They're vibing or something in chat. But He's really cracked at FPS games. But he's just always AFK. So, but yeah, we love him. All right, I'm gonna lurk for him. I'm not sure if I'll be able to lurk for everyone here. It's because I might be lagging. Truth be told. But regardless, we gotta go in. I don't want to go stall for too long. I want to continue. If it isn't well, then I'd be confused. Yeah. Chapter 5. Side Beta. So we played a little bit of this already last time. We're here to figure out where we're going with this next. We know Dr. Lin is not actually there, and it's just trippy time zone. Trippy periods.
Let's start with something positive. What did you learn from your visit to Haven Springs?
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. The meaning of home. That's what I said last time, right? I'm gonna try to keep it consistent.
I thought I learned what it means to make a place your home.
That must have felt like quite the victory.
Yeah, Will is cracked. He's better than I am.
Let's talk about how it feels to know that you might have been wrong.
Right. We got fucking shot. Wait.
I suppose I'm proud of you for trying.
My bad.
Some people.
Nothing really happened. But it happens.
Girl.
You're the dork.
But Alex, you're right back where you started.
You are wrong, bitch.
You're wrong. I don't.
Hold on. I want to make sure I have Discord open on the side here as well. There we go. There she blows. There she blows. Dum, bum, 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 bum. All right, sorry. Husky, hi. How are you, dork?
If that were true, Alex, you'd know you were talking to an empty chair.
An empty chair. All right. Like I said, this is the part where things got trippy. How are you, Huskers? Huskaloodles.
What the fuck?
I lowered my sensitivity. I might have. All right. So to sum it up, last chapter we got our asses shot. Right? We got shot. We fell into a mine shaft by someone we trusted. And now we're kind of like fucked. Rah! Ah, what's up, Minnie? Why we run? I'm alive. What about y'all? That's good. I'm glad you're alive. I'd be very sad if you were not. Rar. Rar. That's such a fucking cute sound. I hate it. Like, it's kind of encapsulates the whole entire Rar XD meme, but it's so fucking funny to me to hear it.
Hey, my guitar.
Knock, knock. But yeah, how are you doing, Husky? Can we get a shout out? Wait, Dio's a mod. Dio, can you shout out Sunny and Husky and yourself and Minnie? Minnie doesn't stream, but I mean, maybe they will soon. Maybe Minnie will stream soon. Sorry. Right. So I already made a TikTok of how I reacted to this, not shouting myself out. Sunny, can you shout out Dio for me? Don't worry, Dio, I got you. Meaning you can start possibly when spring break hits.
Case number 53.
Big brain.
22.
Tomorrow will be sunny. Is that a sunny pun? Are you saying tomorrow will be better? Wait, what? Wait, did I miss something? Sorry for the longish DM, by the way. I sent you the thing. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see that, Band-Aids. I just fucking missed chat. Hold on, let me catch up. Scrolling down to see what's up. What did Sonny say? Did I miss? Wait, what did Sonny say? Am I blind? I'm blind. I don't know what I missed. I'm sorry. If I missed anything, I'm sorry. Hey Hitsu. I'll read what you sent me afterwards, Ben. I see what you sent. I'll read it after the stream. I am blind. Yeah. But thank you for sharing with me the resource. I am blind. That is true. All right, open salami. We read Alexander Alex Chen is 21 years old. They failed their gender and they have symptoms of emotional instability, occasional violent outbursts, hallucinations, visually and orally, delusional ideation, depression, anxiety, diagnosis, ? They're just saying all kinds of different things because she's an empath and actually a psychic. That's what they're implying.
Thrown down a what?
Let's see what it said again. Ability, because of this ability of hers. Right. So basically they think she's an empath, or Alex is going crazy because she has this insane belief that she's an empath that can sense what people are thinking and all that fun jazz, and eventually she's gonna hurt someone. As such, they recommend Alex be thrown down an endless pit, her body shattered against each jutting board and errant brick until she's forgotten in the darkness beneath the world. This is, in my professional opinion, the most humane thing we can do for her. So basically, she's going through the shit. Symptoms: emotional damage. Leo's right. Tomorrow will actually be sunny in Texas. We were happy to have you around, Sunny. Of course we are. Also, hello, Squishy. How are you doing? What's up? I'm trying to see if I caught up on everything. Mini? Nani? Noted. I love the noted emotes so much. They're so interesting. What'd you say? I got it. What was that? Shame. All right, Hitsu. It's time for me to grade you. You can't grade me. I'm a straight A student. Oh, I was. I was until the depression kicked in and hit hard. Interesting. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Everything that has happened. I just want what's best for you.
Is tomorrow anime day? No. It's not anime day. It might be watch movies with the homies day. But or I might stream. I'm not sure yet. But normally we do our animes on Tuesday because of Blue Lock, which does not come out on Tuesday. So I don't know why we do it on Tuesdays, but I don't know. Ooh, anime? Wait. I just realized something. What's up? Oh, Minnie. I was gonna say, if you ever wanted to watch anime with us, there it is. You beat me. You beat me to the punch. Straight A student. I'm not a straight anything. I got that. I understood that one. I got that reference. You still a good noodle? I'm not a good noodle. I'm Hitsu. I'm no noodle or good. You know, don't worry about it. Don't stress about it, Dirk.
Don't belong.
You're welcome anytime. We watch movies now and then. We watch anime every Tuesday, but I want to watch more anime. There's like 3 different animes I want to watch that I haven't seen yet. This part blew my mind. Okay, look, we're gonna take the photo. The tuning peg photo is very suspicious to me. This blew my mind. Here we go. Me? A weeb? I am no such thing. I am merely Hitsu. I say Hitsu, but it's actually Hitsu. Hitsu. Yeah, just be around more. you have a job? Just quit.
Of course.
Oh man, I can't even escape. Now that is fucked. What did I just?
I should knock.
No, you guys are all the way. Oh, could you shout out? Did you shout out Husky, Dio?
Alex Chen.
Never heard of her. Try again.
This has never heard of me.
Damn.
Sure.
Eren Jaeger. Eren Jaeger. So
No, I don't think that's right.
it doesn't fucking work. Shame, really. Oh, that's the combination. 53322. Rar 1987, like final. 5 Nights at Freddy, the bite of 87. What was it? 5? Fuck, I didn't even pay attention. 53322. I saved the number. Minnie's jotting down everything. It's over. It's over for me. He said final. Interesting. What made you think it was final? First, I'm gonna look at the guitar.
This guitar.
Next, I'm gonna play the guitar. I don't care if it's not tuned.
Can't play if I can't tune.
Okay, so she actually is big brain. Good thing we can fix it. 5 Nights at Frederick's. Sounds awful. Tell me more. I don't know what you mean. I have done nothing wrong. Sips water nervously. Country roads, take me home. To the place I belong. Oh my god, she's painting with her blood that's coming from her face? Oh, right, she fell down a hole. I forgot about that. She's dead? Not my problem. Them voice cracks are on point. It's talented. I'm a talented voice cracker. Ba da da da, eh, da 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 da, eh, ba da da da, eh, ba da da da. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. There's so many. She's so lucky that so many things were there to actually like stop her from falling all the way down to her absolute demise. Can she do it? No. You know, if I was stuck on this situation where she is right now, I probably would have fallen all the way down because I eat a bit too many donuts sometimes. Oh, she fell all the way down. Shit. She's 4x4 away from heading to... she's heading to Brazil anyways. Too late. Rip. Anyways. That choice they said earlier in the day when you're not... Do you want to eat a big meal? We actually ate the big meal. And now we're regretting it.
Alex.
Gabe?
We get to see Gabe again. Okay, I know in this context, Gabe is actually dead in the game. But can you imagine you meet someone and you're just like, huh, John, you were dead. Or you are dead. Not you were dead. You are dead.
You're dead.
You're dead, bro.
So, lots of people are dead, Alex. Most people.
Where are we?
Gabe is everyone's type.
I want to say
in one way or another. If it's not your type in looks, he's your type in something else.
Dr. Mendez to intensive care.
It's a shame.
definitely a hospital.
Gabe.
Some people are dead on the inside.
You know.
Kind of pregnant. Oi, Husky, you're not dead on the inside. I refuse to believe it.
Our mother is sick.
So is our father.
But it's a different kind of sickness.
What the hell's going on?
Play your part.
Gabe's me if I was Vietnamese.
Ow! Gabe.
I can kind of see it, dude. I can kind of see it. I think they're actually Chinese. But
Behave.
dude, this guy is wearing... I've seen this specific uniform on so many Asian dads in my entire life. So many times. This specific uniform. That is fucking crazy. No shit, the white shirt, the blue button.
Go check on your
The little name tag there.
Okay.
The hairline, the fucking hairdo. Oh my god. If I was Viet, I look similar. Yeah, I think I could actually see it. I could see it.
She was right over there.
Holy moly. Does it matter if they're Chinese? No, I know. I'm just saying. TV!
Gabe and I used to watch cartoons on this thing after school.
Cartoons? I too love watching cartoons.
There it is. The painting that taught me that art sucked sometimes.
I look at this painting and I see regret, solace, but freedom and peace. Just kidding, I see colors.
We spent so much time in here that I basically memorized every article.
Spin. Reminds me of when I played on Paint when I was a kid. I actually, yeah, that does, doesn't it? It definitely fits that vibe. Who the fuck is this? It's the guy that shot us. What else did I do as a kid back then? Empty bed.
Afford a private room. Just got lucky, I guess.
Mom's keys.
Fidget with her keys whenever she was.
She has the fucking cute ass. Oh my god, I love those. I love those so much. Look, guys, it's my average fan.
It was always too hot in this room.
Oh. Too bad. I don't think any of you guys are fans. You're just dorks. You guys are just dorks. I would never call you guys fans. I thought she dyed her fucking hair. I thought she dyed her fucking hair. I was like, wow, this Asian mom dyed her hair? That's very unique. Especially while she's dying at the hospital. I was just gonna say, I thought she had pink hair. Yeah, it's a fucking, like, bandana or something like that. Bandana? Whatever, brain. Is she losing hair? Does she have cancer or something?
There's something so weird and scary about watching your dad cry. How many nights did Dad spend in this room? Sleeping in an uncomfortable chair and eating vending machine dinners.
Yeah. This is heavy, bro.
Every
I thought those tissues were squishy. This is a hospital. What do you mean? You thought it was something else? Oh my god. What the fuck?
Hi, Mom.
Seems weak, tired, restless, sickly, coughing.
Mom. Mom.
What does she have?
Such a brave girl.
I'm gonna do the lurk now. I'll be back. No worries, Minnie. I won't get judged anymore. God bless. She's gone. I can be me again. I think she has mesothelioma. Mesothelioma. You failed, by the way. Nani? Mesothelioma.
Behave.
What does that mean? Meso in between oma. It's a growth, right? So what's theli?
Okay.
Also, I refuse to fail. I'm not making an educated guess, by the way. I just said it to say it. I don't know what thelio is.
Did I miss something?
Did I miss something? The fucking water? You want me to look at water?
No matter how much Mom drank, her throat was always dry.
Mesothelioma is such a funny word. I don't know why, like amphibian. It really is. That's why I say it. Mesothelioma.
Mom used to fish.
It's a type of lung cancer.
whenever she was
Is that what the thelio means? In between something? Because I know oma is growth. Meso is like in between. What are the kidneys, Hitsu? It's the answer. I see. What the fuck did I miss? Did I not watch TV? Oh, you know what? I'm fucking dumb. I have powers.
Alex, I need you to listen very carefully. We got some scary news today, and I'm going to be spending some time at the hospital.
What? Mom?
Oh, that would explain actually that she's coughing if she does have that.
It's going to be okay. Do you understand me? Things will be different for a little while, but I am going to be okay.
Mesothelioma? Is it thelioma? It's a type of cancer that occurs in the thin layer of tissue that covers the majority of your internal organs. So, okay. I guess it is kind of the between. I guess that kind of makes sense. Between your body and your organs, the thin layer. I guess it's valid. I just trying to remember like root words. God, I spent so much time memorizing fucking root terms, and I was gonna go to medical school, but I'm ass. All right, I read it. Can I speak to you now, mother? All right, felt the emotion.
Hi, Mom.
What's up, Mom? What if I missed something else? All right, she's coughing again.
Mom.
Water, Alex.
Fuck.
Get her some water.
How did the dad talk to her? What the fuck? I'm here to give you some water, Mom. Telepathy? Sure, actually. She is a telepath. Or is that a term? A telepath? She's telepathic?
You almost never cried, even when you were very small.
A telepath is a real word. I see. Okay.
That's been my biggest challenge with you.
Yeah, I mean, I figured. I just wasn't sure if it was an actual thing or not. Man is lacking. Yeah, you're right.
So strong.
I'm losing brain cells. That's what happens when I'm on Twitter daily. God damn it. Oh, she's so skinny. They did a good job of representing how weak and sick someone can get.
Shh. No tears, my strong girl. I want you to make me a promise.
What is it?
Your brother, your father, they are going to need you
The brother is dead for sure.
to be strong.
Is her father dead?
I'll let
If her father's dead as well, is she the only one left?
Such a brave girl.
Dinner time, be back? No worries. Go get that dinner. Go get that dinner. Done and dish done it. Flashbang. Static. The Big Bang. Radiation. I don't know what's really curious. Everything that exists in this universe has an impact on literally everything. Because technically, we all have a gravitational pull just by having matter. And the tiniest particle of matter has a gravitational pull on even the biggest thing. So something like light years away is constantly pulling on you. It's just there's other things, other forces that pull against it. But all those forces add up. Literally everything affects everything. Sorry, that was really fucking random. So we're in their home. I'm guessing this is their home, childhood home. There's Chen. He's here to guide us.
Time you talked to her? Mom.
I think so.
Do you miss her?
See, the thing I don't fully know is if this is completely in her head, which I think it is.
What's going on?
But this game also has powers.
I'm almost 15. Dad and I are time bombs. You keep running back and forth, trying to defuse us both.
So is Gabe like actually here as a spirit or something maybe? And she's What is that melody? All right. So it just let me listen. It doesn't play the cutscene again. I just listen again. For all the classics, all the fucking classics. Classics? What'd I say? Classics? Enunciate. Pronounce each syllable clearly and concisely. Stop slurring and mumbling. God fucking damn it, I did it again. I need a speaking coach. Ba-dum-bum-bum.
I always set it here when it was done so he could At least I managed to hold on to you, Shoo Shoo.
Shoo Shoo. And with that, I'm off to sleepies. Good night, dorks. Hi, you sleep well, Sonny. You take care. Thank you for hanging out. You know, I appreciate you.
Favorite job in the world.
Bum.
Gabe had barely used this backpack in weeks. Nobody could get him to go to school. Mom and Dad had this TV before they had either of us.
Damn, TV that's older than the both of them?
When wasn't this place falling apart? Mom's old sewing kit. Don't think I've ever even tasted a butter cookie.
I was like, is that I saw this and my first thought wasn't cookie tin, it was the sewing kit. So when she said this is my mom's first sewing kit, it's like, yeah, that makes sense until I read it and I was like, wait, that's a cookie tin. Wait, every single family has that. That's a thing that every family has had. Unironically.
The killer mistress tabs in this book weren't even close to right. Gabe loved Son of Lead back when it was an indie.
It's too gory for me.
Gory for me.
Son of Lead. Yo, who's the fucking weeb? Who's the weeb? Get exposed. This is Gabe's bed. Gabe's a fucking weeb. I should have known. Sophia, you're up? Good morning to you, Sophia. Thank you for scaring the shit out of me, even though I'm not even playing a spooky game anymore. Hi, hun. Did you sleep well? Are you alright? You didn't sleep for that long.
Mom kept every single one we ever got. Thanks for trying, Lucky Cat. My job was to sort
Pile of bills.
how close we were to a collections notice.
My body clock doesn't allow you to sleep in anymore. Oh, you're waking up at 5 even though you got 4 hours of sleep? You're too used to the work schedule, huh?
I wanted to be a werewolf that Halloween.
Well, good morning, hun, at least. If you end up staying up, hope you're doing well. I love you. Rice cooker!
Water for 1 cup rice. Set timer for 30
Oh, hun, I need you to do me a favor. Can you check the website? The wedding website? I don't know if it's working or not.
Touched these after Mom died. She was such a good cook.
We got soy sauce, we got sriracha, we got so just like regular like not Tabasco, but I'm forgetting the term.
I just wanted to help.
We got beer. We got the I actually know like half of these sauces. At least like I know the first two, I know the middle one over here. I know the one on the far right. The big can, I think it's just chili pepper, to be honest. Chili oil type stuff maybe, but I'm not too sure. And there's obviously pepper and salt. It's kind of funny.
Gabe used to steal Dad's beer all the time. It was like the one thing they didn't fight about. Almost empty.
Almost always.
Almost always. I didn't even know what CPS was.
Child Protection Service? Oh my fucking god. Will, I saw he DM'd me. a little bit ago. He said the website wasn't working, but he said he loved how everything looked.
Oregon State Child Protective Services. We got a call from someone who said there might have been some kind of fight here last night. Is your dad home?
Oh gosh, you know what? We were, yeah, that was like rehearsal. And I'm in this play at school, and my dad, like, he was helping me learn my lines.
Must be some play. But if you need anything, my number is on there. Okay?
Gabe was always looking out for his father, even though the father and him are arguing right now, as we see. Interesting.
I can't believe they were ever this happy.
Did he type the URL correctly? He probably didn't. Or did I type the URL incorrectly on the thing? Let me see. I'm checking something real quick. Let me see what I sent him specifically. Sorry, guys. I want to check something real quick. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh, then it's just him being a... He's probably just silly. He's probably just silly. I mean, it's Will. It's Will. What's new? I typed it. Worked for me. Okay. Yep. No, he messed it up. Not my problem. God damn it. God damn it, Tsubasa XI. Yeah, William. Classic William. He's streaming right now. What a dork. I'm supposed to leave?
Gabe and Dad were so loud when they fought.
Okay, let's open the door. Actually, no. Do you recognize this song, dear? Before we head out? While I type to Will. Oh, fuck. Okay. That's fine. I'll type to him on my phone. Let him know that it works. Ooh, my Discord's kind of lagging. Da, da, da. Okay. If I know this song, heck. How was your karaoke session yesterday? I saw you were even singing the Pokemon theme song with all the gals you were with. You looked drunk. But you looked like you were having a lot of fun, though. Looked like you were having a blast, so it makes me happy. You lost your voice? I mean, it's been a while, hasn't it? Since you just went all out like that, just singing at the top of your lungs. We had fun, though. It looked like a lot of fun. You even had churros. Oh my god, I want churros. After I saw the churros, I've been craving churros like all day. And ice cream. Oh my god.
Are you gonna tell her? Or is that my job?
Keep your voice down.
Fine, I'll do it. Alex, Dad lost his job again. So we're broke. Again.
Don't talk to me that way. Despite what you may believe, you do not know everything. You think what? I laid myself off?
It's okay. We'll figure it out. I
don't know, Dad. But what are we supposed to do now? We gotta eat.
We can sell some records. Or what about my guitar? We can sell that.
Alex, what is it gonna take to get you to stop defending him?
Your mother could see you now.
I don't want to hear about Mom.
Babe!
I'm so tired of you using her as an excuse to be a piece of shit.
Oh, I thought he was choking him.
Piece of shit.
Dad.
Damn it, Alex.
I'm okay. It's okay. It was an accident.
Alex, I didn't...
Dad, it's okay. Really, I'm not hurt.
I can't do this.
Dad?
Is he kicking... He's kicking Gabe out? Is he packing clothes? Is he about to leave?
Someone will come. That woman from CPS.
He's abandoning his kids.
Dad.
He's gonna go buy milk.
I'm sorry.
No. No. Dad!
I'm gonna pause real quick. I'm gonna talk about this. The dad is going through some shit, so I'm gonna talk from his perspective a little bit. I'm gonna try to think about his perspective. He knows he fucked up. He just saw that he accidentally hit Alex, and not only that, he was also about to willingly try to punch Gabe in the face, his son. In his mind, he sees himself, I believe, as a completely failed father. They've been arguing a lot. I don't think they ever got into anything physical, and I think that was the turning point right there. He's gonna get into physical territory, and I know he's been depressed. The entire area looks like shit. Their house looks like shit. So he's been going through some shit. I don't condone him leaving his kids completely behind, but I kind of get it from his perspective. He's like, I'm a terrible father. I can't do much better for them. I just got laid off. Maybe the child protection service people will actually be able to take care of them. It's probably what he's thinking. Is that wrong? I almost guarantee that he's very much in the wrong. I don't think he's a bad father. I think he's just depressed. But still, him trying to hit the kids, I think, was the turning point, and I think he realized it as well, which is why he's just like, nope, I gotta dip. I can't stay. But unfortunately, that just means his kids are not completely abandoned. Gabe and Alex, we both know how that turns out. Gabe goes wandering around on his own, living his life. Doesn't talk to Alex for 5 years. Gabe dies. Alex just gets fucked in the system, basically, for years. So there's no good outcome out of this. It just sucks for all of them. It's really sad. Daddy hits you with the daddy mindset. No, I'm not. I'm not. Dan, you're a dork, dude. Oh, they don't need milk, Mr. Chen. They need their dad. Except we're native. We're lactose intolerant. We don't need no milk. So like, I get his perspective, but I feel like that should be a wake-up call where he stands up and actually makes a difference instead of completely running out the house. I feel like when you're at that point, he should have done something. But I guess that's easier said than done. Honestly, if everyone could do it, the world would be fucking phenomenal, wouldn't it?
Can I ask you a question? Which orphanage is this? The one in Grant Park?
Dad is BRBing to buy some milk.
I can't do this, okay?
So yeah, she's literally going down memory lane. I wasn't far off. While she's dying somewhere at the bottom of some pit.
About what you see.
I have. And now I'm done.
Almost. But not yet.
Are you gonna stay up, hun? The whole night? You are 12. I'm 16.
Gabe, come on.
Oh, that's right. He goes to juvie. He doesn't actually start his life yet.
15. Orphanages, group homes.
Oh my god.
Rooms in the strange houses of foster parents. By the time you're 17, you've seen them all. Somewhere along the line, you start to feel things.
They're gonna try to get some sleep soon. Hi, I love you, hon.
Your own emotions don't belong.
Lactate milk. I made a mistake a few too many times. Lactate milk actually tastes pretty damn good. I've had some. It's sweet, still good without the lactose. Still has the nutrients.
I don't want this.
Alex.
I think the only issue is it tends to be more expensive. That's about it. Or you know what? We need milk too. I should go out and buy some.
Play my part.
Okay. Play your part. All right, let's look around. It's a water cooler.
We weren't allowed.
What?
We weren't allowed to bring glass into the dorms. So we had to drink from this thing.
Like hamsters in a cage.
Except, God, they put me on so many meds.
Oh my God. 1, 2 a day. 2 a day. Breakfast / lunch. 1 a day. Rar. What's up, King Allen? Welcome back, dude. How are you? You dork.
Did any of them ever work?
Fuck no.
Helped a little.
There it is.
None of them fixed me. They used to say this place wasn't a prison.
You'll be back though, right? Right? How was the game? Labyrinth, you mean?
So
I went off to play D&D. How was your D&D session?
the end result was prison bars.
The game went well. We finished the game basically, so that was nice. That was really nice.
Guess I missed a few days.
Happiness is a choice you make every day. That's such a generic bullshitty statement to say. If someone ever said that when I was down, I would be like, fuck you. That's not a good thing. Like, does it hold some merit? Potentially? In terms of like smiling even when you're down tends to make you feel better. Like there's research done into that. But like, that's such a bullshitty fucking statement.
Remember the kid who put this here?
Yeah, no, we had a good time. It was quite the session. What happened? What kind of crazy shit went on?
Something with an S?
You were friends at first, right?
We're never getting out of this fucking place.
Then I freaked out on her and she was done with me. Just like everyone else.
Fancy.
Oh.
I had one good outfit. We wore them to meet the parents.
Did it help?
They should have stenciled the same thing on all of us.
Property of Oregon Children Orphanage.
We didn't belong to anyone else, did we? I took a fork in here one time.
Residents must adhere to their assigned schedules at all time. She actually took a fork into her room. They're not permitted to loiter in the dormitory outside of designated free time. Glass and silverware to remain in the canteen. Do not bring these into the dormitory. Non-resident guests are not permitted in the dormitory. Lights out occur at 9 p.m. every evening. No music, no TV, no screen time after lights out. What the fuck? This sounds like a proper... It sounds like an asylum. Not necessarily a jail cell. It has jail cell type rules. But it seems more like it's like a medical center where you're just like, oh, okay, after these hours, nothing. If you're lonely, just don't be. Where did you hear that quote? Who said that, dear? What?
Well, there are my strings. Where's my guitar?
I don't understand. Why can't I have my guitar?
We've been over this, Alex. Your guitar stays in the rec room. You can play it during free time.
They took her guitar away?
That's bullshit. I don't need it in the fucking rec room. I need it when I'm stuck in the fucking dorms.
Alex, that's enough. Maybe we'll just take away your guitar privileges entirely, if that's what you prefer.
You can't do that!
What the fuck? I've never obviously been an orphan, so I don't know what people have to deal with, but I'm sure this has some merit, some actual truth to it, because a lot of the game pulls on real life stories and stuff like that, and that shit sounds so scuffed. It sounds so fucked. I'm sure all I remember is from a very big dork from the US. Could not be me then, because I'm not a dork. I'm Gucci. Welcome to Foot Locker. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen when you open it? Oh, we're not opening it. We're just sitting on it. Okay. I just now realized she had a piercing. Am I slow? Oh, that's so fucking creepy. Who is that? Wait, who are these people?
She's been through so much. I just don't.
Oh, I don't know them.
If we're prepared for a troubled girl.
Right, every kid in an orphanage is basically troubled. The fuck? Okay, so this is her first group of parents. One of them was sad about letting her go, and the other one was angry? Question mark? Or something? These two seem to be afraid.
She's sensitive. What is that?
Okay, here's the angry one.
I wonder why she's never found a home before.
Why is that? That's not an angry statement at all. The fuck? Alright, last one's also afraid.
Sure, she's a sweet girl, but she's not for us.
She's awfully old, isn't she?
This is the kid that's been in all those fights, right?
I want to help. I really do, but there's just something broken. Wrong.
Someone said she's broken? Bro, if someone described that, oh my fuck. That's some dickhead vibes right there.
I'm sorry.
Why?
You need to see it.
Why does she need to see it?
Then nobody picked me?
Nobody picked you.
Maybe she just misheard broke as broken. You're just broke. She has no money. Oh, yikes. Yikes forever.
Mom died. Dad left. I bailed. You couldn't keep us together.
It was my job to keep us.
You were 11 years old.
It's a lot of burden to put on someone.
You were a kid, Alex. Let it go. People leave. Life gets hard. Sometimes it's a big shit sandwich. Make it better. Be angry at Dad. Miss Mom. Hell, be angry at me. But don't give up. No one gets to tell you what you're worth. And no one can take your life away. Fight.
I'm not sure
You have a gift.
Head hurts, time to sleep. Night. I hope you sleep well, hon. Try to get some more rest, okay? Oyasumi. Definitely need some rest. Thank you for stopping by real quick.
Now get up.
What?
Get up and fight.
Why can't I spell? Sophia, PH. No, it happens. Sophia surprisingly gets the PH thing a lot.
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding. Good night, hun. Good night, Sophia. Hello, Monran. You're playing Metroid Prime Remastered. Fuck. Neo got it. It's alright, though, hun. You get some rest. Thank you for stopping by real quick. Oyasumi. Oyasumi. What's up, Monran? How are you doing? Doesn't it normally play something when I get rated? Did not play? What is up? How are you doing? How was Metroid Prime Remastered? Neo, how are you? All of a sudden really need to go pee. You got ads? Now, this might be a good time to go pee. Um, we salute Sophia, the maid commander. Of course, I like that, Neo. I'm gonna do one of these. I want to see if it works. Yeah, and then if it doesn't work, I'm just gonna go pee real quick. But tell me what you're up to, Monren. It's playing now.
It's so adorable, and then it just turns into this fucking monstrosity. Welcome back, streamer.
Oh my god.
Welcome to Plant Keeping 101. Hey, whoa, hey, whoa.
That's still creepy to me. That's still creepy to me.
Very rude. Chill, bro, chill.
Chill, bro, chill. Thermal visor is not as easy on the eyes as in my older age. It's a beautiful planet too. You know what Metroid game I fucking love playing? It was on the Nintendo DS, I think. And it was a multiplayer game. You could come in, play different units, different classes, and it was kind of like a Quake type experience where you walk around playing against other people in the lobby. I forgot the fucking name of it. I used to love that shit. That shit was so much fucking fun. What the fuck is that name? It was very much like Quake, but I had to go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Behave, dorks. And Monren, let me know what you're up to. In case, unless you were, I know you were doing Metroid Prime, but I mean, let me know how it went. You know. Minasan, welcome to my stream. I don't stream. Let me catch up. Hunters, I think it was called. Oh my. Okay, I need to look this up. No fucking shot. Nintendo, DS, Metroid, Prime. Was it? This wasn't it. This wasn't it. I don't think it was. I don't think it was this. It was something else. Actually, no. It was this. I think it was this. Multiplayer. Was it this? I don't fucking remember. It might have been, I don't remember exactly, but I remember how much I fucking loved playing it. It's a peeing time? I'm peeing time. Welcome back, Minnie. Hello, back. Also, Mon, welcome back to you. What'd you guys get for food? I'm guessing Minnie got food too. What'd you guys get? With Hitsuga, I want to share that I recently became a mod for my dad's Twitch stream. He made me a mod because I'm a tech savvy son, but it was still a nice upgrade. Well, that's Pog. Congratulations. It was good. I remember very oddly specific rooms from playing it when I was younger, but otherwise another boss down and almost at the third, I think. Nice. Nice. I mean, boss down a stream is honestly progress to me. Also, hello everyone. Hello, Monren. How are you doing? Have you been okay, Mon? Have you been seeing my gosh darn edits recently on the TikToks / Twitter post? Perchance. Welcome back, Hitsu. Welcome back, Minnie. On one of Leo's super mods, you are. I'm a mod, but super. I had burrito. Burrito sounds good. Minnie didn't get food, but Minnie was looking at crochet patterns because I need to start my next project. I've never crocheted anything in my life. Actually, that's probably not true. I think I did once at the age of 2. Perhaps. I have nice crisp edits. Thank you. Each edit I'm kind of messing with different ideas to kind of get a feel for how they work. So there's not really like a solid theme, but I'm really liking what I'm doing with the text, the subtitle-y text. I feel like I can really make that like, it's not really my style because everyone's already done that kind of style at some point, but I feel like me doing stuff with the text itself, you know what I mean? Well, I'm just messing with it for now though. I want to see how it goes. Crochet is super fun. It's my favorite thing to do when I get motivation to do something. Well, that's awesome. I've literally never done it. I know very little about it besides you gotta weave between the damn things. Like, whoa. I'm itching to build another PC, man. Do it on stream. I can be your stream. I have no money. I have $1 in my bank account. Actually, no, that's not true. Sunny donated $10 last stream. I just remembered. To PayPal. So I have $10 in my PayPal. On 34 cents, I win. Damn. I have no money. I understand the pain. I understand the pain though. Thank you, Nia, for posting the TikTok. I'm trying to upload daily. I just messed up my fucking chat. I'm trying to upload daily onto this shit. But we will see how it plays out. But it is what it is. All right. Let me switch back to the GOM scene. The Gamma scene. Thank you for the 100 bits, Minnie. Nani. One more dollar. I'm going up in the world. Step aside, Jeff Bezos. For it is I, Hitsu. Yeah. I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's having a fantastic night again. Monren, thank you for that raid earlier. I appreciate you. I really do. I miss you. I want to hang out at some point, but I'm sorry that my dumbass is always constantly like just AFK mentally. I got more money than Dio. It's over. Jeff Bezos and Dio. I'm actually the richest man on earth. Because I got the love of my homies. Wow.
Nani?
Scuffed you are. Scuffed I am. Husky, thank you for gifting a sub to Kirby. Jojo, thank you for gifting a sub to Kirby. You dork. You're the dork. Facts, I am always scuffed. That is definitely a fact. God damn it. I fucking love the notification. Have you guys seen some of the crazier shit? Let's see. There's this one, which is expensive as fuck. Have you seen this? I love that. That's a good redemption. Let your dreams be dreams. Redemption spam. Moshi moshi. Fuck you guys. Dun, 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 bum, bum, bum. Ah! Oh, yeah, yeah. That scared the fuck out of me. That was a lot of redemption spam right there. This is a good one to finish on. Whew. See that? See that? That's for everyone. Thank you, Steve. He's so proud. I'm not. I'm not. But I am proud of the calling people dorks one. I like that one a lot. This is what happens in a Hitsu stream. Interesting. That's so sick. What's so sick? I like that Steve one. You've never seen the Steve one? I guess it doesn't get redeemed that often. And the fucking numbers, dude. I was thinking about adding Yikes Forever. Has anyone ever played the Misfortune game? I haven't played it, but I've seen a lot of it. And I fucking love that character. I have it as a sound alert, but I'm thinking about trying to add Misfortune to the stream somehow. Because I thoroughly enjoyed it. Just throw glitter on it. That'd be kind of fun. Game is creepy. It is creepy. And that's you're not fucking wrong. It's very creepy. Can someone redeem the Yikes Forever? It's in the sound alert somewhere. It should be free. If it's not free, let me know. But yeah, I fucking love that. I want to see if I can implement something with that. Fucking dorks. I'm continuing the game. You guys are all dorks. Giga dorks.
Yikes forever.
Yikes forever. Ugh. When people say yikes forever, it just hurts me. He's literally at the bottom of the pit. Thank you again, Monren, for the raid. I appreciate you, you dork. No, maidens. That was a really fun one. Bum, 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 bum. What would I do for Yikes Forever, though? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's lagging. Everything's lagging now. Oh no. My stream is dying. Loving the timing. It's fantastic.
What is that melody?
What is that melody? Moshi, moshi, moshi. Watashi no namae wa Hitsu desu. Koko wa the Tanoru desu. Nani? Wait, Blue Cat Cafe? An actual cat cafe? That's kind of dope. So from what I'm understanding here, we don't have any major broken bones. We're bleeding from cuts and bruises. We might have internal damage, like a broken rib or something. But her breathing is not too bad. Intriguing. Bring on the cats. What the? You switch and I missed the plot twist? Yeah, I don't know how she's not dead. Simple. She just fell from the top and hit the ground. And look at this. There's a tiny little puddle here. Actually, no, that's just the moonlight. Never mind. Basically, there's a whole bunch of like wood shenanigans that she constantly fell on all the way down. Woods and wires up top that she just kept boom, 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 boom all the way down. That's basically what happened. We don't know anything beyond that.
No more ladder. Not that I'd be much good at climbing.
But it broke and now she's in Brazil. She cartoonishly fell, basically. She did. And it actually worked out for her. Look at that tunnel.
Mines growing into mines, just like Jed said.
Yeah. 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 Oh my god, it's a dead rat.
I'm gonna
How
choose
cute.
not to read anything into this.
A wooden sign.
I could almost laugh if it wouldn't hurt so much.
I love that one. Boop. It's the Hat Girl. That Hat Girl is such a fan. If anyone has not played Hat Girl, you're doing yourself a disservice. Fix that remedy that mistake.
Down here.
I mean, things get abandoned. They're abandoned for fucking ever. It's not uncommon to see abandoned mine traps still have like equipment that people use from way back when. Yeah, Hat in Time. It's a platformer game. But it's a really cute platformer game. It's so fun to play. Yeah, it has a hat, please. Is my camera blurry? Did I blur my camera?
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Come on, no, no, no,
So she's afraid of the dark. Understandably, though, we are inside.
I can do this.
We are inside the mines. Your camera's got that 90s feel to them. I'm aesthetic as fuck. Oh, I can see something. Is she using her telepathic powers to fucking see in the dark?
Okay, that's something.
She has night vision because she's an empath. That's how it works. That's how it works.
Only lead I've got.
This character, Alex, is actually very fucking broken. Are you lurking, Dan? Enjoy your lurk if so. Echolocation. This is like
All right, boys, getting close.
her power.
Huh, Jed? Dig so deep, we see where the devil sleeps.
That's a little bit specific.
This is it.
No, yeah, this she her actual power is that she's an empath and she can understand people's emotions. When she feels people's emotions strongly enough, she can kind of read their minds. And that in that regard, she's a telepath. That's her power, technically. But right now, she's using her power to see in the dark.
Moisture in this soil. Jed, we gotta call it. This dig is fucked.
Nothing's fucked.
Jed, we got no pumps running. No.
My teams have never quit a dig this deep before.
It's just a light empathic telepathy. Yeah. It's something.
Steady goes.
Steady. Empathic, telepathic, echolocation. Clear the tunnel.
Who's on radio?
Jed! Fuck! Jed! Jed!
Oh my god.
Moshi moshi.
We got.
Moshi.
There's still men back there. They'll drown.
Yeah, and so will we if we don't get the fuck out. Make the call, Jed.
God damn it! God damn it! Everyone, let's go now!
Damn.
Smells like fireworks.
Metal Gear Jed. Yeah, Jed blew our trust. What is that melody? What is that? She's sensing some strong ass emotions coming from that particular thing. It gave her night vision.
It's punishment time!
Fucking Danganronpa. Alex's dad, who abandoned her, also went to this specific spot and was a miner inside the fucking tunnels. And he's dead.
Dad.
Holy fucking shit. Literally.
Come back! Jed, you son of a bitch!
Chen, you gotta stop, man.
Jed! Fuck you, Jed! Come back!
It's over, Chen. He's not coming back.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
So she doesn't have a dad. Her mom is dead, and her brother is dead. She's actually alone. Holy fucking shit. And this company is the reason why both her brother and her dad are dead. That didn't reveal anything new to us beyond her dad, though. And we already knew Jed dealt with the... Yeah, we knew Jed came out with the other survivors, but he left people down there. And they died. So granted, it was his call.
And during my time here, I've come to realize what
So, what's up?
so special.
So how do we end up in Sweden?
Flower shop
This is Colorado.
run by multiple generations. A bar owner who greets every customer by name. It's a spring festival tradition going back 100 years. History, loyalty, pride. These values which define Haven are the same values that Typhon was built on. And that is why our partnership has been so successful. It's been my privilege to renew Typhon's commitment to him.
What the fuck?
We believe in this community, and we're tremendously excited for its
Dirk.
future.
So Diane works for the Typhon company.
I think I speak for all of us when I say we're eager to make this official. So, time to vote, folks. And then...
I almost choked on my soda. Oh my god, he sees...
Moshi.
Oh my fucking god. Dude, what is... This is getting insane. What? Okay. So, Alex is showing up. Jed shot her.
Alex, oh my god.
I'm fine.
You are not fine. We have to get you to a doctor.
What happened to you?
Don't worry about me.
Rar. Moshi mosh.
Alex, you're hurt.
She has something important to do right now. Something really important to do.
Do you need help? We can call an ambulance.
Typhon's been lying to all of you.
And so has Jed Lucan.
Alex. What's going on?
You know exactly what's going on.
Yikes forever. I agree.
I was down in the mine last night. I saw what Typhon's been hiding for 12 years. Jed Lucan isn't a hero. That whole story is a lie. Jed caused the accident. And then he abandoned 7 of his men.
Someone dislikes Jed as well, I see. Bang, 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 bang.
Pictures of me and Gabe down there in the dirt. Because one of those miners was my father. Typhon wanted to keep this covered up in case it jeopardized the vote. Everyone at that company is scared to death. All they do is protect themselves. So they decided to bury the evidence. And nothing was going to stop that blast. Not even the fact that there were 4 people up in the mountains. That's how Gabe was killed. Jed knew all along. He covered up the truth about
This is fucking heavy, man.
And when I found out,
Alex is strong though.
he tried to kill me too. Why aren't any of you saying anything?
Obviously, because it's so hard to trust the new girl when Jed has been here the longest and been such a good guy for the longest. It's not too hard, Alex. You need some proof.
We don't want to embarrass you, Alex.
Try me.
These accusations are, well, they're insane. And trying to go into the mine was obviously a very dangerous, very illegal thing to do. But we all sympathize with your situation. You've been through so much. Your brother was your only family, wasn't he? I can only imagine how much you want an explanation for his loss.
Diane, come on, man.
Comfort and make your life seem less unfair.
Diane deserves a smack. How dare she? Jed deserves a punch. Ba, 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 ba.
Why don't you just tell the truth? You've been planning your exit from Typhon anyway.
What?
You never signed up for threats or attempted murder. You hate this.
Okay, okay.
To stop.
She's yes. I'm liking where this is going.
Do you have any idea what Alex is talking about?
No, I don't. I've tried to be there for Alex since Gabe died. I thought, I don't know, I hoped I could be something of a father figure to her. All I can guess is, sometimes when we're hurting, the people we
Jed
are the ones.
Jed is gaslighting the fuck out of Alex right now. Obviously, I get it because it's a crime accusation. I'm not gonna call him a monster. Jed has been good,
This is an act. You're lying.
but he is fucking lying.
Please. I know this is hard to accept. You all trust him. I did too, but I'm telling the truth.
I believe you. Of course I do. I believe you too. I'm horrified and shocked and still processing.
I respect that answer.
I believe you.
Miss Harmon, please remember the terms of your settlement.
Screw your settlement. I would never take that money.
Ooh. Charlotte's fucking insane.
I would like to speak.
So we offer her the chance to take the money anyways, and then ultimately she declines the money.
Young lady came to Haven as a stranger, but over the last few weeks, she's become one of us.
Ducky.
Now, her story certainly seems unlikely, if not impossible. But she deserves at least an investigation of her claims. We ought to take her seriously.
Come on.
You're being unhelpful.
What? Eleanor of all people?
You know our mind can play tricks on us.
Oh, she's using it.
None of it is your fault. It's so hard.
I love Eleanor.
To admit you need help. But it's always better in the end. We're all...
She's kind of asking for help right now.
Let us help you.
Respectfully, Eleanor, you don't know what you're talking about.
Don't worry, Alex. I got this.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I have a USB stick full of recordings.
Yes, we went through this yesterday.
Yeah!
Our superiors
Yeah!
Conspiracies.
Yeah. You're trying to weasel your way out of things again, huh? I know your game. I know
Don't
how you...
test me, Jason.
You know what? I'm not scared of you anymore. And not of you, not Typhon.
All right, that's enough.
Deputy Pike, do you have some kind of personal issue with me?
Like hell I do.
Jason. Well,
Classic white woman move. I don't think that she knows what she's talking about. Eleanor doesn't know what she's talking about. She's trying to be nice, but she's saying the wrong things.
it concerns me that a voting member of this
Apologize.
I'm really sorry.
I don't believe getting ridiculous.
We're all getting ahead of ourselves. And what's...
We don't need to ask if he believes me. We'd have to apologize to him. That's the right move.
It's punishment time!
Dad. Please. Come clean. We'll figure it out together.
Ryan is such a G, man.
Amazes me. The extent to which she is manipulating.
Come on, Jed. It's exposed. Be a decent fucking person. You are one.
Come on. I hate seeing you do this.
My own son.
Dad.
My own goddamn son!
Stop.
She gonna use her powers right now? This is some trippy shit right now. What the fuck is going on? Oh, fucking Jed Lucan, huh?
Tried to kill me. It's not what you tell yourself. That you thought it was best for Haven. This was never about Haven.
Empathetic, telepathic, echolocationic time stopper.
I know it's easier not having to think about the men you buried. You want to
He's angry
and pretend the people you hurt aren't people. But I won't let you. My father worked for you. His name was John.
Come on. Your father deserves some fucking respect.
Gave him anything for free. He fought just to stay alive. He fought for us.
He was dealing with a lot, but he was still pushing on. And near the end, it definitely seemed like he was actually, he still held his family dear. It's just, I don't
And then Gabe.
Life sucks. Life sucks. That's what happened.
Brother. He was building a family here. Doing it his own way.
At this point, Alex is the JoJo stan. She is the JoJo stan.
He was so nervous about it. And so excited. And he brought me here.
Also known as Wulong Chen. Oh my fucking god.
But he died. Because of you. And then there's me. For so many years, I just wanted to survive. To get through.
I can understand that.
It even changed me. I started to think about the future.
This might be me answering this. I might be the one answering this. I'm not sure if this is what Alex would definitely want, but I think with Gabe's influence, I could definitely see her wanting this as well.
I want to help people. Because
But that might have been my own biases might have affected that choice right there.
knowing I'm good at something feels fucking great.
Got outlandish names. Wulong means dragon. What do you mean? That's not outlandish. That's badass. No, Alex is a fucking G.
Just so you wouldn't have to face the truth.
Jed, come on. Own up to this shit. Own up to it. Own up to it. Be the fucking better man and just accept your punishment, man. Just own up to it. I know he has it in him.
You forgot that,
I know he's a good person.
haven't you? You've plastered over it with
No, Alex is really fucking strong.
You tell yourself you're a good man. You take care of so many people. You gave me a roof and a job.
Like Jed
You checked on me when I was grieving.
is in some part good,
Such a good, generous man.
but he has those evil
That's
bits a part of him that he's definitely running from, and that's exactly what Alex is talking about right now.
What do we see?
He's not a pawn. He might be. I'm gonna go with coward. I think coward is the most important thing right now. He's definitely a coward. He's running away from his own demons. He has been his whole entire life, and he's been telling himself, reaffirming to himself that he's a good person, doing good acts, trying to constantly be a good dude. Almost as if like he's trying to, but then why did he have to go and shoot Alex, man? He's a fucking coward. That's what it takes to convince your boss for a raise. Jed, I don't like Jed anymore. Jed is very disappointing right now for me. I want him to own up because I know he's capable of it. He's not.
Saying it to your wife. Saying it in front of your son.
Alex is hitting all the fucking points, man. Holy shit.
To go underground and look death in the eye. But you couldn't muster the courage to admit a mistake. I can feel you trying to pull away.
Yeah, I'm an empath, bitch. In a way where he can still. Yeah, he's trying to make up for it, but
Sometimes it's so awful you think you're gonna break.
this dude has some fucking demons. That's all I can really sum it up to.
And you're whole and free and still alive. Then you'll finally know how strong you really are.
Come on, Jed, do something.
I see the truth about you.
Jed right now is probably like this girl is like calling all the shots. See, this is what I said earlier, I think, right? I said Jed probably hates the fuck out of himself.
Keep it secret. And the more you deny that hatred,
Hate is fucking vicious, isn't it?
I know who you are. I've seen
If Alex says the best parts as well. Listen. Condemn him? I don't want to condemn him in the sense that he needs to, like, never get any redemption. Let me think about this. If I was in this situation, would I condemn him or would I forgive him? I see his potential. We've seen his potential. But he still did some heinous acts. Some terribly fucked up shit. Would I still forgive him though? Would I? Or would I condemn him? I would not condemn him, I think. As long as... Okay, I would forgive him, but he still needs to accept his responsibility and his punishments that come along with everything that happened. If that makes sense. Like, I think that's what would be the key point. Gabe said he wanted her to be angry. Gabe did say that. Has he done anything for forgiveness? I'm genuinely thinking about it. Alright, so in the context of everything, let me think about Alex, because I'm thinking too much about Jed right now. He hasn't been going about it, right? Vote cathartic release of condemnation. My heart's fucking pounding. Just thinking about this choice. It's not, I don't think it's even a proper choice. You know what? You guys might not like this. I'm going to forgive him. No, it's fucking crazy.
and I forgive you.
Admit to your fucking mistakes, you idiot. Fucking idiot.
And the news is still coming in.
I'm also picking up from what the context. I don't know nothing about this game outside of what I've watched here. I should cry like that. Oh, I. What's this here? Let's hear it all.
Employees as their manager 12 years ago.
Let's hear it all.
A recent cover-up, which involved a clandestine and unpermitted explosion to thwart inspections, caused the death of Haven local Gabe Chen last month. Mr. Lukin is currently in police custody, awaiting arraignment. We will have plenty more about
This is okay. I forgive him, and she got fucking skills, and he's going to accept the punishments that come along with it. And if
The silence is worse. I need to get some air.
I'm okay with that. God fucking damn, man.
All my strength and willpower.
God fucking damn. I'm a good noodle. I'm just Hitsu. I'm just your regular average Joe. Like, in that context, if I condemn him, it would be perfectly valid. If you condemn him, that's perfectly valid. That's a perfectly fine choice. It's a perfectly logical, reasonable choice. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. But I think in my scenario, I would still want to forgive him. I would probably hate him still for all the things he did. Oh, that's fucking hard. That's really fucking hard to think about.
This air was powered by adrenaline that whole morning. Now I'm mostly powered by
Extra strength Advil. That's fantastic. Leo likes fixing people's lives. That's a huge generalization. I just like being Hitsu
I guess he felt the same way.
for the sake of making people better. Like, that's probably it, right? I forgive him. He admits to his mistakes. He can grow as a person, and then properly fucking make a change. It's too late.
Hold on to it for whatever it's worth.
Alex, they told me to destroy this jacket after the accident. I couldn't do it. Perhaps some part of me knew I would one day need to pass it along. When Gabe first stepped into my bar looking for his father, I swore I would one day return this jacket to him. Then I swore I would return it to both of you. I think you know by now what my word is worth. I do not deserve your forgiveness, but it moved me more than I knew was possible. I hope this gift will provide some small comfort to you in the days ahead. See, this is what I'm talking about. Jed, he's a dickhead. He's an asshole. And he's done a lot of fucking wrong, and he has a lot of fucking demons, but he has the capacity for good. It's just his cowardice and situation has caused him to be so far gone that it's such a hard fucking... Oh, holy fucking shit, that was difficult. Sorry.
Nothing like being called delusional by someone you trusted. That one really hurt.
I mean, it didn't hurt that much. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You ever swing a pick before, Mr.
Chen, John, and no. But I'm a hard worker, and I learn fast, and I don't mind long hours.
You don't have somebody waiting on you at home?
No, sir.
Well, John, guess you're a hell diver now.
I'm full belief. Well, that's the thing. We know from the memory itself, Jed didn't want to leave those people. He made a tough call, and he said, fuck, we have some people now. I can save some people now, but if we stay on for too long, for an unknown amount of time, we don't know when they'll be back, when those other hell divers will be back. We don't know when they're coming. If we stay for too long, all of us might die. So he saved a handful of folks and left the ones that weren't fully there yet. They came shortly afterwards. They probably would have had time. And I think Jed actually wanted them to be there. Unfortunately, the problem with Jed is he could not fucking admit it that he left them there. He never took full responsibility for that. So I think they probably played it off as like they died in the thing. And it was they insta died or something like that, so they just dipped and left him or something like that. But that's where his biggest fault is. And then trying to cover it up, I'm not sure if he himself was the one that caused the explosion that killed Gabe, her brother. I didn't think it was. I think it was the company that did that.
be rare that a local paper
But
gets to break out the really big headline.
it was, yeah, I think Typhon had a lot of fucking influence in all this shit too. So the real enemies, I think, is still Typhon. And Typhon, I would condemn the fuck out of. I would say, like, burn the company to the ground.
See? This is why I try to only read the art sections.
A surprising newcomer and three-time veteran joined together to create music magic under the Spring Festival stars on Saturday. Alex Chen, whose brother Gabe Chen, longtime bartender at the Black Lantern, was killed in a tragic mining accident last month, lit up the crowd with her passionate vocals and powerful guitar. It has been a long time since I've witnessed a Spring Festival crowd dance together with abandon like that. With abandon. Noted Jesse McPherson, local novelist. It was transportive. Steph Gingrich, KRCT DJ and mainstay on the Spring Festival stage, held down the drums for what the duo claimed was only their first time playing together, including even practice sessions. Called this reviewer a tad skeptical. The chemistry was palpable. I think I speak for all in attendance when I say here's hoping this is the beginning of a new Spring Festival tradition that will continue for many years to come. Yeah, forgive Jed, condemn the fuck out of Typhon. They need to suffer for what they did. The image of Haven Springs as an idyllic refuge, an oasis of comfort, and civility, civility, what? And civility blissfully removed from the tumult of the what the hell are these words? Of the outside world was shattered on Sunday. In truth, the Haven really never existed outside postcards and tourism board drivel anyway. But while we have weathered troubles and fought demons in the past, we know that this typical Typhon mining scandal will leave a huge scar on the psyche of our small town. Not just from what took place, horrible enough as the details are, but from what was involved, from who was involved. A young and beloved bartender, respected mining industry up and comer, and the town's most revered patriarch at the center of it all. Jed Lucan currently sits in San Miguel County Prison. He is said to be fully cooperative with the police and repentant for his actions, but the harm he has done to this town, to all of us who knew and trusted him over the years, is just beginning to be understood. Still, in the face of this tremendous calamity, we say Haven will survive. We will not emerge. We will emerge. We will not emerge. Sounds kind of foreboding. We will emerge, if not stronger, at least a bit wiser for having overcome it. We will have to do this not because it's easy, but because we have no other choice. This is our home. Interesting.
After what I went through, the middle of the ocean might not be so bad.
Solid. So this is how it ends then, I guess. There's no like crazy shenanigans. Pendant.
Maybe Dad deserved everything he got, but I'm still glad we were there with him in his last moments.
Yeah. Dad was a bad dad because of the circumstances he went through. It's a shame, really.
I've been playing a lot the last 2 days.
She did want to go outside, yeah. But I mean, there's cutscene. Trying to get all the cutscene.
It's actually the opposite. When I'm playing is the only time I get to not think about Jed or Gabe or Dad and what could have been if he'd never come to this town.
How did Gabe find this town?
What I don't think about is me, because I've never been good at that. And suddenly, it's the only question that's left. So, I just keep playing.
Feel bad for Alex. She's going through this shit for sure. All right, yeah, that's a cutscene. Having to deal with Jed and Gabe, and now she's all alone. God damn. She cheated. Lawyer business card.
Maybe I do deserve some $ justice, but I'd much rather be able to move on with my life.
Although I agree, no, go get that bank. Take the company down.
I want to go outside without seeing anyone. That's why God created rooftops. The LARP was 2 days ago? That doesn't seem possible.
What's funny is Jed was the villain in the LARP. That's a little on the nose. I didn't even think about that until just now. Damn. Is it Steph?
Hey, Steph.
Alex.
It is.
Before you say anything, I have to get this out.
It is.
Okay.
What you did at the council meeting, it was the bravest thing I've ever seen.
It's why is it
Made
lagging?
me want to be brave too. So, here it goes. I want to be with you. I don't give a shit about playing music or seeing the world. I mean, I do, but only if it's with you. And if you'd rather stay here instead, then... fuck it.
You didn't have to rip the damn ticket. God damn. God damn, that was amazing.
I've never had anyone barge in to tell me that.
That was properly amazing.
Yeah? How'd it feel?
You've given me a lot to think about.
Well, good. That was the idea.
Now she has to buy 2 tickets if I want to leave.
Find me.
I don't know why it's playing it twice right now. We really bugged the fuck out of it. Lagging. That is a fucking sight.
Maidens.
What? No. Alex is gonna get his girl, or her girl. Sorry. Alex gonna get her girl.
My future. What to do?
Gabe can't tell you how to do that.
The night of the Spring Fest, Steph made a strong push for leaving with her. Playing on the road. The excitement of the unknown. Of course.
Is that gonna be our choice?
The shit went down. Come on. You're the know-it-all.
Are we gonna have to make this choice? Do we choose to stay here or go with Steph?
Actually, I do know what you should do. You should stay in Haven.
Really?
You really think so?
Of course. You finally have a home, a job, people who actually like you.
Really?
Why would you give that up?
That's true.
I mean, does she have a job?
Again, maybe leaving would be better.
Oh, thank you, Gabe.
What?
She doesn't have a job right now.
You suddenly have a little money, friends. And don't you think it's time to give this music thing a real shot? No, you should definitely leave.
Oh, fuck off. Stop it, Gabe. I don't need the mysterious spirit bullshit right now. I just need my big brother.
Then getting more ads. I'm sorry. Twitch is stupid. Twitch is stupid. I try to make the ads as minimally intrusive as possible, though.
Here's something. It's 3 hours from now. A bus pulls away. You're not on it.
Valid.
Steph. Life goes on.
Okay, so this is a hypothetical life scenario. Rar. And the other one is we go on.
You get a job working with Steph at the record store.
How profitable can working at a record store be?
All those years of being a music snob finally pay off. And little by little, time does its thing.
Okay, do they get old? Is that what he's implying? They get older? Records can be pretty lucrative. I actually have no idea. Like, I was curious how profitable it could actually be. Like, if they do music and sell music on the side, I would understand that.
The apartment starts to feel less like a museum and more like a home.
One season passes by without a single customer. Oh no! Danger, cougar in area. Hey. Gabe is a dork.
Thoughts of Jed, of Typhon, even of me begin to fade into the background.
Understandable. But yeah, records sell till Thursday. What? Thursday? What? Lots of people like listening to vinyl. It does have a different type to it, doesn't it? Or different, not different type, different vibe to it. Till this day. Oh, okay. Oh, Charlotte is meeting someone new. D&D. Max Loudon is on his own. Riley was talking to someone else, I think. The dice was loaded, didn't even roll. Rolled a nat 20. You're right. It didn't even roll. It just went straight up nat 20. Don't hold hands, guys. That's how people get pregnant. It's over. Some bands still release albums on vinyl. Really? That's really cool. That's true.
You perform every week to a small but adoring group of fans.
Okay.
You wonder what could have been. Performing for more people in more cities, sharing your music with the world.
But
or maybe you never think about that much at all. You don't know exactly when it happens, but one day you look around and find that you have transformed this place just as much as it has transformed you.
This is still the first option? I think it's the only option at this point, the way they're making it. we kind of grew old. I got some white hair there. And the next option could be like, or you just walk around and just travel the world with your boo and make music.
The life you fought so hard.
And it's just like 2 lines at max.
For the first time in a long time. You just live.
Okay, alternatively, what's the other option?
Thank you.
Wait, you go to the city and live in an apartment. That's the other option.
Think I'll transform Haven?
Of course. You already have. With your gift, your music, just by being you. But Alex, that doesn't mean you have to stay.
I mean, how am I not gonna say after Spirit Brother Gabe Oni-chan? Where would I go? I want to hear the alternative if you got it.
Where am I supposed to go? I don't have
I want to hear it. After he described it
That is true.
in the context that he just
You
did.
didn't have any home before coming here. And look what happened. The truth is, there's no telling what that version of your future might be. The only promise is the adventure. So?
Okay.
What do you think?
Five to 10 minute long monologue about what it would be like to live in Haven until the day you die. Enjoying every single small bit of it from start to finish. Oh, how wonderful and how peaceful that must be. Or you go on an adventure. Life is crazy. And you never know what the fuck happens. Which would you choose? Gotta be honest, the way he fucking explained everything, I feel like I want to stay in Haven. It seems like I feel like they're heavily suggesting that we choose the stay in Haven part, because maybe the ending, if we stay in Haven part, Haven doesn't have a McDonald's though, but it does look pretty. But you know what it does have? People that can make food like McDonald's, but better. Boom. Actually, no, Jed got arrested. I take it back. Jed is arrested. Never mind. You're right. Seek adventure. I want my chicken nuggies. I'm gonna go stay in Haven. This is not really much of a choice, I feel like, based on everything they just got to. Yeah, no, they really got to this point, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, the other choice, we didn't mention that. You know what it's like being a struggling musician in the world, traveling around, living from apartment, living in your car. That could be your life. How fun does that sound? Living on Highway 96. That's not a highway, I don't think. I'm just throwing out a number. But yeah. They get to this. That's very true, Hitsu. Dark. I choose Haven because I feel like they're heavily suggesting nudge to choose Haven. I think it fits her. This is her home now. She's earned it. I would understand if she wants to leave to forget The third game, technically. It was thoroughly interesting as a game. I got connected and involved with the characters, and it hit home where it mattered, I think, which is kind of crazy when you really think about it. Oh yeah, all of them are connected. Steph, the girl we're dating, well, the voice actor actually came in and rated our stream that one day. I think I told you that before. But that character that she plays, Steph, is a character that exists in the original Life is Strange games. And there's mentions of the other characters in the other games. And we know the 2 and 1 is connected. So technically the entire universe is actually connected. Which is really cool. So in the first game, we had time travel powers. In the second one, we had telekinetic powers. We could fucking lift shit up with our mind. This one, we're a telepath. They're just going through the power list. Next is going to be one that can control gravity. Before the storm, I know is connected. Yeah, before the storm is connected to this game, specifically with Steph. And before the storm is connected to Life is Strange. So, truly a JoJo anime. Yeah, this is a real life JoJo. The gameplay was really interesting. The voice acting was really well done. The mocap was done really well. You could see the emotions. When we saw her mom sickly and all that felt a little too real. They made an extra effort to make sure that they can convey that feeling of someone being on their deathbed with cancer and all that. And that was heavy. The good parts of the game were really well done. Where they showcased like the lighter, happy moments of like bonding and stuff. Those were quite charming. They were quite fun. And the heavy parts were very important. But we never really got, the thing I dislike about these games, we never really got to see the impact of some of those choices that we make, I feel like. Unless that actually happened. Like, oh, when they all stood up and said, I believe you. I stand for you, Alex. Is that one of the options? Is that one of the endings? Do we get a good ending? Because if we didn't help them the right way, do they later turn back and say like, you know what? Fuck you. I don't give a shit about you. You know what I mean? Look at that dork totally not crying right now. Tears? Where? Evil's a dork. I think it was a choice, bro. It might have been. They did good with the themes of the Life is Strange. I mean, life is strange. Not bizarre, nor we could see the stands, but it was still a JoJo. Yeah, I think there's a chance we could get fucked over. There's probably different endings. I don't know what ending I got. But, like I said, overall, it was really well done from start to finish. It's definitely a heavy game, though, so I had to take, like, breaks. For example, when Gabe died, fucking loved his character from the start. And then he just fucking dies on your ass. Cringe! Could you shout out Evil, by the way, Dio? Evil is, or used to be, rather, a semi-pro Overwatch tank player. He is now a VTubing musician, so... Ooh, how fancy. What's gonna happen after this game? There's a DLC called Steph's Story, which is the person we're dating. I'll probably play that at some point, not today. But, well, I'll give that a try at some point, because, first of all, it's Steph. Secondly, Katie Bentz, the voice actor for her, rated us, so I feel like I have to now. Third of all, I love Life is Strange games. I want to complete it. all, but I need to pay for it, and I actually don't know how much it costs. I'm gonna check that in a bit. Cry. Tear up. Let it all out. Imagine not crying. Cringe. All my homies cry. Because we're depressed. Design director, William Beecham. Is there anything I didn't like in this game? I mean, this game still suffers from the typical, like, you make one choice, one dialogue option, and it's like, oh, how are you doing, you piece of shit? When the prompt just says, how are you? Like, moments like that happened a couple of times, and I'm like, I did not mean that. I did not mean to say that. I regret that. You know what I mean? I don't cry, just keep it bottled in. Why do you bottle something up, Evil? What do you do with a bottle? You let it out. Bottles are there to keep something so that eventually you let it out. And you're here with us right now. You can let it out. We're here for you. I'm staring into the camera intimately. Daijobu. I don't cry, but my eyes do leak on occasion. Your body's a bottle of liquids. Yeah. Do you think you just store the piss inside you the entire time? You think that's what we humans do? No, we store them for a bit, but we let it out. So cry. I don't cry, but my eyes do leak on occasion. Yeah, that's just normal. Sometimes I'm just walking and it just leaks. No big deal. But no, I thoroughly enjoyed this game. I think it's really great. Am I playing through the Steam? I'm playing this on the Xbox. Sorry. I need to sleep. Go get some rest, Snake. Take care. And it's morning. It's morning for you. What do you mean? Go get some rest. Give me your Xbox account for a bit. Nande. I didn't even know my Xbox account is. To keep it a buck with you. You want my username? Let me see what it is. Hitsuga XIII. It's my username. It's a Master Chief helmet. But the game overall touched my heart. It warmed my heart quite a bit. It's close to sneezing. I hate it. Got lost in time. Oh, no worries. Enjoy. I hope you enjoyed Crusader Kings, but go get some rest, Edork. And yeah, we finished the Life is Strange. We're done. Am I late? You're not late. You merely arrived on time. What else I have to say about the game? Music, fire. I know Life is Strange really loves their indie type music, but this specific game, I feel like they also pulled on. Well, I guess they're still indie, but they became more popular recently again in mainstream media. But overall, Life is Strange music has always been a bop in its own indie type way. I actually think Life is Strange is the reason why I even got to like any indie type genre music in the first place, like the first one.
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ba-ding! I just got a raid. Nani? Ethereal whooshing intensifies.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Oh my god, my stream is lagging. Ethereal whooshing. You're playing Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Sorry, it's like lagging for me. Everything's lagging for me. Negatron, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Lord Super Kami Guru Badoof. I understand how you came across the stream now. Draco Lair, hello, welcome on in. What is going on? We just finished playing Life is Strange. True Colors. Dr. Nani? Dr. Hanave? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. If you could help me out, I would thoroughly appreciate that. What were you up to? You were doing some Metroid Prime Remastered. Okay, I see. Could you do the slash shout out as well, Dio? For Negatron? And then could you also shout out Badoof? Because, I mean, it's Badoof. Doing rap, Badoo sent me. It makes sense. And Lord Super Kami. Yep, there it is. Yep. There it is. Dio got it. Yep, love that dang game. Metroid Prime? Is that what you're saying? You love the Metroid Prime? Play some Hades before? Oh, I want to play Hades so fucking badly. I want to play... What is the other game they made before Hades? Pyre? I don't think it's Pyro. Pyre. I think. I want to play Pyre. Yeah, Hades rules. Can't slash shout out unless it's in 2 minutes. Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. Best spelling, to be honest. Twerk. But thank you so much for the raid. I genuinely really appreciate that. I hope you're doing fantastic, and I hope you're having a great night. I'm alive, Badoof. Thanks for asking. Thank you for hanging out. Negatron, thank you for that. Oh my god, it's laggy.
He thought something peculiar would happen. How strange.
Look at me fucking lagging. Every other frame, I'm freezing. Hey. That's great. Hold on. Let me try to fix this. Sorry, game music. Chikai? Nani? Chikai? Stream Brokey? Dr. Hanave? Dr. Hanave? Dr. Hanavi? Chikai. Close? Chikai? Close? Yeah, I guess that would make sense. I wasn't thinking about it in that context. Watashi no Nihongo ga hontou ni not too good right now. My brain is tired. I've been good. Work's been fun. Well alive is good. Yeah, I'm glad work has been fun for you, Badoof. I'm gonna give you a follow real quick, Negatron. Thank you for the raid. Can I do it from my phone? Bastion and Transitor, amazing fucking games. Bastion is such a goated game with the fucking voice acting. I love Bastion. Bastion was great. I can't do it from my phone right now. Oh, now I can. All right, perfect. I'm gonna do it from my phone. Good timing, boys. Good timing. Now we got it. This is a recommendation. Y'all have a good one. Gotta sleep. Go get some sleep. You take care. You go take care. Sleep well. I'll check you out sometime. You seem like a chill person based on the clip I just saw. So thank you for hanging out. Damn, this game, huh? This game. Wow. What a fucking game. Start to finish. Actually great. Oh my god, that emo. Badoof is my dog. Yeah, you probably enjoyed Badoof's stream, actually, Dio. Badoof, I bet, would show up on your podcast. Waiting on that Hades 2. I haven't played the Hades games. Hades games. I still want to, but I just haven't yet. But I need to watch or play Pyre. I think it's the name of the game. So we'll see. Dio's my dog, 400%. You guys both got that dog inside of you. Hey, you're still doing podcast, Dio? Yeah, when's the next podcast? But everything is fine. I think the thing I enjoyed the most about this game is working through the thought process of each choice I made, whether or not it had a major impact, whether or not it had a major outcome on the actual story in of itself. Each choice we made, I loved going through it, walking through it, and discussing things with you guys, and just figuring out like how we felt about everything that went down, all the heavy scenarios, all the heavy topics, dealing with someone's rage, and on the fucking like dealing with that depression, grief, loss. I think that was a fun conversation, to say the least, and I quite enjoy it. You need to watch Kakuryou Bed and Breakfast for Spirits. I need to look that up. I haven't seen it yet. Could you type that in the anime channel, actually, Snake? I can take a look at it later after stream. I'm so tired of adulting, Badoof, but I get to play Phasma this weekend. I am an addict. Help. It's tough out here getting people. Haven't done a pod in 3 weeks. Shit. Life is rough. Like, Baguette, when you stream Hades, let me know. I want to watch. I need to get the game first. There's a lot of things I want to do. I might do like a super giant like phase though, where I play through Pyre, Hades, and Hades 2, maybe like back to back, maybe. But I'm not sure when. Is Pyre related to Hades at all? Do you guys know? And is that, I'm not crazy, right? There is a game called Pyre, right? I think there is. You're about to hop on the voice chat. Hopping on voice chat. Nani? Nani? Wait, what voice chat? Wait, what voice chat? You lie! Oh, Will is still streaming. You guys getting an idea? You guys want to raid one of my friends after the cutscene's over? Join one? Okay, I'll join one. I'll join one for a little bit. Yeah, we could raid Will after the cutscene's over. Let me join the VC though. Gaming pencil party. Hello.
I'm joining this one. Did you not hear?
I'm also joining this one.
I joined this one. I did that.
Wow, we both joined at the same time. What's up, Dio?
Oh, this is like crazy, dude. Holy.
Let me check about Pyre. I think it was made by Supergiant as well. I feel that I had to fight insurance for medicine the other day. Oh my god, that sounds awful. I hope it went well for you.
Insurance, what is that?
Insurance. No idea either. This game also talked about some topics that I've never considered before, like what life would be like as an orphan in an orphanage. There's a lot of shit in this game that I think was quite interesting. Yeah, I think I'll raid Will, honestly, because fuck it.
Billiam, dude.
He's my best man. I've never really rated him.
Will Bassett.
Hitsu, please remember I have insomnia, so if I'm not asleep after an hour, I'm going to join you in VC with undiagnosed insomnia. It's fine. I mean, you're up at this time. You can have undiagnosed insomnia if you want. Don't stress too much about it. But I think I'm going to raid Will after this. I've talked about everything I really wanted to talk about in this game. I'm blanking on what else there is right now. It's just well done. I'll probably give this like a...
I watched the tail end of this game and I'm like, hey, sick game. Because I knew exactly what was happening somehow.
Yeah, I want to say like 8, maybe 9 out of 10. Like in between there, 8 to 9 out of 10. That's probably a valid. Before you raid, we need soft sounds? Hell yeah, hit the soft sounds. Oh, I won because give me my meds. But Pyre is not related to Hades. Okay, it's just a casual game. That my boy Dio right there? That is your boy Dio right there. That is in fact the case.
It's not me. It's me. It's not me. The profile image is also not me.
It's also not him. It's a shame.
Totally not me AI arted to look cooler. No. Not at all. I look like a League of Legends character. I really do.
You kind of do. You kind of do.
I have one that made me look like a straight up...
Hi, Zeph. I'm about to raid a friend here soon. A Valorant god. And you play Valorant, right? You want to see him?
Is that Zeph, dude?
That is Zeph. All right.
Yeah,
I need to see my
shooter,
choices. Alex stayed in Haven Springs. 56%. I'm surprised it was not more, considering how heavily suggestive that choice was. Honestly.
Yet somehow it's still a 56-44 split.
Let's see. Alex forgave Jed for his action. 69% chose that. Interesting. Alex claims she learned the meaning of home. Valid. Some member of the council stood with Alex everyone on the council supported Alex? Okay, so that is the choice. Oh.
Damn, only 12% got there.
Oh, I didn't get Eleanor. Eleanor's the only person I didn't get.
Yeah, because she sucks.
That means I did the wrong choice of her. Then I should have told her about her own. No, I was being too nice then, huh? Valid. None of the council members backed Alex. You can actually get it so that none of them back you. Holy shit! 5% got that. Get fucked. Alex wants to help more people in the future. Valid. Alex took a moment to reflect in the apartment. 35%. I found the cutscene. Ryan stood by Alex during the vote. We had a 31% chance of that working. You can make it so that Alex does not believe you. You can make it so that Alex will not forgive Ryan. Alex wasn't ready to forgive Ryan. What could Ryan have done that Alex would not forgive? Alex didn't see Ryan after the vote. What the fuck? Charlotte sided with Alex during the vote. Charlotte believed Alex but couldn't help. Charlotte turned her back on Alex. Eleanor offered to get Alex help. Eleanor sided with Alex during the vote. Pike sided with Alex during the vote. Pikes told Alex to give it up. Ducky sided with Alex during the vote. Ducky remained loyal to Jed. Oh, we got actually something that's somewhat rare. People are having a hard time with Ducky, it seems like. Eleanor's just 50-50, so that's kind of a choice. Ryan believed Alex during the vote. Let's go. We got Ryan on our side, dude. Ryan and Alex don't get together. Most people got that. Don't really care. Steph stays in Haven to be with Alex. Also valid. We got that. Minority of the choices can win. So when the minority becomes majority, everyone loses. Nani. That was good though. I enjoyed it. So basically the ending changes, the ending differences. Hey Ray, how are you doing? Hello. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's see how much Steph's story is. I would like to play Steph's story, but I need to make sure I can. It's $13. That's more than I have. Literally. I know Sonny donated $10 the other day. And I have one in my bank account, so I gotta chill on buying this.
I can fix that. I've been trying to tell you that I can fix that.
Oh, how do you mean?
I can fix that. Just we'll sort it out later.
Okay, Dio's trying to become a sugar daddy. I hold up. Hey. Nani. What? You don't have to, you dork. It's fine.
What do you mean, dude?
Are you that emotionally invested?
I didn't ask if you are supposed to be okay with it.
All right, valid.
I just
some Dio magic.
To play game. That's it. That's the plan.
Just chatting. Hello, it's my face. My camera's still blurry.
Kami Guru, Kaioken, Super Saiyan, Blue Doof, Blue Evolved. I don't even know anymore what I said, but it's fine. It's okay.
All right, y'all ready to raid my friend, my best man? He's gonna be at my wedding. He's playing Valorant. They're in overtime. And I'm guessing it's ranked. So let's raid him and try to fuck him up. I don't really have anything to say in terms of a raid, but it'd be fun if you guys stopped by and just hung out with him for a bit. I'll be there. I'll hang out with him. I'm not sure what I'm doing tomorrow. I might stream. I might watch movies. I want to watch Black Panther and this like Japanese horror movie that came out recently called Remember Me, something like that, on Netflix. So we'll see. I might watch that. I'm not too sure. We'll see. We were watching Ant-Man.
I was gonna say, if you see Brooklyn Nine-Nine on your list, it's totally not me. Okay.
Oh, okay. Of course not. we were watching Ant-Man together. All right, Zeph, bet. Let's go watch the new Ant-Man movie together. Dork. All right, but I'll see you guys later. Take care. Have a fantastic night. Raid message. Don't miss. Tell him not to miss. Tell him not to miss. Just spam don't miss. Yeah. If that's a proper raid message. Let's go. I'll see you guys later. Bye!
I was such